Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembei TV this evening, even as we start out our open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is happening with the general election beckoning, and everybody jizzling and pushing for how many votes he can go to his side and make their basket full in good time so that they can win whatever seat they are bidding for. Well, the DP today is humiliated with the boycott of Kabogo and Kuria in Kiambu. Things are becoming slippery for the deputy president after 4 years of campaign and large crowds. Now there's coming a new phenomenon that crowds are beginning to keep off DP Ruto's meetings. What is cooking with Kenya Kwanza? What is happening with the man from Sugoi? Is everything okay? Or what must be done to reverse the gains at this point in time? And of course, Mother and Raila were in Meru today drumming up support for the Azimio coalition. Mother, Kalonzo, and Karua were all in Meru, and things seems to be looking up for the Azimio as far as Meru people are concerned. We had defections from Kenya Kwanza joining Azimio fraternity. Is everything going according to plan, or somebody is setting up another for disappointment? Let's get talking. Just be able to ensure that everybody gets the right information. That's the reason why we exist as a channel, to inform Kenyans. And of course, the DPP is on record saying all fake degrees to be investigated. Well, if you have any skull in your backyard or in your closet, this is the time to clear it. Everybody needs to be credible for us to have a credible country. Let us not award those that never went to school for going to school without attending classes. Well, let's get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will find yourself in this space for us to get talking. Excited about tonight's show, even as we look at all that is happening and our politics. Well, I want to salute 1, 2, 3, 4 people. And if you're able to get us, please invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Don't watch alone. Be the ambassador from Mtembei TV by extending the invitation to everybody in your life. This is one show that everybody must attend or look and watch with us, even as we continue with the discussion. So it's a powerful family show, and everybody that likes politics and wants to understand Kenyan politics, this is the place to be. This is the show to watch, and we participate in the same, to be part and parcel of what determines the direction Kenya takes by sharing your opinion and what you think about what is happening. Fatuma Nasimiyu, thank you so much. Good evening to you. Edgar Handsome Wanyahururu, karibu kwa show. Patel Saboka Manyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani huyo, Nikta Nyambane, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Innocent Olekuta, DP 2044. Hi to you. Thank you so much. Kuna nani huyo, Blender Ogweno, you're welcome to the show. Sarah Serange, you are welcome to the show. Kuna Samson Macharia, kuna George Ouma, kuna Cleaver Sila. Oh, thank you so much. All of you that are coming in fast and furious. Oyo, Silas, you're welcome. Charles Kondwe, you're welcome. Kuna Robert Opilo, you're welcome. Kuna Hai G D Karai, Anan Karai Kereia. Kerai. Thank you so much. Nasema Ruto Tosha. Robert Mumanyi, you're welcome to the show. Doing better. Thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu, Charles Rogwa, you're welcome. Keep Korir, keep. Thank you so much. Bimwashi, you're welcome. Prince Meshak Masika, karibu kwa show. Thank you so much. Ken Mwiti, sorry, you are welcome. Walter Adonija, welcome to the show. Bita Jakabonyo, I tell you, Cecilia Yanga, Mama Kelin, karibu kwa show. Na Thomas Ishmael, asante sana. Joel Opio, you're welcome. Kamwana Principal, you're welcome. Kevin Ombati, you're welcome. Leone Budambul, hey, Budambula. I tell you, majina yako hapa nje. Kuna Njuguna Moraya, kuna Cosmas Kemboi, Arab Chepsebet, kuna Eric Eric Cross, you're welcome. Kuna Edwin Emmanuel Yesu, alafu nani huyo hey, majina Abakis Mohamed, asante sana. Kuna Don Shelton Lusega, you're welcome. And all of you, thank you so much. Those of you that are committed to Mtebe TV, thank you for your faithful support. Thank you for your faithful followership. Please, let's keep inviting as many guys as possible to join into the discourse. This is where to be, and this is where to listen out to what is happening with our Kenyan politics and be able to get right information that will help you make an informed decision come August 9th, 2022. Most welcome, everybody. Want us to start with Mama Selina. Habari ya leo, mami?
Salama sana Penat. Umesikia vizuri?
I'm better, thank you.
Okay. Umeona kitu kwa simu kidogo?
I will communicate.
Thank you.
Asante.
So, okay. Penat, TP Ruto Humiliated as Kabogo Kuria Boycott. Yes? Hey, sikujua Kiambu kumbe wana mkutano ya watoto. Leo mkutano nimeona wanakaribisha jamani ni watoto tena wamefalisha vijana wadogo ya 10 years 13 yellow t-shirts. At least tukafa aibu. Vitu vichenchanga mwenye alituambianga alijua things change in time. Na mwenye alituambia kutangulia sio kufika alijua. Hata leo wakiwa Kiambu, they are not talking about Kenya Kwisha, they are talking about UDA. Na hiyo ni sawa, wacha tuende vitu ya muhimu because today we have 51 days, we don't have time to waste. Mkutano ya Meru wameamua, na hiyo ilikuwa ni mzuri sana, bila watu kupepwa. Kiambu naona mabasi ya shule imejaa kwa mkutano mahali walikuwa unaona yellow. Their meeting ni yellow, magari ya shule ni yellow. Hata hakuna kufichika. Unajua samani Bernard, watu wangekuja na basi ya shule ungejua. Tunataka kushukuru Matiang'i alitupatia uniform ya shule yellow. Kitu yenye uwezi ficha. So that is good. Mkutano ya stadium ya Meru ilikuwa imejaa. People come on their own. Ngawa wako na yellow pia juu wako bus. Chama ya Kiraito Muronge. So mambo ilikuwa poa. Na tunamwambia waendelee namna hiyo. 52 days si siku mingi. Na najua baada ya kutoka huko ukisikia kuna mkutano itaruti Kiambu, hapo ndio utakuta machamaa kina Kabogo. Unaona wamekuwa kwa Bicha na Orengo. Kumaanisha unajua people are very clever. Si lazima uende ushout uko nje. Unatuma vijana wanaenda kusema on your behalf. Otherwise nataka kushukuru, tuendelee namna hiyo. Hii masiku imeisha. Kama kuna bahali baba na mama wajaenda, but last Bernard, for me I would like mama aende kivyake, baba aende kivyake, Kalonzo aende kivyake, kina Ngilu, kina Joe. Tunataka kuona hii helicopter ikishuka Bernard, wakitaka kukimbia huko Azimio wako hapa, wakitaka kwenda huku mpaka hii watu wakae chini washangae nini inafanyika juu. Sasa leo vile anaongea kuhusu baba, hakuna kitu kingine anasema, mtu ya kitendawili. Hata kwanza Bernard, sorry, nataka kumaliza. Sijaona manifesto ya UDA, sijui ilitolewa lini, ndio tujue ile vitu anakuja kutufanyia, badala ya kusema atakuja saidia wamama, anasaidia vijana, anakopi vitu kidogo kidogo yenye baba amesema. Lakini tungauliza kama wacha launch manifesto yao in 51 days, is there any government, kuna government inaweza ongoza kuwa pila na manifesto? Thank you so much Bernard, wacha nisikie, lakini utuambie hiyo, nataka kujua kama wali launch pila sisi kujua, na Wakenya kama hakuna launching, na hata wakilaunch the last days, hiyo ni ukora tupu. Thank you Bernard.
Asante Mama Selina. Walisema launch yao itafanyika 30th, so they will be launching their manifesto, but I don't think that anything new will come from there, because they have been preaching the same manifesto for 4 years. So tutaiona wakati itatoka. All the same, thank you very much for that utangulizi. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tunaendelea mbele. Boniface Were, habari ya leo?
Bernard, habari za jioni.
Salama, vipi huko?
Tuko salama. Tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, tumeiona siku nyingine.
Great. Karibu.
Mwanzo ningependa kusalamia Njeru, Mama Selina, Mr. Wangira na entire panelist. Kwanza Njeru, jana tulikuwa na wewe, nilikuwa nakufuata kwa hiyo forum nyingine ya nyumbani. Mimi nimekuwa addictive Mr. Bernard, nafuata zote. Ninaenda huku pali Njeru wako nisikie ya lugha ya nyumbani yao kidogo, ninaruka upande hii nisipitwe na maneno. Lakini furaha yangu ni kwamba tunaendelea kuwa na nguvu zaidi na tunasonga mbele. Mimi vile nilisema, kama vile Mama Selina amesema, Karua apige campaign peke yake. Na unajua Karua anaheshima sana. Coalition ya Azimio ina watu wanaheshimu. These people are respecting each other. Hawapakane matope hadharani. Hakuna pahali watu wanashautiana. So for me, I think that Karua can do a very nice campaign akiwa peke yake, more so in Mount Kenya region, because she takes her good time ku explain kitu mpaka inaingia vizuri, compared when anakuwa the same rally na Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Unakuta kwamba because of the respect of yeye kiongozi wake, atutumii muda mrefu ile alikuwa anatumia kufunza watu mambo. Anasema mengine mkubwa wangu ataeleza. Na unaona sasa hizo wako sehemu kama ya Mount Kenya, whereby Karua inafaa sasa hiyo akuwe na airwave yake vizuri ya kupiga hiyo siasa. So mimi naona upande wa Mount Kenya wanafanya kazi nzuri, lakini Karua wamuache apige siasa ya Mount Kenya. Mama anatusukumia. Sasa hizi tuko karibu, walisema tulikuwa 40%. Sasa hivi tunasonga tuko 45, tunapanda, graph inapanda. Na miti ikatwe sasa, miti ikatwe. Mimi Western nimekosa, hakuna miti. Tumeanza kuvieka mahindi sasa. Juu hakuna miti ya kukata Western. Sasa tunavieka mahindi.
Chunga, ukitumalizia mahindi si ukali utatoa wapi? Wewe. Siingilie.
Muluya hata mahindi ipande tu lazima tukule. Ndio maana tulitoroka UDA, tulipewa soda badala ya ugali, na soda na kangumu bana Bernard. Unajua walitudharau sana. Unapewa wengine vitu vya kazi, unakuja kwetu na tupangisha laini kwa kibanda. Ndugu yangu Mr. Bernard, tulisikia uchungu, ndio maana tukatoroka, tukasema wacha tukuje pale yenye tutajenga uchumi pamoja. Mimi niko tu hapa, tutaendelea kunipea wengine nafasi tujadiliane, lakini langu ni Mama Karua apewe nafasi, apige siasa yake ya Mount Kenya peke yake. Asanteni.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Were. Ni maoni yako ishafika, na naamini ni strategy ambayo mnaenda kuwinda huku na huku, lakini lazima mkutane mahali pamoja, mkahesabu spoil, mmekusanya ngapi, umeleta ngapi, ndio tuchore strategy ya next move. If we all go hunting na kila mtu anapata alafu anaenda nyumbani inaweza fika mahali hakuna mtu alipata, hakuna mtu alijua nani alipata. At the end of the day mnapatikana. Sasa saa hii kama Kenya Kwanza imepatikana, zile hesabu zote walikuwa wakituambia and the numbers walikuwa wanatuambia, sasa zimeanza, reality is dawning that without mobilization and ferrying people, they are not able to get a crowd. Now that is as a result of bad strategy of politicking. But I believe everyone has a role to play in these historic elections. Kila mtu afanye kazi yake, alafu mwishowe tutajua mbivu na mbichi. Asante sana. Bwana Wangira, namna gani?
Nzuri, habari ya leo?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Na wasalimu ndugu zanguni na dada yangu mkubwa Selina wakiwa hapo kwenye studio. Bernard, let me just give my contribution and let me start with what transpired in Kiambu for the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. You know, there is this place we call Siberia. If you know what Siberia means, then you'll discover that Kiambu for Kenya Kwanza Alliance today was Siberia. I can't just understand where the local decided to disappear when William Ruto was holding a political rally in Kiambu. And even for the few people who attended that particular rally in Kiambu today, the reception that they gave to William Ruto was very, very cold reception. So, you know, these are already indicators that things are not very well for Kenya Kwanza Alliance in Mount Kenya region. And remember, it's only today that Moses Kuria tweeted and said that atuta toshea kwa bahasha. So I don't know what he meant by atuta toshea kwa bahasha. Coming to the sentiments by William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, you know, those sentiments just shows you how disparate they have become. I remember watching William Ruto telling people today, the few who attended his rally, that, you know, it will be a sin for them to vote for Raila Odinga because Raila Odinga had not even given a church offering. Imagine that's what he was saying. And for Rigathi Gachagua, you know, he was pleading with President Uhuru Kenyatta to just have mercy with William Ruto because William Ruto supported him in 2002. He supported him in 2013. He supported him in 2017, and just support him. And even if he does not want to support William Ruto, then he should not vote. He should just vote for William Ruto because Gachagua comes from the same area with him. So look at such sentiments from the two. If you look at such sentiments from the two, you just discover how disparate they have just become. You know, tunasema kwamba the earth is becoming so hard for Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and truly it's becoming so hard. And just like Mama Selina said, 51 days to the general elections, and things are playing the way they are playing, then William Ruto should be very, very worried because, you know, it's now assured beyond any reasonable doubt that he is going home come the 9th of August 2022. You know, and if you look at what happened in Meru, you know, it was the exact opposite of what was in Kiambu. You know, the reception in Meru for Raila Odinga was warm, the attendance was large, and like 2 years ago, you remember 2 years ago when we had our BBI rally in the same stadium in Kinoru, in Meru, you remember the way Wakina Kipchumba Murkomen and Wakina Moses Kuria incited the gathering there, and people walked out on Raila Odinga. Today, you know, things were very opposite. I remember, I even remember, I even remember seeing the people. I even remember seeing the people of Meru today pampering Raila Odinga with the Igwe. For the first time, you know, they were recognizing him as their king. They are saying Igwe, Igwe, Igwe. That was a very organic way of, pampering Raila Odinga. And I remember them even singing Nyote Yawezekana Bila Ruto in Kinoru Stadium. You see, that is exact opposite of what was happening in Kiambu, and a good indicator that Raila Odinga has now penetrated Mount Kenya. I liked Raila's sentiments today in Kinoru Stadium. He highlighted the promises that William Ruto has been giving Kenyans since 2013. You remember issues of the laptops, issues of the stadiums, among many, many others. And then he iced it up by saying, uh, uh, by saying that the promises are Tanga Tanga ni kama mnyambo wa punda. I don't know what mnyambo wa punda is all about, but that's what Raila Odinga said. I would like to know what Munyambo Wapunda looks like. But he said that the promises of the Tanga Tanga people is like Munyambo Wapunda. I also listened to this old man called Kiraitu Murungi. He said that he could be he said that he could be looking like a fool, but he's not a fool. And he was telling the people of Meru today that it's assured that the president of Kenya, come the 9th of August 2022, will be Raila Amolo Odinga. So the ground is now set, and every Kenyan who has some form of revelation can just see it clearly that Raila Odinga is going to become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. There's no single doubt on that issue, Bernard, as per today, 51 days to the day of the general election. On the issue of the investigation for fake certificates, we have spoken much about that one. Let us see how far the investigation authorities will go and what type of report they will give us as Kenyans as far as this issue of fake degrees is concerned. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in and also contribute. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wangira kwa utangulizi huu. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na tuendelee kujumuika pamoja. Nani huyo Columbus? If you are able to get me, your device is not well connected. We cannot add you to the screen until you are able to configure it rightly. Please do that. Ensure that you don't direct StreamYard. Just allow it to control your camera and your audio. You will be able to get your addition to the screen without much problems. Thank you those on the comment section for keeping it clean. Please, let's keep it that way. And those of you viewing, please don't relent. Don't be wary in inviting as many as possible. Share in all your Facebook groups. Share in all your WhatsApp groups. Let us all gang up here and make a difference tonight, even as we discuss our politics. We must be an informed people in order for us to make right choices of leaders at all levels. Mtembei TV is committed to ensure that you get the right information every time you come for your listenership. So please don't go slow on this. Go fast. Ensure that you invite many to join in the discourse. Just a moment before we get to the next person, let's listen out to...
Tulisema tunajenga barabara za Kenya. Tulisema barabara za Kiambu zitakuwa mstari wa mbele. Hapa Kiambu tumejenga karibu kilomita 550 mpya ya lami katika Kiambu County. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Tukasema wakati tunaunganisha stima kwa watu wa Kenya, hapa Kiambu County lazima iwe katikati ya hiyo mpango ya kuunganisha stima. Hapa Kiambu 2013 watu walikuwa na stima walikuwa watu 1,150, 150,000. Lakini leo tumefikisha watu 1,420 ambao tumewaunganishia stima. Hapa Kiambu tulikuwa na college kwa sababu tulisema wakati tunapanga mambo ya masomo ya watoto wa Kenya, lazima tupange mambo ya masomo ya watoto wa Kiambu. Na ndio sababu hiyo mulikuwa na colleges 2 hapa Kiambu. Mulikuwa na KIST hapa na mulikuwa na Thika Polytechnic kama shule za teknolojia, lakini hapa Kiambu tumejenga colleges zingine 8 kwa miaka 8 ambayo imepita, ili tuhakikishe ya kwamba vijana wa Kiambu wote wanapata nafasi ya kusomea ufundi na teknolojia. Ndio wakati tunapanga ajira Kenya, tunapanga ajira na vijana wa Kiambu waliosomea ufundi, teknolojia na taaluma zingine. Tuko pamoja wangwana wa Kiambu? Neguo kana tiguo? Neguo? Tukasema hivi, wakati tunapanga mambo ya matibabu Kenya, lazima tupange mambo ya matibabu hapa Kiambu. Hatukukuwa na ICU katika hospitali ya Kiambu. Hatukukuwa na mambo ya radiology katika hospitali ya Thika. Mimi nataka niseme hapa, tumeweka equipment katika hospitali yenu ya referral ya Kiambu ya milioni 800. Sasa muko na ICU, muko na radiology, muko na renal unit ambazo hazikukuweko, kwa sababu tunataka wangwana wa Kiambu wasiende kutafuta matibabu mahali pengine. Matibabu yote ipatikane hapa nyumbani Kiambu. Neguo, tunaelewana? Tukasema lazima tuweke maji katika mji wetu ama kaunti yetu ya Kiambu. Tunajua ya kwamba bado kuna sehemu nyingi hazina maji. Ndio sababu tumeweka pesa karibu bilioni 25 katika Karemenu Dam hapa, ambayo sasa imekamilika. Tumeweka karibu bilioni ingine 20 kwa Ruiru tu, ili tuwe na maji kwa watu wa Kiambu. Tumeweka maji kule Kikuyu, nilienda kufungua mwenyewe. Tuliweka maji kule Limuru pamoja na sewage. Saa hizi tunajenga sewage na maji ya Kiambu hapa Kiambu town pamoja na Ruaka hapa chini. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Mimi nawauliza ndugu zangu watu wa Kiambu, hiyo kazi yote tumefanya, lakini nyinyi mnaelewa ya kwamba awamu ya serikali inaisha tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Muko na habari ya kwamba tuko na nafasi ya kutengeneza serikali ingine tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8? Mimi nauliza nyinyi Kiambu, muko tayari ama muko tayari? Mimi nauliza nyinyi Kiambu, Ndumberi, na wauliza, muko na habari ya kwamba tuko na nafasi ya kuunda serikali ingine tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8? Muko na hiyo habari? Mulipata habari kamili ama muko na muktasari peke yake? Muko na habari kamili? Wakati tulisema tunajenga barabara za Kenya, tulisema barabara za Kiambu zitakuwa mstari wa mbele. Hapa Kiambu tumejenga karibu kilomita 550 mpya ya lami.
Rais wetu hapa muambie yeye akuwe muungwana kidogo. Huyu William Ruto alimpigia kura 2002, akampigia 2013, akampigia 2017, tena akampigia tena. Hata yeye arudishe mkono, hata yeye akuja ampigie kura, kwa sababu hiyo ni kuwa muungwana. Na labda kama yeye anaona shida kupigia William Ruto kwa sababu ni mtoto ambaye baba yake hajulikani, labda hatoki kwa jamii yake, anipigie kura mimi, kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa mtu yake ya mkono, nimebeba mfuko yake miaka nenda miaka rudi. Nimepigia yeye kura 2002, nimempigia 2013, nimempigia 2017 mara mbili. Hata kama hataki kupigia Ruto kwa sababu labda kwao ni mbali, mimi ni mtu hapa kwao nyumbani, anipigie kura kwa sababu nilipigia yeye. Negwadwa itu jaba neno nitokorogama nayo nimugokera tene.
Bana, si mulituambia Uhuru hajafanya kazi Kiambu, mkasema watu ya Kiambu hakuna kitu walifanyiwa. Hii yote tumeambiwa leo ilifanywa lini? I thought walikuwa na insight, wanasema hakuna kitu hata moja imefanyika. Sorry, nimeipa hiyo nafasi, but nasikia kusema ukweli. They were telling us, hata mimi nilijua Uhuru wajaenda Kiambu. Hii mambo yote ametuambia ameitengeneza lini na walifanya lini.
Haya, siasa ndio hivyo, kila mtu atakula maneno yake. Inaonekana hiyo kazi yote vilifanywa, lakini wale walikuwa na macho hawakuona, wale walikuwa na masikio hawakusikia. Saa hii ndio imekuwa ya muhimu. Lakini tunashukuru kwa vyote vile. Thank you those of you that are inviting, guys. Please, let's do that. Make sure you don't watch alone wherever you are. Ensure you are inviting as many as you can to watch with you. Naomba sasa at this point in time nipatie Njiru aongee kwanza, alafu tusonge mbele. Njiru, vipi?
Okay, asante sana Bwana Bernard. Tunashukuru Mungu huko buheri wa afya, umepona. Yeah, so you know, hii program pia imefanya mambo mingi. We can even be able to check on each other's affairs. So despite the fact that mtu kama mimi napigia baba siasa hapa, I am also developing some friendship hapa, and I hope maybe this one is a future friendship. Maybe it is the biggest platform to ensure that Kenya gets good and civic election. Kwanza nianzie, unajua sisi huko kwetu Mlima Kenya kuna kitu tunasemanga, kazi kubwa ni ile ijaanza. Ama nikiweka kwa lugha sanifu ya huko kwetu tunasemanga wira munene ni urotari mwambie, ama ile kazi kubwa sana ni ile ijaanza. Lakini the moment umefika shambani na upanga ama na jembe na uweke hiyo jembe ya kwanza, hiyo shamba imeisha. So and that is the representation of Mother Karua. So ile wakati Mother Karua was not available, or the time when Mother Karua was pushing on herself without a formidable group, we were not able to recognize her. Lakini saa hii munaona ile kazi ameweza kufanya kwa Mlima Kenya. So nataka pia kujibu wenzangu wale wamesema ati so waanzie kuseparate. So whatever is happening, I want to agree a little bit na vile Bernard amesema. Unajua kwa siasa kuna kitu tunaitanga high voltage sessions and low voltage sessions. Mother Karua is very good in low voltage sessions, but stadium ikiwa imejaa and people are highly charged, you need another person who can be able to pump within a minute. So let's just understand that at the status of how Kenoru was, ama ile pande ingine like ile stadium ingine ya Kakamega tujaze uwanja kabisa. Those are very high sessions which we need some other gist of politics. Na hiyo sio pahali ya kuadvise watu, hiyo inakuanga pahali ya kuona kama chakula imeboil, ama kuona unafungua nyungu uone kama kuna steam ama moto ilipolea na hapo chini. So kwa njia fupi, whatever Azimio guys are doing, it is quite in order. So lazima wakae wakifanya hivyo. Mother Karua anaenda huko anafagia uchafu polepole, ile uchafu iko nje. Alafu sasa naye baba anakuja sasa anaweka sasa hiyo stamp, hiyo muhuri ya mwisho sasa. It is just showing how it is part of how they are doing their logistic work. So wacha niongee history ya hii kampeni ya DP kidogo. Unajua ile wakati nilikuwa mwanafunzi, I participated in university elections. And I can assure you that wale majamaa wanakuanga wakifanya university elections, akina Babu Owino and the rest, I can tell you without kuwaficha, their campaign are more organized than campaign ya Ruto. I want to tell you that for free. Because if maybe wale watu wamestande siasa kidogo, whatever happened today, you cannot present that to electorate. Number one, you don't come to ask for a vote from somebody you have been demeaning. you are supposed to continue demeaning him. Hapo kuna kitu, if in your campaign kuna kitu tunaitanga one way charge. Ukiamua kampeni yako ni one way charge, upigangi diversion. Like uwezi anzia kunitusi and within the same season you also want to bulge backward. It does not work that way. Hiyo ndio unasikianga sasa mtu akisemekana ako na midomo mbili. So what is happening, it's a confirmation that ile kura walisema moja ndio inawasumbua. Hiyo kura moja ndio inasumbua. They seriously need that one vote, but unfortunately imeyeyuka. So what Rigathi Gachagua was supposed to do, he was supposed to continue criticizing Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta. He was supposed to continue saying vile hajafanya kazi. That one is a more marketable strategy for them. I'm just trying to advise them. It is more marketable for them. And na wakienda pia kwa ground pari kama Kiambu, mtu kama deputy president alikuwa anafaa aseme venye mabarabara zijatengenezwa, aanzie ku criticize. He was supposed to criticize but not come to defend an agenda. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that these people hawana pumzi, wameishiwa, because they know people in the ground wanataka kuona results. Watu wataki complain kila siku. So the deputy president is just coming into his senses. Sababu yeye amekuwa akisema Kenya ni shida. So amekuwa, he has been on a regret path. And now being on a regret path, imefika level sasa that thing cannot sell. And ni kama vile Kibaki alikuwa anasema hata mtoto gani anajua ile kazi imefanywa. It is the same thing which is happening. Tuko na barabara ziko juu ya hewa, rami iko kila pahali. We are having Sagana Marwa Road, dual carriageway, almost 80 kilometers. So they are tangible things. And you cannot go to Mount Kenya without telling those people those things. We have over 10,000 kilometers of road which have already been done. So in other words, as I conclude, is that hawezi criticize tena because things are possible. Hata ametaja Karimenu hapo. Karimenu is now the biggest dam in the central region. It is over 40 meters by height. It's a very big dam. Inafuatana na ile ingine ilikuwa inatengenezwa pande ya Ukambani pale Dhwake, I think pia wako karibu kumalizia. So those are the biggest water infrastructure. Na inaonekana kama sasa hiyo ya Karimenu ni nyasi wanapanda na imetendeka wakati wa this regime. So as you try to criticize the government, kuna vitu tangible. So ndio unakuta sasa they are on a crossroad. So they don't know whether to criticize or to talk for the government, and that is the dilemma they have. Lastly, history ya baba kule Meru. There is one thing which I want to tell you people. Hao watu wa Njuri Ncheke ukionanga wameamua. Let me tell you, the most formidable people in Mount Kenya region, they are the Meru people, and that one I will tell you. And the moment unaona the most competitive governor candidate ako Azimio, just know that baba by default Meru 60 plus iko ndani. Don't usitafute vitu zingine. And that is the weakness which the deputy president ako nayo, because once you have a strong governor candidate, hata kura ya president uko nayo, and that is what they are not aware. So like baba, we are sure juu Meru Azimio governor anashinda, hata president anashinda huko. We are even aware in Embu almost the Azimio candidate is winning. Na hivyo ndivyo baba anashinda. And I want to confirm here as my conclusion statement, baba is winning over 8. Sasa hata sio ile ine tulikuwa tunasema last week. Baba is going to win now 10. Ruto anashinda 2 tu. So it's done. Prepare for the swearing in. There is no competition here. So let's now start talking of how to plan government. Na vile baba ataleta inclusivity, and we start planning 2027. Otherwise 2022 is done. It washe bwana. Thank you.
Asante bwana Njiru. Wewe ungekuwa nabii ungetumia sadaka ya kutabiri. Asante sana kwa uchambuzi wako, tunashukuru bwana Njiru. Wewe ni mdadisi wa masuala ya Mount Kenya, naamini kwamba yale unasema ndio ukweli wa mambo. Basi kila Mkenya ajitahidi, hakikisha kwamba unalinda kitambulisho chako, kura yako. Zimebaki kusalia siku 51 tu, siku ya kupiga kura inafika, na wakora wataanza sasa kutafuta hizo IDs ili wapunguze kura na kutafuta hizo voters card. Kwa hivyo weka yako mahali pazuri, hakikisha kwamba haupotezi ID yako. Kama uliregister na ID itahitajika siku ya kupiga kura. Kama uliregister na passport, ni passport itahitajika siku ya kupiga kura. You cannot vice versa those two documents. Make sure that that is in play. And then confirm your details before time. No surprises. If you registered to vote in the village, make sure you are in the village 3 days to elections. Don't wait for the 11th hour to travel at the last minute. And if you are registered to vote in Nairobi or in whatever town you live in, stay within the town, vote early in the morning. After you vote, you can now go to wait for the results with your mother and the other people in the village if you so wish. But the actual winning is when you go to the booth and vote for your preferred candidate. It is not just by talking or shouting on top of your voice. So make sure that you are doing the right thing for this country to move forward. Bwana Were, uliinua mkono, kuna nini?
Thank you, Bernard. Actually, nilikuwa nataka tu, I wanted to say thank you to Mr. Njiro and you for that guidance concerning the strategy of Azimio. The one that had mentioned that Mother Karua should do the campaign alone. But actually, that one is well taken and understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante sana. It's okay. You can't kill a rat using one way. It will learn that way and leave you alone. So I keep laughing at you. So politics, you pull surprises here and there. At times you show up, at times you don't, and it's all mind games and it's all strategy and it's all compassing. So we can't rely on one avenue of information. Quickly, what is it, Wangira?
On the same issue of separate campaign teams, I think Martha Karua and Raila Odinga are campaigning together this time because, now this is the first time that Martha Karua is accompanying Raila Odinga into Mount Kenya. And they started it yesterday. Today they're in Meru, and tomorrow I understand they will be in Kiambu. I think it's because that they are now. I think it's because it's now that they are now campaigning together as a team in Kiambu that you are seeing Raila Odinga and Martha Karua together. But after that, next week you'll see them go their separate way.
Asante sana. Please let's all adhere to our standing orders. I'm being informed that one of us on the screen has been smoking. Please don't do that. This is a public platform and we are supposed to set right values. Don't come here on this whatever to put us in problems with the YouTube community. There are things that are not allowed. So dress up for the show. That's number 1. 2, make sure that you adhere to our rules. Smoking, you are free to smoke, or if you want to smoke yourself to wherever degree you want to, but not on TV. I don't see you do that in other stations. Please don't trivialize what you're doing. And we are here for a few minutes. You can make your submission and go back to wherever you want to go. So you don't have to be so much squeezed to a level whereby you want to smoke on TV. It doesn't paint a good picture. Please let us adhere to that vehemently and faithfully. Bwana Mike, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Me. I want.
Oh, Bwana Mike, your nini is cutting. Your audio is cutting. To headphones, I think they affected.
I think it's better now.
Yeah, that's perfect. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. I was also saying I want to start by thanking Njeru for giving us a very well-informed analysis of the things on the ground and why things are happening the way they're happening in Mount Kenya. I want to pick up from there on why DP Ruto has changed his tune on development in Mount Kenya and in particular Kiambu. You realize and you've noticed that Uhuru has taken a back seat in the active campaigns of his friend Raila and sister Martha. But it is not lost that Uhuru still has cards to play, and very critical cards, especially at the last minute. And some of them will be to launch the complete projects that are being finished before he leaves his office. So it will be quite a contradiction when Uhuru is, for instance, launching that big dam that is complete, and Ruto has been in the region saying there is no development. So he has to quickly withdraw that and change the approach and take part of the credit by saying we. You see, every time there is a good thing, Ruto will quickly come in and say, "We did this," without shame or any iota of embarrassment. But it is already too late because the records show that Ruto has castigated his own government and said it is useless. So it will be very confusing for even the people in Mount Kenya, because for the last 3 years he has been telling them that the handshake stalled projects, and yet there are things that are still ongoing. So I think he's, as Njiro was saying, he's at crossroads. He doesn't know what to say, because whatever he says works against him. If he says Jubilee did development, it works against him because it means he's giving credit to Uhuru. If he said he didn't do development, then it still works against him because he was the DP. So I think that one he's lost it, and hiyo ndio inaitwa kwa misemo tabia za hyena. You want to eat from both sides, and at the end of the day you split yourself and die. So I don't know on the other issue of Kabogo and Kuria. Bernard, I don't know why I'm the only one who is aware that Kabogo has never been a UDA person. Kabogo is on a special assignment, and whatever he's doing is per the script. And just at the right time, Kabogo will be leaving UDA. These are people who have never believed in UDA. They have never believed in the vision and the agenda of UDA. And in my personal perspective, they were purely on an assignment to go and get the inside information of what is happening and go and report back at the right time. Because you remember, it is none other than DP Ruto who rigged Kabogo out of Kiambu governorship. So I know in politics there are no permanent friends or enemies, but it's also true that you don't quickly forget who was against you when you needed help most. So I don't think people like Moses Kuria and Kabogo believe in UDA or anything to do with what they stand for. On the issue of the fake degree, I don't know why we are going around circles on this issue. For me, it has been a very straightforward issue, and I think the government is just, and the institutions are just giving time to Sakaja to make all his presentations, so that by law he seemed to have been given a chance, and he seemed to have been given an opportunity to be heard, so that when a decision is made, he does not say, I wasn't given an opportunity to defend or to be heard. Because the glaring issues, I've gone through all clips on any interview Sakaja did. The recent one being by Churchill in I think August 2021, and he quickly says that I joined in University of Nairobi. In fact, I had an opportunity to do actuarials or some scientific some science degree, and he opted for actuarial. So there's no place in the last 4 years Sakaja has been interviewed that the word Uganda or team comes in. So all these are last minute desperate shows to save himself. But I think with the launch of the new lab, forensic lab, it will be very easy for us to authenticate some of these documents that will be presented by Sakaja. And his undoing is, let's learn the way Martha Karua is behaving. The undoing of some of these young politicians is when they get close to power, they think they also hold that power. They don't know that proximity does not transfer power by osmosis. It is just a privilege to be close to power, but it can be that privilege can be withdrawn anytime. So Sakaja had that false illusion that he could talk to the president, insult anybody around, and even with the issues that he has, still get away with it. But I think the new discussion we are having as a country, and Martha has changed the conversation, Bernard. In psychology, the psychologists will tell you there's the influence of mimicry. The way you walked on a road and you just smile as a stranger and he smiles at you back. There is power in mimicry, and what Martha has done, she has changed the conversation of politics from confrontation, from insults to discussion. And by nature, it is not possible for somebody to talk to you politely and you answer them back arrogantly or rudely. It is just natural that when somebody is courteous, the natural response from a human being is to be courteous. So even the toning down in Mount Kenya by the Regadians and all that is because of the standards Martha has set of changing the tone, the agenda from insults. Because today Regada would be calling Uhuru Matapeli Walevi, but you could see today he was begging for a vote. The same vote he said is useless, that Uhuru has only one vote and he cannot sway us. But now he's begging for that very one vote that he the other day he called useless, together with the Kamba votes. So I want to thank Martha joining Azimio for helping us change the national conversation from insults, from non-issues to real issues. And that is going to set our next government onto a right footing, that they will start from a position of character. And this character thing is going to be seen and be felt all across. Because, Bernard, if character is not seen in the leadership, I don't expect it at the lower ranks. We shall be asking too much. I want to leave that, Bernard, as I'll contribute more as we proceed. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mike kwa mchango wako, tunashukuru kwa kutupatia hiyo perspective. Naamini kwamba kwa Kenya wanaelewa kile kinachoendelea, na wale wote ambao mnatutazama, usichoke kukaribisha wawili watatu. Hakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anamakinika akifuatilia yale yanayoendelea katika mjadala wetu. Tupate video moja tu alafu Eliza akuje.
Mongare alias Nyambane was on Friday taken to task by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Disputes Resolution Committee over his academic qualifications. Nyambane was at pains to explain how he acquired his degree from the Daystar University. During cross-examination by the committee sitting at Milimani Law Court, the documents presented by his lawyer showed that the presidential hopeful, whose certificate was revoked a week ago after being cleared, only went to the university for 7 months. Here is what transpired during the 7th day of the sittings.
I will help you. It is American.
Former TV comedian Walter Mongare, musician Ruben Kigame and lawyer Ekuru Aukot had Friday set aside to try and salvage their bids for presidency. IEBC had rejected them for want of requirements. Walter Mongare, who had already been cleared to vie before the revocation of his certificate a week later, finding it hard to explain how he got his degree within 7 months of studies at Daystar University.
As a professor, as you would clearly appreciate, these are not my documents. He's a technical student, and he's explaining that there was a transfer program. And those are details that he only would be able to... I'm coming to the transfer, by the way. Yes, yes.
Looking at the start date and the end date, that is how many months? How many months? He has not asked you any other question.
Whether the months is for what? How many months the student was in Daystar.
But this is a transcript for entry and exit.
Yes.
So that's what I want to know.
It's about 6 months, isn't it?
In short, your client was a student in Daystar for 7 months. Is that correct?
Interestingly, the lawyer defending Walter Mongare at one point requested the court to cross-examine his client to answer to his academic credentials.
When you transfer units from one institution to the other, it's supposed to appear in the final transcript. So from page 9 to page 13, how many units are that? Do you have 142?
Well, with utmost respect, Professor, as I indicated, I'm not able to respond to interrogation further than that because I lack the capacity.
Is your client willing to respond to that?
Allow me to proceed.
Okay. It's all right, please.
Mongare had insisted he completed his degree studies after transferring to Daystar University from the Kenyatta University. He said he was only waiting to graduate in November this year.
A degree is not a one-off event. It is not a graduation ceremony. When many relatives are ferried into town and buy very good flowers, a degree is a prescribed program of study.
Mongare will know his fate on Sunday when the tribunal will determine his fate. Musician Ruben Kigame was also before the tribunal, saying IEBC discriminated against him and that the commission provided no credential explanation for his disqualification.
When you have a blind person and a person is not blind, common sense demands that we lean in favor of a blind person. And that's what the United Nations law says. We give them the opportunity to participate in the governance of the country. Who wants that opportunity?
Kigame was locked out for failing to meet the requisite requirements and for submitting his documents late. His case will be determined on Sunday. Lawyer Ekuru Aukot of the Third Way Alliance Party was also in court to complain against IEBC for turning him away. He was locked out for failing to provide copies of the identity cards of his supporters. His case will be determined tonight.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo, mambo ya degree. Mwimbaji mmoja akasema Mungu hana degree, mbinguni ya kuhitajiki degree, malaika hawana degree. Sasa sijui alijuaje, lakini Clint ndio huyo. Clint, ninyi ndio mnapeana degree. Mungu ako na degree.
Ben, mimi nimeshangaa. Hata lawyer ameulizia kwamba client uko tayari kusema ulipataje bana. Lakini client akasema kama huyo ndiye ameshindwa mimi nitaweza. Ben, kwa haraka ningependa kusema kwamba Sakaja arudi shule, degree hupatikana shuleni. Kama alianza akaachia katikati, bado ni kijana mdogo, anaweza kamaliza apate degree. And pia kwa haraka Mount Kenya politics, ni ukweli William was leading up to the time walienda wakajifungia pale Karen, wakatoka na mtoto Rigathi Gachagua. That's where we lost it in Mount Kenya, and gaining it back within these 50 something days won't be easy. Ni ukweli kwamba Martha Karua ametuingiza baridi kidogo, kwa sababu sisi tulizoea ile siasa ya kitendawili, matapeli, lakini huyu bwana hata tukimtusi hajibu. So unajua ukimtusi leo, kesho akuwe na rally akose kukujibu, kesho pia umtusi, inabidi una resign, unasema jana nilimrushia kali lakini haja nijibu. So pia amechange hiyo conversation kwamba sisi tunataka tujenge nchi, hatutaki siasa ya matusi. Hivyo basi wale wengine wakitutukana, sisi wengine tutauza sera zetu. My party leader alikuwa na interview NTV, sijui inaitwa KT, hii ya Joy Lageyo. Akaulizwa kwamba manifesto inakuja lini, so that ukisema wana Azimio wako na manifesto mbaya, so we have to compare with yours. But sikusikia the exact date, so maybe pengine tutaenda election bila manifesto. Lakini tuwaomba party leader alete manifesto, hata kama ni ya uongo, iletwe Wakenya waone. Then I think hii kijana ya Ichawiri, Mheshimiwa Rais akona mbinu fiche, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunamtegemea akuje kwa stage, achukue mic, tuweze kujibizana. Lakini leo hii jamaa amepotea kabisa. Ukimwona kidogo maybe Sweden, ukimwona kidogo maybe ako kwa ofisi anafanya vitu heavy. So I think atajificha tu hivi mpaka siku ya election, tukute kwamba kumbe kujificha kwake ndio imefanya tukalose hiyo election. So mtu mwenye amenyamaza kujua mind yake, naomba party leader wangu aweze kuzingatia. Ben Kabogo na Kuria hawa si watu wetu kabisa, kwa sababu nakumbuka the last time I watched Moses Kuria hakuwa ameingia Tangatanga, lakini alisema speaker wa Senate Tangatanga, sijui speaker Aden Duale huko National Assembly Tanga. Huyu jamaa hajawahi tupenda. Sasa nikiona sasa hivi anataka kutoka, atoke tu, lakini hajawahi tupenda. Lakini ajue kwamba hata anapotoka sasa hivi anatuacha vibaya kabisa. So akienda aende vizuri, lakini pia si eti tunataka aende. Kama anaweza baki kwa hizi 50 something days pia tutashukuru sana, lakini aweze kubaki kama ni ako na positive influence. Lakini kama ile kura yetu kidogo pia atachukua peleke kwa Azimio chini ya maji, pia aende tu sasa hivi. Ben, my party leader has a lot of problems by the way. William hana advisors, kwa sababu yeye ni mtu hufikiria anaweza kajiadvise peke yake. Tulimchukua huyu kijana huyu Ria Sharp, Hussein Mohamed, tukamweka kama head of communication. Umwai muona akifanya hiyo kazi yake? Ni William na Itumbi na Sudi wanaifanya. So how are we going to go forward when the bright minds that we brought on board, we can't use them? So William haizi kuwa deputy president, akweni yeye ndio advisor wake mwenyewe, akweni yeye kila kitu kwa ofisi. It can't work. And then I think the Nairobi governor was decided long time ago when Baba met Kalonzo, huyu Igathe na wale wengine wote, kwa sababu I think Nairobians won't make another mistake of electing someone who resembles Sonko, and that is what Sakaja is trying to show us right now. So kama mwana KK, I support Igathe on this. Then pia kuna watu wengine huenda kanisa moja na Moses Kuria na Kabogo. Aisha Jumwa sioni kama ako nasi kulingana na statements amekuwa akitoa, eti kama hamtasimamisha Kingi then baba atanyorosha mtu. Hiyo si statement midfielder wetu anafaa kuwa anaongea hivyo. Ni mama ambaye hatrust team yetu. Na pia kuna huyu Mudavadi. I don't see kama Mudavadi roho yake iko na sisi. Na kama ni ukweli tulimlipa ile pesa kubwa bana, lazima alete roho Ben. Jamaa hana furaha completely. Hata ukisikia amepewa mic, yani apendi. Alafu ukumbuke kwamba hatuwezi tukamblame sana kwa sababu since apewe hiyo kitu alipewa, hajai kuwa na UALAB. Hajai kuwa na holiday. Utamuona leo Mombasa, kesho wane ya kusijui Mount Elgon. Amezungushwa Kenya hii mpaka ana regret hiyo kitu alichukua. Alafu kuna Margaret Wanjiru. Huyu pia nafikiria amevaa tu yellow lakini damu ni blue. Huyo pia namshuku sana. Na hawa ni watu tunawategemea Nairobi, watusaidie tupate hata 900,000 votes. And again, my party leader akona talent ya kudouble speak. Na hii inafanya Kenyans ambao wanafikiria kumwogopa sana. Kwa sababu handshake. Serikali yetu, barabara, stima, na akona hizo na ile jeni watawaambia watu mlikuwa na stima hapa mlikuwa 36,000. Lakini sasa hivi tumewapea sijui watu 1,000,000 na hizo manukta pia naziji. Party leader aweze kuangalia. Ben, kuna hiyo ujinga pia tunafanya sisi kama wana Kenya Kwanza. Viongozi wote, hadi wale new signings kama huyu wa Machakos anaitwa nani? Hadi hawa new signings bana, tunaenda nao kwa rally moja. Na I'm sure kuwabeba inatucost pesa. I think it's high time kila mtu aende kwao atafutie KK kura. Kwa sababu mtu kama Alfred Mutua akilala Machakos, tumtoe na hapo pia party leader anafaa kuangalia. Kila mtu aachiliwe ile na mwenye anafaa.
Clint, you're running into audio problem.
Kutolewa kwa hii group ende pigane huko Mount Kenya atutafutie kura huko. Lakini all these people tunawatransport na ndege from Machakos to Voi, from to Kisumu. Bana hiyo kitu inatucost na I don't see the reason as why we should continue doing that. And nilisikia kwa hii show kwamba mnataka debate kati ya Rigathi Gachagua na Martha Karua. Naweza nikasema shetani ashindwe. Mwenye alileta hiyo inaitwaje? Hiyo mwenye alikuwa anasema hiyo point, shetani ashindwe. Leave us in peace. Tushakubali mko na Martha, tuko na Rigathi. Debate ya nini? Si debate inakuanga ya presidential candidates. This time nataka hadi ya ma-deputies. Bana hapo nayo tuheshimiane Ben. Mtuachie Rigathi, tupambane naye kwa siku 50 na zijazo. Tuone tutakuwa tumefika wapi after 50 days. Meanwhile Ben, bado ndio wale tulikuwa tunawategemea. Wakitunyima pia tutasema baba tukua, lakini utukumbuke.
Clinton, you're done. Okay, thank you. Haya, huo ndio uchambuzi wa Clint. Anasema kuna wale kuna t-shirt ya yellow lakini damu ni ya blue. Wengine wamekaa kwa fence, wengine wanakula fare bure. But ndio mambo ilivyo katika Kenya Kwanza. Tunashukuru kwa kila kitu. Wakenya wajitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba wanafanya uamuzi unaofaa. Endelea kukaribishana, tukiendelea kujadiliana kama Wakenya lazima tutengeneze hii Kenya, tuinyoshe ikuwe safi. Kuna dada hapa na sijui problem ni nini. Eliza, what is the problem? Eliza, are you able to hear me? Network imekukataa leo. Okay, utajisort. Enda toka kwanza, anzishe simu afresh, alafu utapata connection ya kisawa sawa. Dennis Ochieng, namna gani?
How is everyone?
Yeah, they are great.
Okay, I'm also great today. So, to the point, today I appreciate whatever thing which happened. You know, I was really following these two rallies, the KK and the Azimio La Umoja. And up to now, I am very much sure that there is something which the Kenya Kwanza people have detected so far. Even though they cannot say just that we are giving up, but even with them, they have started fearing something. There's one problem with the Kenya Kwanza, ama Kenya Kwisha leader. Just from the point where Clinton's left. You know, even if you are when you are in school, we have different officials in school, and they have different roles. But here comes a case where Ruto, one person, he want to conduct everything in Kenya Kwanza. So that is where they are going at a mess, and that mess is messing up. It is messing them up. So my advice to Kenya Kwanza, let them continue that way so that we can continue gaining power. At least when 9th August reaches, even Wajakoya will get a chance to beat this Ruto so that Ruto become number 3. The issue of the education of these politicians, you know, whatever thing we are going through, or the things that we are going to have in future, fully rely on these politicians. They are the one who are passing the laws. They are the one who are directing the country where country is supposed to follow. But you cannot direct a country when you don't have a brain to direct people. So the issue of education, we should not even debate on this, because you cannot lead people with mind when you yourself you don't have a mind. How can you lead someone who has a mind when you yourself you don't have a mind to lead that person? So these are the people who, when we have already elected, we have already elected them to serve us. They go to parliament, they start passing their own things, putting our country in a situation where everyone is now complaining, everyone is now crying. Today we are crying because we are going through difficulties in the country. And we are going through this thing because our politicians, they have no brain to lead the country appropriately. So the investigations, let these people do the investigations very proper so that we can have people who can lead us very well. People who can take our country to the next step. Not people who are derailing our country. Here we have people. We have people with the certificates looking for jobs. Again, we have people with jobs looking for degrees. Look at the way that thing is very contradicting and a paradox. So the issue of education, we are not supposed even to debate it here because it is something which is natural. So the progress of Azimio, my friend, people of Mount Kenya have decided it is blue, 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 and I like that. That spirit of being blue, let us continue with this to the ballot. I think this time Baba did his calculations and that calculation was correct and right. So with me, I am very much confident that this time round, it is not a matter of bahati nasibu ama kubahatisha. So let me just leave it at that point a bit so that other people can contribute. I will just contribute as time goes. Thank you. Mr. Bernard, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Danis. We appreciate it. Let's have this video before nani LW akuje. One moment.
Haya, wana Kiambu UDA, kazi ni kazi, sio? UDA. Haya, asante. Na sisi kutoka huko nani?
Okay, LW. LW, you unmute the mic is beside your name on the screen. Until you unmute, we cannot hear what you're saying. Click on that crossed icon beside your name. You click once on the screen. Okay, pole sana, technical challenge. You will sort that out as we proceed. Huyu anaitwa John Cross Otieno, vipi?
Okay.
Bwana John, we can't hear what you're saying. Toa hizo headphones. We still can't hear you. Umetoa headphone kwa simu? Kabisa so that tutumie free microphone.
It is like your phone has a problem.
Okay, you need to reconfigure, restart your phones. LG and John Cross, restart your phone, alafu mkuje baadaye. MC.
Okay, are you able to get me? Are you able now to get me? Yes, I've managed to reset it.
Okay, that's better, Cross.
Yes. I think concerning the topic of today, we are now being faced by a situation whereby we have politicians who are trying to venture into higher positions where we need at least people who are really truly qualified to hold such positions. The main challenge there is that it is now emerging that most of our aspirants are actually possessing maybe fabricated or forged documents, which is not a healthy thing for the nation. I'd just not like to criticize a specific person, but maybe to give it an entire open focus, in that we need at least to have the IEBC coming in, not to give up this mix-up that we are seeing at the moment, so that at least when it reaches verification of documents, they're not announced immediately. They receive, verify, then later give feedback of whether a candidate is done or not. Now, back to the issue of DP Ruto now trying to climb Mount Kenya. We are all aware. It was just the other day we saw Kabogo and Matangi clash in a public rally. That one was not healthy at all, because I believe it depicted or it displayed a bad image of the kind of leadership that we have, regardless of whether they are in UD or Azimio, but we still have got that stature that we must at least maintain. Hiyo heshima yenye tumekuwa tukiwapa waheshimiwa wetu inafaa idumu. Juu tukianza ku criticize at they never did well, they never did what, no. Actually, it goes down, it cascades down to the voter, the electorate themselves. In that, I think what augured out, the way it turned out was that we have not been having the right leadership. We just have people who have the money, so they have the control. So it is something that I'd rather not say that it. Though I am pro Azimio, yes, I like the plus. But what about the public image that we are getting? What about the young generation? What are they consuming from the issue of politics? What are they consuming? Are they consuming the data that it's like the leadership that they are learning from are very so much out of order, as in skewed. So I think there is a need for such leaders to understand that they are role models for some of this young generation. In that, when somebody is displaying a character like maybe quarreling or fighting in public, then at least we get to consume the wrong material. Others who viewed it, like in television, we saw it. It is not healthy at all for our younger generation. So, about concerning the defections that we are currently witnessing, I am compelled to think that it has been a strategy all along. Because all of a sudden, in 1 week, 5 people have defected. It rings a bell somewhere that something might have been cooking all along. The way and ease at which they move from one party, one political outfit to the other, only depicts that it's a game that has been actually well created. So that at least our people might think that we are actually winning, but it's something that has already been decided then. I don't know what other panelists have to say about it, but I think kuna mtu amechezwa hapa, either ni mimi ama ni sisi ama ni wao wamejicheza, because at the end of the day we know that today just the other month Mount Kenya was unworkable for the Azimio group, but now comes the magic announcement of the Iron Lady. Today Mount Kenya is Baba's bedroom. So politics is about strategy. So when Azimio leader Ruto Raila did that one, and he managed to get into Mount Kenya's heart, I think it's a honest relationship, and I think that's the direction that we are heading. A honest leadership where at least you give what you truly mean, not promises that you cannot actually achieve. Because personally, back in my head, I know that now we have the 6th. The Iron Lady will automatically be the 6th. In that, the gamer community have now decided to at least reinvent one of their own to be strategically placed in continuing with their leadership campaigns, which means they won't be lacking out anytime soon in the political outfit. So I think, to me, I think it's good. Yes, politics is good. What we are doing is good. Yes, it will help define the future. But at least our leaders must also try to display material that, if consumed by the public, the younger generation can learn something better from what they do today. because that's what actually will determine our future tomorrow when we are old. You and I, who are in this parliament today, in future will be old. The young people will be now the one controlling it. If we mess it right now, in future we will suffer. Otherwise, I just maybe over to you, panelist.
Okay, asante. Story ya kuchezwa fulani anachezwa imekuwa propaganda kwa muda mrefu, lakini saa hii ni dynamics have changed. Especially Mount Kenya, historically they don't vote without we call it an object of aggression. They must have a reason why they are voting a certain way. And so the wave and the calculations for Kenya Kwanza were wanting in terms of giving them reasons why they should fight. And then the issue of dynasties against hustlers was not carrying the day, because you are telling me I should fight the dynasty when they are my employers. I am the employee. And so at the end of the day, what do you want me? Where am I going to be eating? Is it at your chicken farm or where? Because Equity has employed me. Royal Media has employed me. And this you're calling Mount Kenya Foundation are my employers. You want me to join you in fighting them so that I make you president? So there are issues that mtoto wetu wa Sugoi hakuangalia vizuri kwa kina, na Clint amesema vizuri, ni shida ya kutokuwa na washauri wazuri ama kupokea ushauri mzuri, because it's possible to be advised the right way and you still decide the wrong way, especially when you are Mr. Perfect and you are Mr. Know-it-all. It is important that we all take lessons. Everything that happens is a lesson that everyone needs to draw from for the sake of the future. So, like the Bible says, what is written in there is for our examples. That's why the Bible is serious about somebody writing about himself, then he tells you about his negative side. Many people, when they write about themselves, they will not tell you about their negative side. And that's one of the things that makes the Bible believable, that somebody is writing about themselves and he tells you all the bad things he did during that time. It is not normal. There must be a strange hand behind it that made that happen. All the same, thank you very much, Bwana Cross. Let's keep the conversation going. Viewers, thank you so much for continuing to invite as many as possible to join. Please, let's keep it up. Let's hit that 1,000 and plus as we continue with the discussion. And those of you who are yet to subscribe to Mtembei TV, please do so. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube and follow us on Facebook, both the profile as well as the page. Let's keep up the good work to secure everybody in proper understanding. And those of you that can join Mtembei TV as members, you have that opportunity to do so. It's one of the avenues you're going to use to root out bad people who have gotten in our midst and are causing havoc, trying to hack our system and trying to frustrate what we are doing. And so we may eventually do away with non-members. Eventually, I said eventually. So make sure that you are a member, bona fide member, because when worse come to worse, we'll have to do away with people we don't know as much as we are all interacting as Kenyans. Asante sana. Tumlete dada yetu Liza kwanza. Vipi?
Mzuri sana Bernard. Network leo inanisumbua.
Pole, karibu. I'm happy it's working now.
Kila mtu ambaye ako kwa studio na wasalimia. Mjambo. Mama Selina, nimeongoja namba yako sijaona.
I did not send it to you, Eliza.
No.
Pole. I will do that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Bernard. Kwa siku ya leo ninafurahi, nashukuru Mungu bado ananipa uhai. na ninaona siku ya leo nasema ni asante. Mimi nataka tu kuchangia hii maneno ya campaign. Unajua sasa saizi Kenya Kwanza ni stress ndio wako nayo. Depression. So inabidi hii mtu akienda kulala aoni asubuhi. Unajua the moment anaenda kulala usingizi yapati. Sasa inabidi wakuje pale kwa stage waanze kupiga mdomo wakitoa depression. Depression is in Kenya Kwanza at this time. These people, they have a lot of depression. Because since watu wamekuwa wakifanya campaign, maneno zenye walikuwa wanatoa kwa midomo yao, at this time saizi zimeanza kuwarudia. And huwa tunasema aliye juu huwa anaangalia. So Mungu wako anatana hawa maneno yao yote yenye walikuwa kiongea. These people walikuwa the first people standing in the podium accusing President Uhuru Kenyatta, telling him funny things. So this day, how can Kajagwa starting said, Uhuru, tafadhali ninaomba hiyo kura yako. Why? Why at this time? This time things has changed. Things has changed. People are defecting. Watu wana defect from UDA. Nairobi kuna wenye wame defect from UDA. Huko Laikipia kuna wenye wame defect. So UDA, they don't have numbers. I always say numbers is going down. Today in it was Narok. Narok. Ruto hakukuwa na wale watu vile anakuanga nao. Today transporters I think wamekataa kutransport. Kuleta kuonesha kiwanja watu wanajaa. Today transporters they said no,
Pesa
we are tired.
Pesa
Pesa
iliisha.
So Narok alikuwa naongea, but those people the one they walikuwa pale, they were not cheer. They were just standing, just watching him. And then after that anaongea anasema there is nothing Raila amefanya. How can you say Raila hajafanya kitu and wewe mwenyewe unasimama kwa bodi ya mko na chama yako enye Raila alipigania mpaka akaileta, wewe ukakuwa na chama ambao hiyo katiba hiyo yenye alikuwa anapinga, because 2010 mimi nilienda kupiga hiyo kura, yeye Ruto alikuwa nasunguka. Me I'm coming from Tarbo, where he comes from. So Ruto ako na depression, kifua amepiga na amepiga kifua mpaka imefika mahali kifua imeanza kuchoka. So punda zenye zilikuwa zinabeba mizigo zimechoka. Saizi wanaanza kurudi kutafuta vile wanatafuta njia ya kupata kura, lakini imekataa. Ruto leo hakukuwa na numbers. Narok wale watu wanakuanga huko hawakukuwa. Watu wenye wanabebwa kutoka Kericho leo walikataa. Waona wanafanya kitu yenye haiwezi. Waves zimekataa. Wanaona Azimio ishaenda, hata ujiforce namna gani, hata ubebe watu kwa gari uwapeleke kule, kiti ishaenda. Sisi tu tunaongojea tu tarehe tu, watu waamke asubuhi waende wapige kura. Kama sahi tuko hapa tutakuwa tunacheza, tunaongea tukifurahi, tunaona numbers zikisonga. So yote yenye walikuwa wakisema inarudi. Ruto amesimama akiongea akisema we don't have track record. Track record hakuna. Kazi ijafanywa. Mimi nikiingia nitafanya. Nikiingia kazi ilisimama, wakati wa handshake kazi ilisimama. Sasa saa hii tena huko Kiambu anasema tulifanya hii, tukafanya namna hii, tukaleta namna hii. Na huko alikuwa na accuse Jubilee hakuna kitu imefanya. Ruto mdomo yake hako na midomo mingapi kweli? Midomo mingapi Ruto ako naye? Ruto atadanganya watu mpaka lini? Wale watu wenye wanafuata Ruto hawezi kuona kabisa Ruto anawadanganya. Hata kama ati ndio tunafuata ni mtoto wetu wa nyumbani. Kwanza mimi ni mtoto wetu wa nyumbani kabisa. Hatuwezi kuona kabisa tunadanganywa. Hata huko kwetu hakuna kitu amefanya. Sasa ndiye atakuja kufanya akikuwa president. Amefanya nini huko kwetu huko? Hakuna. So watu wasidanganywe, waje si tufate mwelekeo mali kumeenda. Tusifate hii maneno ya ukabila kila wakati. Kila wakati ati mtu wetu. No, let us change. Mama Selina tu change. Waje tuende mkono ingine trip hii. Sio kila wakati ati la kwetapka mami. Hiyo tumekataa. So mkutano ya baba it's good. huko. Hata siku hizi mimi ninaangalia na furahi, hata sitakangi kuongea because roho yangu iko safi. Martha Karua ameongoza laini vizuri, amefungua njia, wamenyunyizia maji, mahindi imeanza kutoka, imebaki tuweke CN kichwa itoke na tuanze kukula. So for Azimio, they are doing good. Let's pray for them. So in issue of Sakaja, at least nitaongelea kidogo. Mimi ninaona kitu ya Sakaja ni kama ananibo sana. Kitu wanauliza mtu, Bernard, wewe umeenda shule. Kama umeenda shule na unahakika umeenda shule, ni nini unashinda ukipiga kifua? Toa zile vitu zote ni wanaitisha. Ile mapicha watu wanapiganga baada ya graduation, toa weka hapa. Ndio hii graduation nilifanya, ndio hii mapicha yangu. Wanafunzi wenye nilisoma nao ndio hawa. Ita hawa wakuji. Ni nini yeye anashinda akiweka akisema oh, this is politics, this is politics. There is no politics about of academic. If you don't have papers, you don't have papers. Let's go back to school. Hakuna haja maneno ya kusema tu unafuatiliwa. Okay, wakati ulikuwa unaenjoy ukikuwa kwa Jubilee walikukava kwa Jubilee. Sasa saa hizi hiyo Jubilee hiyo ilikukava, ndio hao wamekuruka ambao wanakujua vizuri sana. Hauna papers. Sasa ndo unakuja kuanza kuandama president. Let him count president out of education. Let him go back to school. Wamesema kesho is 20th of 19. Aende na hizo vitu zote, aende mpaka na majina na walimu lecture yenye aliwafundisha na kila kitu na mapicha zenye inaonyesha alifanya graduation. So wanamuuliza hizo vitu, baada analeta maneno mingi ndani. Mbona asifanye tu hivyo? Wewe ulienda shule, toa hizo picha zote. So from there wanafika mahali wanaanza kuingilia Raila hakuenda shule. Wakati Raila alikuwa anaenda shule, Ruto alikuwa na miaka ngapi? Ruto alikuwa na miaka mingapi? Wakati Raila ako huko Germany anasoma maneno engineering, Ruto alikuwa na miaka mingapi? Because mimi naona Raila ni kama 70s tayari alikuwa ako college. So mimi ninashangaa watu wawachane na story ya baba. Baba yeye ni engineer, wawachane naye. Hakuna mtu mwenye anaweza fikia baba. Yenye baba amefanya Kenya mzima, hakuna mwenye ako na record. Baba yes track record. Waje Ruto anasema we have track record. No, baba has track record. We don't need Ruto. This time is for baba and colors. Nimefikia hapo.
Asante sana Eliza, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tunashukuru kwa kila Mkenya. Tafadhali tusonge mbele. Ni muhimu tujadiliane ya kweli. Wewe ukishikwa wakati unaiba, baba anaingilia wapi? Wewe ulikaa kwa class, baba hakukuwa lecturer, hakukuwa dean of students, hakukuwa administrator, hakukuwa principal. Sasa makaratasi ya baba na yako yanaingiliana wapi? Deputy president akubali kwamba yeye na group yake wamechezwa. They have been beaten at their own game. They should own it up and then move on. If they continue being in denial the way they are right now, it's going to be disastrous. And tunataka chairman kukata miti atupatie update amefikia wapi, kwa sababu hii kitu vile inakaa tena na hii story ya Wajakoya tena ni hatari sana. Nimesema hapa, msipochunga Wajakoya atakuwa number 2, mtu atakuwa number 3. Kateni miti tafadhali, kateni miti na muhakikishe kama mnapanda zingine. Mkikata mpande zile ndogo zile ambazo mtu hawezi kuning'inia juu yake. Let's carry on. MC, namna gani?
Niko poa.
Karibu.
Asante. Anyway, napenda kwanza nichukue fursa hii. It's my first day leo kujiunga hapa na Mtembei, ingawa mimi huwa nafuatilianga sana. Naangalia mimi ninashangaa sana kulingana na mada ya siku ya leo. Mimi mwenyewe kwa sasa nikiangalia mikutano ya Azimio ambayo inafanywa yani we are trying to create that marking scheme ya kwamba baba anaenda kukuwa rais. Hasa ukiangalia Ruto, unajua Ruto amekuwa akisubiri kila kitu cha kufanya, aongee nini, aruke aseme nini, ama nani ndio aseme, kwa sababu amekuwa akisikiza Raila kitu anazungumza, ndio arudi aende akijibu the other way round amba sehemu nyingine. Mimi nitasema kwamba washauri wa baba ambao walimshauri achukue Martha Karua, tulimaliza biashara hiyo, nao tulimaliza biashara. Kitu tu tumebaki sasa, hata Ruto anashindwa cha kusema, anashindwa afanye nini. Kwa mambo ya Azimio nao, ukweli wa Mungu ama wa kusema ni kwamba ni wakati wa baba, hata ufanye nini. Unajua wakati Mungu, mimi nasikianga tu ama jamaa anaenda pale Ruto leo mara anasema hivi, mara leo anasema vile. Lakini ukweli wa kusema ni kwamba ni wakati wa Raila na wakati umefika wenyewe. Nikikuja na mambo ya degree za Sakaja, mimi ninashangaa. In fact hata dada Eliza amesema vizuri kwamba ikiwezekana hii ni mambo tu tunasema papa. Unaona wakati unahitaji kitu unasema tu papa. Kama ni degree unahitaji, alete degree, alete evidence. Hizo vitu zote zenye Chacha Nyaigoti amesema, by the way sorry to say this, Chacha Nyaigoti ni jirani yetu. Huyo mzee tunamuelewa. Akishasema kitu hata Sakaja afanye nini, lazima ataleta hizo vitu. So Sakaja asijaribu kudildal vitu zuri nyingi, analeta tu kwenye mitandao, anarudi anasema sijui anaonewa. Kitu iko ni rahisi tu, alete degree, alete hizo evidence, alete picha, atuambie walisoma ama walisoma na Ruto. Juu naonanga hii group yote ya Ruto ni ya wajanja wenyewe. So aseme tu kwamba ameleta madegree, alete degree, alete wenye wamesoma na wao, ndio tujue ni kina nani, story ishe. So nikimalizia, ukiangalia kwa sasa juu from here kutoka kwa Sakaja tunaenda kwa Cleophas Malala. Yule jamaa tunamdoubt pia. We are doubting Cleophas huyu jamaa. So tukitoka kwa Sakaja tunaenda kwa Cleophas, tukitoka hapo tunashuka au majamaa wote ukiangalia wenye Ruto anatembea nao wengi ni wash and we are going to deal with them. We are going to deal with them. Ikiwezekana watatuambia shule zenye wamesoma. Na hizi shule za Uganda, I'm telling you, nyingi ni za uongo. So wao mimi ninashangaa wanaingilia president. Uhuru amefanya kazi nyingi sana. I'm telling you, kwenda ukope pesa jamaa mwingine aibe alafu aanze kulipa hiyo pesa, my friend, ni biashara ngumu sana. Hata wewe Mr. Bernard, kama utakuwa na biashara yako uende ukope loan upewe like 1 billion, alafu bibi yako kando anachukua 100 million aende nayo, wewe sasa unaanza kustruggle, ulipe deni, mkule, mlipe wafanyakazi. In fact Uhuru amepigana kianaume. So mimi ninashangaa wakati hao majamaa wanarudi wanaanza kusema sijui Ruto nini, sijui Raila nini, sijui vitu gani mingi. Kitu mimi ninajua ni kwamba wasiingilie mambo na excuses za president. President amefanya kazi yake poa. Sakaja mambo na kuanza kusema, mimi nimeshangaa jana niliangalia TV. Nashangaa huyu jamaa yangu Ruto anasema kwamba wachana na Sakaja. Unajuanga vile anaanzanga kuongea hizo stories zake. Wachana na Sakaja. Kuja uniface mimi. Do you want to tell me kwamba rais ameshindwa kumface Ruto? Tuseme tu kweli. Kama aliface Raila mwenye ako na 10 million plus followers, akamface live na kikaumana, tukahesabu kura zikutosha. Sembuze huyu Ruto anasema eti Uhuru aje kumface. Unajua mimi kuna vitu zingine zinanishangaza sana. But kitu mimi ninajua ni kwamba hao majamaa wasijaribu hide around the bush. Ruto vile anajaribu kuongea sana, wacha aje aongea akiwa na hizo papers. Mimi hata nilifikiria leo kwa huko na nani hapa alikuwa na Narok, angekuja na hizo makaratasi, akuje na hizo picha kwa podium, aseme mnaona wanasumbua Sakaja. Mnaona wanasumbua Sakaja. Angalia vitu zenye wanahitaji ndio hizi. Lakini kazi yao tu ni kupita milango ya nyuma, wanajaribu kutusi Uhuru. Na Uhuru naye ni mjanja. Wacha nikwambie, kitu inasababisha saizi Uhuru hajaribu kutoka nje kuanza kutafuta kura ya baba. Walishamaliza. Ile trick game yenye tulichukua tukaweka Martha Karua pale, tulimaliza kila kitu. So tumeacha Martha Karua akaingia kufanya kazi ya Uhuru. So story kaisha. So kitu hiko au majamaa, in fact sisi tumeanza kusherekea. Sisi Wakuria tushaanza kusherekea. Kama mimi mwenyewe saizi nimenunua kama mbuzi 4 za kusherekea. So they are just wasting their time. Sitaki kukuwa na mambo mengi, Bernard.
Haya, asante sana, nashukuru. Hiyo mbuzi 4 basi kuna Julius hapa kona 2, 3 hivi. Inaonekana hii sherehe tuta extend. Ilikuwa siku 10, sasa tutafikisha ikuwe 20. Tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako na mawazo yako. Naomba Wakenya wamakinike. Now Oscar, kuna nini, the YouTube rules are children are not supposed to appear in an adult show. Ni kinyume cha YouTube community.
Bernard,
So
si mtoto, this is my wife.
oh.
Si mtoto.
Thank you for that clarification, because we need that to be cleared. That's why nilikuwa na kuficha nyuma ya quarantine kwanza.
Hata nimemfukuza because she wanted to appear kwa screen, nikamfukuza.
Usifukuze, akuja atoe maoni. Unajua hii dunia ni ya kina mama. Chief Justice ni mama, Deputy President ni mama, tuko natafuta Prime Minister akwe mama, ndio hii nchi nyooke. Hii majamaa mmekalia hii kiti miaka 60 sasa, matatizo yetu yaishi. Tunataka sasa kina mama wakuje watusaidie.
Asante kitu.
Mhubiri wangu, my favorite preacher was called R.W. Shambak. He used to say, they talking against preachers who are against women being preachers. He said, hii matatizo yote tuko nayo ni mwanamke hawa alileta hii tunda tukakula. Ambia sasa vile alitusaidia kukengea matatizo, kuna makosa gani akitusaidia kutoka? So it is good that you have cleared that. Let us stick on that. So mute your mic, please. Mute your mic, Oscar. Tutakuja kwako baadaye. Okay. Tunafuata mkururo fulani hapo, huko mbali sana kufikiwa. Naomba watu wa nini inaitwa nini? Sawa, watu wa comments, thank you so much. Naona Julia hapa ameniingilia sana. Sawa tu. Nimekubali. Tumlete Nya John. Nya John hii inamaanisha nini? Na unyanyue kamera tuone wewe. Wewe unatupatia curtain. Karibu. Everyone mute. Hauko ready? Sawa. Bob, Papa Azimio.
Yes, Jambo Bernard and panelist Sally Cheb, there is Boniface, there is John Cross, Otieno, Oscar. Hey, Oscar, karibu nisome hii jina yako kama Oscar Sudi. Hey, pole. Eliza.
Usiweke hiyo majina mbili ndani ya sentence moja we Bob.
Unajua nilikuwa nasoma Oscar nikaona kama kuna Sudi hapo kando. Pole bwana Oscar.
Mimi ni msomi, mimi ni mtu nimesoma.
Asante sana. Yes, nashukuru kuwa nanyi siku ya leo. Leo ni siku ya maajabu. Na kabla nianze, mimi nataka kuaddress mtu anaitwa John Cross. John Cross, you told us that you don't want to criticize what is happening in Kenya Kwanza. You know, John Cross, you must always take sides in politics. You must take sides because neutrality helps the oppressor. Yeah. So don't say that you don't want to take you don't want to criticize. Criticize. That is why you are there. Haya, tuachie hawa. Tuingie kwa hii menu. Menu iko kubwa, nzuri, tamu, naona pochopocho mingi kule bana. Wacha nianzie hii mambo ya investigating all fake degrees. Why are we talking about investigations? The other day, last week, or is it less than 5 days ago, there were police recruits who have been arrested and they are going to be charged for presenting forged papers. So what are we talking about investigating fake degrees? That is a long shot, and it's now when we take too much time. If we know kama Sakaja hivi, mimi ninasema na nitarudia yale nilisema jana. Aliambiwa apeleke ile makaratasi kesho vile anapeleka makaratasi wakigundua ya kwamba it is not, they are not real or they are fake or forgeries, they arrest him there and then, aingie ndani Monday, within 24 hours wampeleke kotini, kwa sababu katiba pia yasema lazima ukuwe presented in court within 24 hours. So mambo ya kuinvestigate hapo Bernard, hiyo menu mimi nimeitoa hiyo, sitakula hiyo menu. Haya, nikiangalia mengine ni kwamba Meru, baba naye sijui anafanya nini hii bana. Baba, I think there is this is now another Baba. I thought 2017 we were quite strong. This time round, I don't even know. I could not believe my eyes today. If that is Mount Kenya from yesterday to today, then there is something. There is something. Something is happening, and that is something very good. Because you know, the Baba, when he came, and the president, when they came up with the BBI, you know, some of the people who are opposing the BBI, they were not understanding why what the BBI had for them. They were just opposing because it is Baba who brought it and Uhuru. The bridging bridges initiative, it was to bring Kenyans together, because we cannot achieve much without that kind of unity. And I'm so happy what I'm seeing in Meru, what I'm seeing in what I saw yesterday in Muranga. And I'm sure we will continue to be happy. Once the whole country is happy, happy in the sense that you see no difference between one another. You see, you don't think tribe, you know, you end up working for a common goal. And the common goal is to make Kenya a better place. So I am so glad about what happened in Meru. I don't want to go into so much detail, but it was a very something very good for the country as a whole. And with regard to the DP being humiliated as Kabogo and Kuria Boycott, you know, the DP is somebody who is who has got a lot of bravado. Amekuwa akijipiga kifua kabisa. You know, when you own something or when something belongs to you, saa zingine usiringe sana, manake Mungu akikasirika anaichukua mara moja pap na inaenda na unasahaulika kama hukukuwa nayo tena. And that is what is happening to him. When he had managed to bring in the Mount Kenya vote to his side, he should have humbled himself and continued to endear himself to the people and to many more other people. But no, every time he was going back there, whenever he's faced with some challenges politically, he goes to Mount Kenya and starts howling insults at the president. Now inciting some very junior, useless politicians like the likes of Didi Nyoro to insult the president, to insult Raila, and you know, which right now that is what is going to reap, because it has reached a stage where the bed that he made, he must now lie on it. And however much it may have thorns, he'll have to lie on it until August the 9th. Then he will know that that bed was not a very good bed. It was a weak bed. Finally, I want to add on something, and this is not to do with the Sakaja and his degrees, but it is something that I just watched this evening, and it was courtesy of Mtembei TV. And I saw one man called Sakaja addressing some youth as they prepare for tomorrow's rally at Jacaranda grounds. And let us now put the degrees aside. And I wish Bernard, or I hope Bernard will just play even 3 minutes of that clip. You know, putting the degrees aside, now there is that what you call character of a leader. And that is a totally different Sakaja. And that Sakaja is a man who is under siege. And he was I mean, I think he was intoxicated. He was talking and he was incoherent. Now Kenyans can now see this is the kind of person that wants to take over your city. your capital city, a capital city which controls almost 2/3 of the country's GDP. You cannot allow that boy to come anywhere near that office, because that will be Sonko times 2. You know, at least Sonko, in as much as he had his own shenanigans, he was very open in doing his things. Na akifanya makosa anajitokeza anasema mimi ndio nimefanya hii. But huyu ni ule ambaye anamedanganya wa Kenya sana, and he has used character, good suits and character to lie to the Kenyan people. And in any relationship, of which here the relationship is between him and the Nairobians, him and the Kenyan people. In any relationship, for it to be truthful, you must, your character is most tested when you're alone. And when Sakaja is not on the cameras, what he's doing out there does not befit the qualities of a leader. That is somebody who should be kept very far away. Thank you very much, Bernard. I'll be with you as we continue.
Okay, asante sana Papa Azimio, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. It's good that we as Kenyans told each other the truth. The competence of the people we put in office must come as a priority to every Kenyan. Don't vote for your relative, don't vote for your brothers, your sisters. If they are incompetent, we are only giving them a platform to display their incompetence. We need people who are able to handle the affairs of this country. Right now, the country is in a very bad shape. We cannot entrust a patient that is in critical condition to amateurs. It doesn't work that way. I've had bad experiences with our young doctors where they want to test everything. You go, you say you have a headache, they say they want to test blood. You have this, they test everything. We are not used for this testing everything. Our traditional old school doctors, you will just explain how you feel, they will give you prescription, and you will be okay. Although those doctors are no longer there. I had an experience with my daughter. I took her to hospital for 2 months. They were testing her for everything, nothing working. And so we reached a place where the situation was very desperate. And my mother is in the village. My mother raised 11 of us, 8 sons and 3 daughters. So she's an expert in raising children. And she used to do that. She used to do that single-handedly because my dad was an agriculture officer working with the colonial government. So I reached a place, I called her and she told me, describe for me the child. See, how are the eyes? Are they white? I say, yes. The hands, we press the fingers, are they white? I say, yes. See, the child doesn't have a problem. The child does have insufficient blood. So change get the vitamins, drugs, and then give the child this whatever food that will enhance blood generation. And that's all we did, and the child got better. After 2 months of being checked here, checked here, go to Bagathi, go to Kenyatta, go to Bagathi, go to... So there are some things that experience delivers that, young blood cannot deliver. So let's look for competence. Let's question our MCAs, our MPs, our women rep. All those people are asking for a higher office. They should display the highest level of competence. Hawezi kwenda kotini kutetea masomo yako. Unaenda kwa shule ile ulikuwa. Mimi nilikuwa Lutaso Primary. If they want living certificate from Lutaso Primary, I go to Lutaso Primary to obtain a copy and present. I don't go to court to prove that I went to Lutaso Primary or whatever primary you attended. So Sakaja and team are treating us to some drama that we are not interested in. You are either in class or you did not. Na wasitusumbue. Hii ni Kenya mpya. Hii si Kenya ile mmezoea. Tutaenda River Road uprint vitu alafu lete hapa. Kuna forensic inaitwa nini, rais alifungua juzi. Lazima kila kitu ipitishwe hapa ndani, isipopita basi ndio hivyo hivyo. I'm happy for the new Kenya that we are in. I'm liking the turn of events. Let us embrace the truth that will make us free eventually. We don't need incompetent people in any office anywhere, especially public office. We want the people in charge of security to be experts of security, people in charge of health to be experts of health, people in charge of education to be experts of education. Sio tu kila mtu alafu alikuwa anapita, like mlisikia ile scandal ya KEMSA, ati nilikuwa napita tu alafu nikaitwa nikaingiza alafu nikapewa contract ya 4 million. Na hizo vitu hazipaswi kuendelezwa in the new Kenya. We need to fight them by everything we have and everything we are. Fred Nyabuari, hatuwezi kukuongeza kwa screen kama kamera yako iko off. Ukitaka kujificha kaa huko kwa comments, huko ndio hakuna lazima ya kamera, lakini ukitaka kuja kwa screen, your camera has to be on whether you're in darkness or you are in light. So the moment you hide behind the curtain, tunakuweka hapo quarantine. Ukishajaza hapo nafasi nyingine ikihitajika, tunakutupa nje ili tupatie nafasi kwa mtu mwingine. So Fred Nyabuari, kama unaweza nipata basi put your camera on. Millie, I think there is something wrong with your configuration. Please rekebisha hiyo. Twende kwa, hebu nione kama kuna video kabla Oscar kuja.
Bernard, you are not seeing me?
Just hold on.
You are in darkness.
Yeah, I mean,
Hamjafikiwa na last time. Okay, Bwana Oscar, go ahead.
Yes, Bernard, asante sana kwa fursa hii. Leo sitasema mengi manake niko na homa kidogo, but she will say something here.
Asante. Naitwa Sophie. I'm from Central, and I feel government ya baba iko sawa kabisa kwa sababu akona a deputy as a woman, and I feel as a woman I'm proud because to represent vizuri. Yes, baba tosha. Ni hayo kwa sasa.
Asante sana. Karibu kwa kuchangia na Wamama Movement. Kuna dada hapa anaitwa nani? Ann. Kuna Mama Movement. Inaonekana nyinyi mnaanza kututisha, lakini tunashukuru. Nyinyi ndio walezi wetu, lazima mtulee kama inchi. Asante sana. Carry on Bwana Oscar, ama
leo sitasema niko na homa, sauti yangu si nzuri sana.
Asante. Kunywa maji ya ndimu.
Sawa, nitakunywa. Lakini niko hapa
yote, ndimu, saumu na hiyo visuala yote, ginger.
All right.
Thank you. All right. One more video, I love to sikie huyu Fred. Fred amekuja hapa na matatizo mengi sana.
Now that let Kenyans now prepare for the 5th president as Raila Amolo Odinga. Start preparing yourself. Start getting used. Start getting used to that his voice, because it is the voice that you will be listening to every morning and every evening on your radio and television. Amini. Soea hiyo sauti. Soea hiyo sauti. Soea hiyo sauti. Pumbavu sana, shenzi sana.
Tumezoea, tumeanza kuzoea.
Tumekubali baba. Wewe anaitwa Mzee Atuoli. Asante sana. Huyo ndio tisho kubwa kwa anaitwa Wetangula na Mudavadi. Halwale na Malala. Wakisikia hiyo jina na hiyo sauti wako na shida, matatizo mengi sana.
But Bernard, siku hizi hawa watu wameingia baridi, walienda wapi?
Hey, ukishalaaniwa na Atuoli, kuna mahali unaweza kwenda kukombolewa.
Wale watu wamepotea bwana, tuwaombee.
Mungu atawasaidia. Fred Nyabwari, namna gani?
Yes, Bernard and all of you, I want to say good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yes, it is my first time to give my contribution in this forum, but I don't think that it is my first time to be in this forum. So kwanza kabisa, I want to appreciate the good work Mr. Bernard na watu wenu mnafanya. Na mimi nikiwa huko background nilikuwa nimelala, ndio maana mlikuwa mnaona giza, lakini mumeniamusha nikawasha light kidogo. Kuna jamaa nilikuwa nataka kuongelesha hapa anaitwa Clinton, sijui kama ananisikiza, lakini tukiendelea I hope ataweza kupata mambo 2-3. So majina yangu ni hawa yenye mnaona. I don't think whether I need to introduce myself. Saizi ni msimu wa kura na mimi nangojea ile siku niamuke mapema. I think I'll be the first one to vote this time round Na penye mimi huwa natoka, kuna mwimbaji mmoja aliimba kwamba ng'ombe hawezi kushindana na ndovu kuweka kinyesi. So I think kila mtu katika nchi yetu ya Kenya anajua ng'ombe ni nani na ndovu ni nani. Dalili ya mvua Mr. Bernard, Waswahili wanasema kwamba ni mawingu. Nikitaka kuongelelea hii mambo ya mwenzetu ambaye anaitwa Sakaja. Natumai wenzetu wenye mnatutazama, kuna wale wenye mumeenda shule mukaketi mukajaribu kusoma kidogo bana. Wacha niseme kwamba masomo si kitu ambayo ni rahisi. Sakaja, wacha kutusumbua. Mimi nitaamuka asubuhi na mapema na nitapiga kura na jina ya Sakaja itakuwa karibu katika karamu yangu. Wewe kama unataka kujua matunda, I wish watu kama hao wangekuwa wanatuangalia hapa. Kama unataka kujua fruits of education, they are very sweet, but I want to tell you the roots are very bitter. Unakaa mpaka matako inawaka bana. Wacha kukuja kutuambia mambo ingine hapa eti unaenda kuforge vitu ingine hapa, unaenda kufanya nini? I saw my friend from US, Chris. He was very bitter. He was very bitter about the forging of certificate here, equally as anyone else. Sasa wewe unakuja kutuongoza hii nchi yetu, hii nchi ambayo inatamaniwa hata kama ni wa Uganda, wa Tanzania, kila mtu anatamani hii Kenya yetu. Wewe unataka kutuletea ile ambayo akili ambayo hata iwezi saidia hapa. I think hata akili ya Songo vile wenzangu wenye walinitangulia wamekwisha kusema ilikuwa it was a little bit better. Huyu Sakaja, nyinyi wacha niwaambie, ni mtu ambaye hata akipewa hii Nairobi eti aweze kufanya, awezani nayo. Wacha tuseme ukweli. Kwa hivyo wale ambao ile machinery ambayo inaendelea kufanya kazi, mimi ningeipongeza, niseme kwamba iendelee verify the authenticity of those papers. And I don't think, Bernard, you said very well that ukitaka picha zangu, ukitaka wale my colleagues wenye tulisoma na wao, ukitaka hata sijui ni mwalimu mwenye alinifunza class 1. I don't know whether these people went to class 1 or 2 or whatever. So bwana Sakacha, uacha kutusumbua. Na mimi wacha niulizie tu swali yangu moja before nilale, ambayo ningeuliza before hizi kura zipigwe. Wewe ni vizuri tunasemanga mambo na demokrasi. Ujiulize wewe kama ni mtu sijui ni mtu ya pande gani ya nchi yetu ya Kenya. Wewe wakati unaanza kusupport Ruto, akili yako inafanya kazi kweli? Kwa kusema ukweli, angalia nchi yetu ya Kenya venye iko. Eti mimi nashindwa na hawa majamaa wa pikipiki. Sijui kama wanakuanga na simu smartphone, waingie hapa waangalie maneno. Eti mwizi anaiba ananiletea. Nikapata jamaa mwingine hapo kwa street, nikamuuliza huyu mwizi wewe unaongea umepewa nini? Jamaa anaanza kusweat, anaanza kutoka jasho, eti sijui na hata pewa kiti, hata kitu kidogo. Eti mwizi ameibwa ambaye anatuletea. Kuliko mwizi anaiba. Wewe umepewa nini? Hakuna kitu amepewa. Unajua hizi ni slogan za kudanganya wa Kenya. Tunaumia saa hizi, kila kitu imepanda, si kwa sababu, wacha nikuambie, mimi ningekuwa na uwezo ingine, mimi ningeongezea Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, kama ni constitution ningekuwa unaelewa. Because huyu ni mtu ambaye ameproof, sikumpigia kura, lakini ningempigia kura for the first time. Huyu ni mtu ambaye amekuwa mtu mwerevu, ameproof kuwa mtu mwerevu ambaye angesongesha nchi yetu kwenda mbele. Lakini kwa sababu wanafanya kazi na baba, ndio maana mimi nataka kusema leo kwamba niko ndani ya Azimio, na ni kwa sababu ya wisdom ya ambaye mtu ananga mambo ni mingi, anasemanga baba mingi, yani unajua ukitaka kujua ule mtu ambaye hawezi fanya kazi, anaongea maneno 1000 hata kuliko mwanamke. Unajua wanawake ndio wanaongeanga mambo mingi sana in a second.
Fred, chunga lugha yako. Wanaitwa
Fred, maneno yetu. Wewe unaona Martha Karua akiongea maneno mingi.
Na maneno.
Wewe Fred.
Ngoja kidogo, ngoja tulia. Wanawake, it is biologically, scientifically proven.
Kina mama.
Okay? Sasa
si kina wanawake.
Aya. I withdraw my statement. I stand to be corrected. And a wise man is that who...
Thank you.
Thank you. Wacha tuendelee. So, ningeweza kusema kwamba Wakikuyu tunawaheshimu na nyinyi ni watu werevu. Wacha niwaambie. Niliambia Wakale, hii serikali ya Uhuru na Ruto, nyinyi ndio wa kwanza wakulia na wao ndio watu wa kwanza wamelia. Wakikuyu, chungeni sana. I wish hii ingekuwa second term ambaye huu jamaa William Samoei Ruto aingie kwa kiti. Yes.
Freddy, now you are very excited. You're not weighing your words. You don't profile a community or refer to a community. Which community is crying? Which community is comfortable? We are all crying. Nimeenda kununua mkate leo ni 190 Kenya shillings. Family bread. Na ijaandikwa Kikuyu ama Kalenjin.
Tena kula mioko na makoni.
Sasa mioko nitapanda hapa kwa gunia itatoka kweli.
Bernard, why are you hiding from the reality? Bernard, kwa nini mnajificha from the reality?
What is reality, Bwana Fred? Look here. There is no Wakikuyu, there is no Wakalenjin in terms of specific experiences. That's what I mean. Let's refer to people with the required respect and the community. Right now, yule mtu ambaye anatafuta kiti ni William Ruto, na mwingine ni Raila Odinga, mwingine ni Wajakoya, na huyo mwingine sijui ni nani. So hao zungumzia hao, lakini communities haziko kwa ballot. We don't have communities on the ballot. That's what I mean. And if you can't take that, then your language is not welcome on this platform.
Hey, kuna jeshi yuko comment section bwana. Fred, wamesema una bahati uko nyuma ya curtain bwana. Yeah.
So, sijui Fred kama unanielewa? Okay. Fred, are you understanding what I'm saying? Okay, you are mute. We can't hear what you're saying.
Sorry, I lost my network, so I was not able to get you well. But I think I'm back.
Yes, I am
Yes,
saying
come up.
we don't have a community on the ballot. We have individuals on the ballot. So when you say Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin, what you are meaning is not understandable, except you want to profile the Kalenjin. I don't think Baba wants to be president against the Kalenjin or against the Kikuyus. He's asking to be president of Kenya. And so I believe even Ruto, when he becomes president, if he does, he will be president of all of us. And that's why I'm even against my fellow church people who want to advocate that they need a Christian for a president. We are not in a Christian state. We are in a civilian state. When you have become president, you protect watu wa dini ya msambo ya kwetu na watu wala wasioamini Mungu pia, Waislamu hapo wote unakuwa rais wao wote. So huwezi kuwa rais wa Wakristo na uanze kuendeleza Ukristo using the government.
Bernard, why are you saying that Ruto never appointed 7 ministries from Kalenjin community?
I did not say that. You said the Kalenjin, that's a community, will be the first one to cry.
No,
the person
no.
crying now is
wait.
William Ruto, is not a Kalenjin.
Wait,
I think you are not getting my
point. If you can't move from there, then we can't have you. Thank you.
Fred, it's your tonality. It's the way your tonality, the way you said Wakikuyu nyinyi, Wakikuyu nyinyi. You know, it's very derogative to them. But if you say it in a way of saying that Ruto picked people from his community more than others, like we said, there was 10 people from the Kalenjin community, Eliza and I will not be offended. Hey, Bana Fred, just take your tonality a bit. I know you're excited. Just take it down.
Thank you, Kip. Bana Fred, we can't even hear what you're saying.
I'm just saying I'm composed. Allow me to finish my contribution. I was just saying,
if it's profiling particular community or threatening particular community, it's not welcome. So you come out wewe.
I am getting you well, Bernard.
Kama ni Ruto, address Ruto. Kama ni Uhuru, address Uhuru. Not Wakikuyu, not Wakalenjin, not Waluya. Thank you.
I was just putting my words right, that we are seeing the majority people who are chatting the Udaku slogans from a few communities, and it is better that we could allow them to come into reality.
Again, you cannot marginalize communities. I think you need to take a time out.
Bwana Kip, sisiwache ni haribu ndio utengeneze. So I am just saying that between Raila and hii chama ingine jina imeenda, kuna mtu ambaye anaweza haribu biashara ya Wakikuyu. I think let me put my words right. And we know Kikuyu people as businessmen and business ladies in this country, Kenya. So it is high time kwa mimi kama Mkisii, wewe kama Mkikuyu, wewe kama we all come from tribal cocoons, and we cannot dispute that is a fact. So I want to say that we really need to be very keen the way we are going to put our votes this time around. So if we're gonna mess, we are going to mess ourselves. Mimi who and advise young people like myself, those who are below 50, ile kitu unafaa kufanya, unafaa kupiga kura penye unaona kwamba hata generation ambayo inakuja kesho ama generation yako inaweza kurinon. But if you are going to vote because as if you are someone who doesn't have a future in this country, you are going to vote for these young men.
Okay, let's end it there. Thank you so much, Bonafred. Hey, just make sure that you understand Kenya better. You understand Kenya better. From the last time I checked, we have Somali businesses here. We have Costarians who are doing business. We have Luyas who are doing business. Kisis who are doing business. It's not a community that does business. It's individuals. They are Kales who are doing very serious business in this city and elsewhere. The notion that Kikuyus are the ones who do business is neither here or there. Let's all appreciate each other and enjoy our unity in diversity. But to generate animosity against anybody because they are good at this and you are bad at the same. It's good that we enhance and embrace our cohesion as a people. And right now, like I've insisted, these elections 2022 is for a cause. It's for a cause. It's not for an individual. It's not for a community. The time when we used to campaign for a community and fight for community is not on the ballot this time around. This elections is very clear. It's on issues and it's for a cause. Are we able to champion that cause as a people and be able to achieve it? Not an issue of us retracting back to pushing community agenda and the individual agenda. Let's push Kenya agenda. And this time, that Kenya agenda needs to be very, very weighty on you, even as you go to cast your vote. But if we retract back to our politics of our community, it's our turn to eat. We have been waiting for this for ages. Now it is our turn to break the law. We will not be helping this country, and I wouldn't want to be part of any of that. Let's have a Kenya where all Kenyans are taken care of because they are Kenyans, not because they are Kikuyus or they are Luyas or they are Luos. You don't want that. We already know we are Luyas, we know we are Luos, we know we are Kalenjin, we know we are Kikuyus. But Kenya is for us all. And when Kenya's kitchen has cooked, every Kenyan needs to be served their meal accurately, not to say this community will eat first and the other one can eat leftovers. We don't have second-class Kenyans. We have all of us are enjoying equal rights by the Constitution to be Kenyans, and we need to forge for that. We need to fight for that. We need to push for that. So don't fall back into the cheap politics of pushing individual communities' agenda at the expense of our nationalism. Thank you very much. Naomba tumlete Kip. Ngoja kwanza, mama anaitwa Nyar John. Nyar John, utaki kuongea? Sawa sawa, asante basi. Kip, endelea.
Asante sana. Ben, naona at least today you look a bit better. Naona ulikuwa mgonjwa kidogo jana. I'm glad to see you. Habari zenu wote, panelist. I'm still a bit of low energy, but Darudi, I'll keep coming back. Hata kama mimi na Ben tutakuwa kupambana, bado mapambano.
Lazima.
Lazima tuendelee. We've only got 6 weeks to go, my friend. First of all, I want to apologize to my sisters, my aunties, my mothers, my grandmothers, women not put together like that as people who make noise. You came from our rib. We don't talk like that about you, and I apologize for that. As to what Fred was trying to say, I know what he was trying to say, but it's that our brothers and sisters from the mountain, my brother Ruto alikuja karibu mambo for you people and ruined opportunities for you as Kalenjins. He picked half the cabinet as Kalenjins, and the Kikuyu of the mountain community were denied the opportunity to excel because a large portion of the country's economy is from Central and Nairobi. So yes, we need to appreciate that the fact is there's a large chunk of the population is coming from the mountain. And it's not something derogatory. I'm saying it's that where there's a larger population of people, the economy grows because there's more people working. That is an example of Singapore. Singapore is a very small island, and there's a large population of people that are working really hard to make the economy large. And it's the same with the UK. The UK is a small island, large population of people put together would make very good for a service-driven economy. The good thing is Central also has agricultural advantage there. So we've got tea, coffee and stuff like that running there. So it looks like he said that he would vote for Uhuru for this term, making it note that the first term was wasted by Arap Mashamba. So Arap Mashamba aliharibu term ya kwanza ya Uhuru, and now Uhuru looks like a forbidden leader, and he would get a second term for this fellow. At this point, mimi nasema sisi ni watu wa Raila. We want Raila in. We're looking into having this phenomena, making Kenya a formidable country, because when it comes to fundraising, investments, Kenya gets almost $500 million a year in investments for tech, fintechs and stuff like that every year. Third in Africa, next to the likes of Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa. So we're a powerhouse. So when this man comes and our corruption leaves, we'll be happy. And it's a very good combination. And I think I've been telling my people, my friends on the chats, in our private chats, that what we had in the past with the late Kajwang is the fact that Kajwang used to kind of be the bad guy. And when I say the bad guy, meaning that he's the one who used to be the tough hand in ODM or Raila's leadership, because Raila has a big heart. So what I'm hearing today is Najwa sasa, I'll come back to my previous metaphor. You know, Bernard, ile metaphor yangu nilikuwa nasema Azimio is a cow that was walking around with ticks everywhere. Tulikuwa tunatembea na ticks. And what happened is tukawekwa kwa cattle dip, the Kingis, the Wetangulas, the ma DVD, them tours zilianguka. Unfortunate thing is we have one bird. Unajua ile ndege inakujanga hapo kwa nyuma ya ng'ombe inasaidia kutoa ticks. It just sits there and eats the ticks. Sasa kuna mmoja ilikuwa confused, bado ilikwenda kwa kettle dip, iliingiana na ng'ombe. Hii inaitwa Kalonzo. Kwa sababu ilikuwa ina protect one of the ticks. Inaitwa Sonko. So this bird we've been protecting inasaidia ng'ombe kutoa hizo maticks kwa mkia, kwa mgongo. It's Kalonzo. The good thing is we have a new bird, and the name is Martha Karua, and it will help Azimio come off all the sticks that we see, the likes of Kabogo Moses Kuria. I don't think we need them in Azimio. You know, I mean, there's a picture circulating around. Orengo shaking hands with. I don't care. Karua will deal with them. That's an iron lady, and we'll not forget that name. And we have two in Kenya. One is also a lady there, a lady from Ukambani, Ngilu. So we don't need those people. Central is coming. You see, instead of saying Wakikuyu, you see, Central and the mountain is coming together. We don't need those people. They're coming in together, pamoja, and we don't need the help. Karua is doing it by themselves, so we're happy. There's another thing that I think is going to upset people now, but Mimi, Wajakoya. Wajakoya is becoming a formidable force. You know what was the #1 trending video in Mtembea yesterday? Actually, the whole country. About 250,000 views in just one day. Mtembea TV was on Wajakoya, #1 for a bit. So this man, the youth are following him. Okay, the youth are what Ruto classes as the hustler nation, the youth, the people who have graduated from university and are driving borders. I am not disparaging that, by the way. It's still good work, by the way. Anybody who does border or anybody who does your kazi ni kazi bado, and I'll take that slogan from Kenya Kwanza because they don't know what they're doing, and there's no Kenya Kwanza, it's UDA. The hustlers are moving to Wajakoya because his message is very simple and easy to understand. I came back and watched his video again, the one he had with Nation about 2 months ago, and realized behind all this weeds and snake stuff, the man is actually very intelligent, and there is not a single point he had insulted Raila, Orengo, anybody else. So I don't know if this guy has been planted there or whatever it is to steal some of these youths that don't vote. So those who happen to vote will vote for Wajakoya. But those who don't vote, we don't care. So I am seeing that this man is going to kill this stupid party, and I'm going to be disparaging for that, called UDA, because it's been formed to hoodwink our country, because it's a cult. UDA is a cult that is dying, and I'm not going to apologize for that. Anybody in UDA can check me later. UDA is a cult because there's no message there. There's nothing they're bringing into the economy. There's nothing they're bringing into Kenya, and it's not a challenging party, mind you. Sisi tunakanu na chama cha mashinani. UDA is not for Kalenjins. Hii kitu ikiisha, hii election ikiisha, we forget about UDA. It dies a natural death. We go to our usual parties. The Kikuyu nation goes with their TNA, now Jubilee, which is good, and there's a wiper there for the other communities, and it's okay. By everybody, it's okay. It's okay for people to be proud of their communities. I've always said that. That's why I'm always happy to see Mtembei having the Kikuyu side of Mtembei. Be proud of your tribe, because those are national languages. Kalenjin is a national language, and if I was an MP, if I become an MP, I don't think I'm strong enough for that. I would ask Parliament to have an act where I'll speak in Kalenjin in Parliament, and you'll have translators to understand what I'm saying. And I would encourage everybody to do that. I mean, if my brothers that go for long distance races would be speaking on TV in Kalenjin, we'll all be proud, because the Russian people speak in Russian, the French speak in French, and then you'll have English translations for them. So we can hire people to do that. So be proud of your languages. South Africa does the same. People speak in their languages because they're all national. Let's be proud of it. Nitakaa kidogo bado niko na kahoma kama ya Bernard hivi. But Lisa, I'm always happy to see you. Your assistant Selina,
Enda kunywa corona kick.
Yes. Sasa.
Okay, thank you, Kip. We appreciate it. I hope the committee that is cutting trees is on course.
Tumefika huku Nyeri bana, tunakata miti Nyeri.
Umepepa Chamangira?
Bado, sunilete.
Yeah, inye what are you people cooking?
Bei ya mkate imepanda bana.
Okay, sawa, thank you.
Power so inaitwa kwa Kinandi Chamangire.
Chamangire.
Sasa sisi unajua tunafanya manual hapa siku hizi bana. So tulikuwa tunashoka. Sasa tunataka hiyo. Nataka paso. Nasikia wakisiji wanajua kufanya hiyo vizuri sana. Muriasi atatuambia.
And you call for enforcement tutawatuma. Thank you very much, Kip. Naomba tusonge mbele. Albert Kenyanya, kama unanipata, your device is not well connected. Restart. If you're using phone, restart your phone. And then when you click on the link for StreamYard, allow StreamYard to configure the camera as well as the audio. Don't deny it control because it will not allow you to be on the studio. So ukitaka kuingia kwa studio, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Albert Kenyanya, if you're able to get me, please rearrange your restart your phone and then get in the studio afresh, allowing StreamYard to configure for you the settings. Let's share this video as we proceed with the conversation.
Nimesikia wale majamaa wa kuzimia, wale watu wa tikiti ya madharau, ati wanajaribu kutusomea ati tumuheshimu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Mimi nataka niulize Bwana Kitendawili na Martha Karua, nyinyi mulikuwa wapi wakati sisi tulimpigia kura Uhuru Kenyatta? Mulikuwa wapi? Wacha utapeli. Munajifanya saa hizi ati mnapenda Uhuru Kenyatta. Siku ile Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anahitaji watu wa kusimama na yeye na kumpigia kura, nyinyi mulimpinga, nyinyi mulimuanzishia kesi, mulikuwa mnamtaka kumpeleka Hague. Saa hii mnajifanya ati nyinyi ni marafiki wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Shame on you. Bure kabisa. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Hawa ni matapeli wa mwisho. Bure kabisa. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Ati mnajaribu kutufundisha. Mnatufundisha nini nyinyi watu matapeli? Kama mlikuwa mnapenda Uhuru Kenyatta, mbona hamjampigia kura hata siku moja? Saa hizi kwa sababu mnataka kumridhi mnajifanya ati mnampenda. Sisi tumeonyesha Uhuru Kenyatta tunampenda kwa vitendo. Nyinyi mnampenda kwa mdomo. Tofauti ni kama usiku na mchana. Ni kweli ama si kweli?
Okay. Yes, Eliza.
Okay, Penadi pia kuna klipu ingine niliona mahali ya Mtua anadanganya Wakamba. Sasa Ndeto anafaa Ndeto anafaa kuja kututranslatea. Anadanganya Wakamba, ameambiwa na Ruto atapatiwa hiyo nafasi ya prime minister sijui nini. Sasa Mtua anadanganya Wakamba kwa nini? Ndeto akuja tuambie vizuri hiyo maneno.
So, thank you. I'm sure amekupata.
Anasikiza sasa hivi.
Akifika tu hivi hakikisha anajitetea. Mahala popote alipo amepata hiyo ujumbe, I'm very sure. So akuja hapa tuambie Mtua atakuwa prime minister wa wapi. Na mtoto wetu, mtoto kutoka Malolu. Alipewa hiyo kiti. Tena hiyo kiti nasikia ati inaenda kwa Kindiki. Sasa hii Kenya Kwanza hiyo kiti inaonekana ndio ndio carrot for dangling around or what? So kama Mutua pia ameahidiwa na mtoto wetu Mama Lulu ameahidiwa na Kindiki naye bado anahanga hapo kwa sababu ataipata, inaonekana hii Kenya Kwanza itakuwa Kenya kuisha kweli. So all the same tujitahidi tuhakikishe kama tunaendelea na kuchangia ili Wakenya wamakinike kisiasa na waelewe nini kinachohitajika kufanyika. Naendelea kuwahimiza kama Wakenya, usiende kupiga hii kura bila kufikiria kwa kina. Fikiria kwa kina. Angalia miaka 5 yote. Angalia ni nani anaweza kuongoza vizuri hii miaka 5. Usiseme ati wacha nipige na wasipofanya kazi vizuri tutawa recall. Ni ngumu kurecall wakati ushapiga kura. Nafasi ulio nayo ni saa hii. Put everything on the scale and everyone on the scale. Usivote MCA ambaye ni Dandahead, usivote MP ambaye ni Zuzu. Tunahitaji MPs ambao wataenda hiyo bunge watengeneze policies ambazo zitasaidia nchi kusonga mbele. Progressive legislation. Not let us legislate on how many wives somebody should have. Let us legislate on whether somebody should have a degree or not. We want progressive legislation that is going to enhance the betterment of the country. Ukitaka kuoa kama Suleiman hakuna shida, bora tu wewe uko tayari kulisha. Na ukiongeza midomo ya kulisha, ongeza na majukumu ya kulisha. Okay? Don't increase the population if you are not increasing the capacity to deliver on what to eat. Na ningependa ile sheria ilikuanga ya Mzee Moi. Ile sheria ya Mzee Moi. Hii kitu inaitwa nyumba 10. Badala nyumba 10 ianze kuchunguza wageni wetu, nyumba 10 inapaswa kuchunguza ni baba gani ako na watoto wengi lakini akiamka asubuhi anaenda kulewa. Anarudi usiku akicheza, akiimba. Hajalima shamba yake, hajapanda miogo, hajapanda mawele, hajapanda chochote, lakini yeye kazi yake kila Jumamosi mtoto. Hiyo ndio jukumu ya nyumba 10. Okay? Wachukue wazee kama hao, wanapeleka baraza, wanakula viboko, asubuhi wanasimamiwa, wanalima shamba, wapande kwanza. Okay? Hiyo ndio kuendeleza inji.
Bernard, hiyo ndio iko huko kwetu Tarubo. Hiyo ndio iko huko. Wasee wanaendanga tu kukunywa wanarudi usiku. Hiyo ndio iko huko kwa Ruto huko.
Bas. So hii maneno ya nyumba 10 kuchunguza nimeleta mgeni kutoka wapi, anatoka nini. Hiyo sio kazi ya nyumba 10. Nyumba 10 inapaswa kusaidia inji kusonga mbele. Na inji haiwezi kusonga mbele wakati chakula haitoshi kulisha wananchi. So cha kwanza cha muhimu ni kila mtu ako na shamba yake eka 4 yote imepandwa. Eka 5 yote imepandwa. Sehemu ile inabaki tu ile ya miti, ile miti ya kawaida ile ya forestation. Lakini mtu kama halimi shamba na anazaa kila Jumamosi, huyo mtu ashughulikiwe. Na hakuna mtu hawezi kulima. Hakuna mtu hawezi kulima. Akisimamiwa atalima. Apewe mbegu ya mihogo apande, apewe mbegu ya viazi apande, asimamiwe ili kila home ikuwe na chakula. If every home has food, we will not be talking about food security, kulalo wa kulalu, sijui nini. All these projects tunapigiwa kelele. Kama kila nyumba iko na chakula, we don't need all these other things. So let's do our very best to sweep our own doorstep so that we clean the whole country.
Kuna shamba kubwa yenye itakuwa hapo Sigoi. Tunakata miti hapo. Don't worry. Wale wazee huko Tarbo na ni Elisa. Kuna shamba hapo tutalima huko. Kuna miti
you remember kulikuanga kitambo mtu akishikwa, kuna wale watu walikuwa wanafungwa for 12 hours. Okay? So unashikwa alafu asubuhi unakuwa mabusi for 12 hours. Hiyo 12 hours we make good use of you. Wende kulima eka moja. Ili ukirudi nyumbani you will not be drunk and disorder again forever. Because the 12 hours you are rested, you build the nation. Yes, you build the nation by contributing to the food production of the country. Let's look forward to a great Kenya again.
Na huyu mtu wa sera la huyu Ruto ataweza kweli kwa hiyo 12 hours kweli? Huyo Ruto ni wa sera la asituambia alitoka huko.
Yote inawezekana.
Keep. William Ruto ati alikuwa na chawa. Kuna mama anaitwa Professor alisema alikuwa na chawa wakisoma pamoja.
Tafadhali, hebu mwachie hapo tafadhali. Naomba tusonge mbele. Let's play one more video before Julius comes in. Oh God have mercy. This is a new day.
Still on matters politics, and the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Alliance Party received a major boost in Nairobi County after aspirants from Kasarani constituency received defectors from other political parties affiliated to the Kenya Kwanza coalition. Speaking in Kamulu, the aspirants led by Nairobi County Deputy Speaker John Kamangu asked the locals to elect leaders who don't have a tainted past and are development cautious. The aspirants also drummed support for the Azimio One Kenya presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga, stating that Kenya was safe in the hands of Raila and his running mate, Martha Karua.
Utafanya nini Gazu? Haya. DJ. Sisi tuko Azimio. Nawaambia Azimio, yule mama anaitwa Martha Wangari Karua. Mimi ndio chief campaigner in the whole of Kenya. Huyo mama anaitwa Martha Wangari Karua. Na mimi nakuambia mkiwaangalia kina mama mko hapa. Hii ndio nafasi yenu ya kuchagua mama mwenzenu. Hii ndio nafasi ya kina mama muonekane mmeng'alang'ala. Huyu mzee anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga amepigania nchi hii. Yeye akaleta katiba, akaleta devolution, akaleta kila kitu, watu wanakaa mzuri. Amwezi mpatia kura kweli?
Ni heri unayemjua kuliko malaika usiyemjua. Mtu atakuja akiwa amejipaka mafuta marashi, ananuka vizuri, lakini kumbe ni kwa sababu ni dakika hii. Ikifika hiyo siku nyingine hata hakutabui, hata hajui wewe ni nani. Kwa hivyo naongea hivyo nikiwa nasimamia Azimio, Jubilee ikiwa da Azimio.
Mimi Kasarani naipenda na iko kwa mikono yangu na kwa roho yangu, naijua hivi. Na mimi hufanya utafiti na utumia wakati wangu na nguvu ile Mungu amenipa kufanya ile si haramu, lakini ile kazi kulinipa. Sijakuja kwa siasa ama uongozi kubahatisha. Mimi ni kiongozi ambaye nilianzia kama National Youth Secretary wa Democratic of Kenya wa Kibaki.
You see, it is indeed a political season and politicians are just playing chess, trying to have those who will support them right to their corner. And it is that story that takes us to a first commercial break. Don't go too far.
Okay. Papa Julius, vipi?
Poa sana Bernard. Sijakuona kwa muda, uko sawa?
Niko salama nashukuru.
Asante.
Homa ya Nairobi, the July is coming early.
Nasikia mko na homa ya inaitwa ya sio ya ndege, ni ya nini hiyo?
The doctors scare us with big names. We can't remember the name.
Lakini nimefurahi, nashukuru Mungu kama unasikia vizuri, umeonekana. Hata Kip naona leo anajikaza. Na wasalimia nyote. Nyarjon amenyamaza kabisa. Wachane bwana, hata kunyamaza hivyo. Hii hapa Rob, Eliza Galiano, na wasalimia nyote, amjambo. Jakindu Bei, nani mwingine huko sijamsalimia? Mariasi. Nafurahi, ni siku nzuri. Kama kawaida, unajua mimi nashukuru Mtembei TV kwa hii great chance to meet wonderful people like you guys. You make this country proud because unajua mtu kuchoma hii time, unajua kwangu mimi ni 6 asubuhi, najua wengine wale mko Nairobi ni saa 6 usiku nafikiri. Kwa hivyo mnachoma hiyo mafuta yote usiku mzima ili tuweze kudiscuss issues. That means you are very concerned about Kenya. Kenya is our country, and there is no time that we can just let it just like that. And I appreciate for Mtembei TV, you gave us this chance, because it's difficult for another and some other places that to give us this wonderful chance. Anyway, unajua hii maneno ya vyeti, it's now, unajua kwanza tulikuwa na shida ya Kalonzo, tukaongea almost every day, every hour, every minute. Saa hiyo imeisha, ingine imekuja ya degree. Lakini mimi msimamo wangu tangu, and I've said it and I will repeat again, na isijalishi wewe uko Azimio ama uko wapi, kama hauna degree, hauna degree. That's full stop with a capital letter. If you don't have a degree, you don't have a degree. That is the law that requires someone to vie for a governor or president. You need a degree. Kama hauna, achana nayo, wacha wale wako nayo wavae. Because we cannot flip-flop the rules that we make by ourselves. Tunatengeneza sheria, alafu hiyo sheria tunataka I was very disappointed. Sakaja anapeleka barua kwa DCI, alafu anatoka yuko nje anaanza saa zingine watu wanachezeaga anachezea nyuki, unaenda kuingiza mkono kwa nyuki na hujaweka moshi. My friend, trust me, Sakaja, unajua hii kitu watu wanaona akiwa na DP ati now to use political whatever itamsave katika, the law sometimes actually Kenya, unajua DCI ama polisi general wanakuwa watu wazuri sana, because if they follow the law to the end, sijui Kenya tutafanya nini, because we like breaking the law ourselves. We like breaking the laws. Not even when you are driving in the highway, and you do some wrong things when you are driving. Not only because of a degree, many things we do wrongly. We don't follow the law to the end. So about the degree, jana niliongea kuhusu ya Wavinya Ndeti, hata saa leo naona kwa nini she's also being investigated. I'm saying it and I will say it, and hata kama ni kijana yangu, kama hajapata degree, hasitafute kiti ya governor ama president, because that is the requirement and we have to keep it that way. Alafu sasa ukifika the DP anaenda kuongea kuhusu certificate, kuhusu what kind of a leader he is going to be? Atakuwa yeye kazi yake ni kutetea vitu gushi. Sometimes we don't understand hii maisha hii. Kuna vitu zingine inatakikana mtu ukisimama kuwa president, you don't have to. Angenyamaza hata wale watu wengine waongee. Yeye asitamuke anything. Because he's a top leader, he should be, because he should balance, because actually for God forbid akishinda, kuna siku atasuia watu kufanya vitu fake certificates, surely. Anyway, story ya kina Kabogo tuliongea jana. Mimi nikasema tena, I have a stand. Kabogo hata wakikuja Azimio, I don't want them to, I just want them wakuje kama wageni. We cannot chase them away. but I want them wakae tu. Unajua mgeni akikuja anapatiwa kiti pale mbali, wakae huko mbali, si tuendeleshe bila tulikuwa. We don't want to give them bedroom because our watu, we don't understand what they are doing. We don't know, we cannot trust them. That's what I'm saying. We cannot trust them. So the only thing we will, because we are called Azimio. Azimio sasa unajua sisi tunaunganisha, lakini sasa we have also to be careful, because one thing we know that Baba, najua Baba ni Baba. Baba is a very humble man. He's a very kind. Mimi sijaiona. By the way, I have to humble people in this world. President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, they are very humble people. Wanakuwa na roho ingine sijui aje. They are very humble. So that means that, but we are lucky. Baba now akona Karua atamsaidia, because Baba is very, yani akona roho ingine hata sijui. Hata ukimfanyia hawezi kumbuka, anasawa haraka. Because he has a real heart, but at time it's not good, because watu wamemsoea, anamkosea, anarudi, anakuja ku apologize, anaenda anamtukana, arudi. We cannot be doing that. So I think about the kina Kabogo, wacha wakuje, tunawakaribisha, lakini wakayo pale mbali, waone vile tunapeleka maneno yetu polepole. And niliona jana walikuwa ni jana walikuwa, nafikiri sijui ni jana ama ni juzi, walikuwa alikaa Narok. Hata niliona Sangoka aliongea the first time after kupoteza kijana yake. I wish them well, but they should understand this thing is gone. And kuna kijana niliona, sijui ni kijana sijui ni mzee, alisema hapa ametoa mbuzi kadhaa ya kucelebrate. We have to start celebrating, because I think UDA wako kompe line level yake sasa ni Wajakoyo ndio watashindana, watafute nani atakuwa namba 2. Wako hapa, unajua wako bumper kwa bumper wote wawili. So we are not sure, but number 1 is already taken. We are just waiting for that day. But we should not sleep, because even if we are winning, we need more MPs. That's always what I say. We need more MPs and senators, so that it will be easier to legislate development of this country, of Kenya, because without enough MPs, then tutakuwa na shida. Hata kama tuko na presidency, we will have a big problem. So that and I can see a lot of defection. That means things are done. Na niliambia Kip, najua aache hiyo maneno ya kukata miti, because mlisema ati nyani siku ya kufa nyani miti uteleza. Sasa kama miti inateleza, mnakata ya nini? You don't have to cut them, because itateleza, so they will fall down still. So you don't have to cut trees. You don't have to cut trees. But by the way, I'm very happy. Meru, it was wonderful. I mean, day by day, things are changing, and we are becoming a bigger each day. And just praying for Muriasi. I told you yesterday, maneno ya Kisii ndio bado tunaomba sana. Kisii County na Nyamira County, hapo kuna okay, we presidency tuko sawa, but huko chini we have a problem. We have to accept it. We have to accept it, because that is how it is. Huko chini MPs, governors, hapo kuna shida. So we have to I hope things will go well, and my prayer is that we need many MPs. Actually, that's my main point. We need many MPs and senators, so that we can Baba can pass. They can pass legislative whatever, so that development will be achieved. Anyway, for now, I just want to stop there. As we go ahead, I'm still with you. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Julius. Wabunge tunao, mmejitahidi tu kuhakikisha kwamba wabunge wale mnapigia kura, mpigii tu chama, mtu akakuliwe individual. Akiachwa peke yake kwa bunge, what will he do for Kenya? We need people with a spinal cord that can stand and help legislate for the betterment of this country. people that will accept to differ with the government if the government goes against the Kenyan people and what helps the Kenyans move forward. Story ya kuwa na wabunge wale wanaenda kuimba huko chorus ya amina, hallelujah, glory to God. Tuachane na hao watu. Tusimame na kuchagua mtu ambaye atasimama kama Martin Shikuku. Akuwe nje ya serikali, lakini kuna msimamo alio nao kwa sababu ya Wakenya. So that every legislation will be for the progressive of this country. We are talking of artificial intelligence. Alafu mtu anakuja hapa na ideology ya wheelbarrow. Huyo mtu anapasa kuna kitabu tulisoma shule kinaitwa Kisima cha Kiningi. Anapasa kuambawa kama ile mtu kama unavyoambaa mwenye ukoma ama nini. You can't be embracing 16th century technology when we are talking of artificial intelligence, whereby robots will be serving people in the supermarket, robots are taking care of the roads and everything else. Na wewe unataka kurudi kwa kusukuma wheelbarrow na unataka kusupport hiyo, na wewe ndio young parliamentarian, unapaswa kushikwa upelekwe cattle dip kwanza, utumbukizwe huko ndani, ukitoka ukiwa mzima, okay? So uchapwe makofi on both sides, usungushe kichwa hivi uone kama bado kuna kitu, alafu urudishwe class ufundishwe jinsi ya inji inavyosonga mbele. So let's be very keen on that, and that also goes for the county level. Hiyo story ya kuwa na MCA hawezi kusoma, they cannot even read the swearing in speech. Anakwama, I can't even remember his name. Na tumulipigia ye kura. Kwani mlikuwa mnampigia mkiangalia wapi? Na alipitaje? Kwanza alipitia wapi? So let's not go for the fame of the people. Let's choose quality for us to have credible leadership. I want to appreciate all of you. Leo nitatoka mapema. Mnajua kesho ni market day. Kesho ambayo ni leo tayari. I need to prepare for the sermon for the church early in the morning. So Wekesa amefika, tachukulia hapo kusonga mbele. Bwana Wekesa, karibu sana. Naona wewe ndio KDF. Unatisha sana Sudi na kikundi cha wash sijui. Lakini Sakaja arudi shule. Okay, angoje baba. Baba amesema hakuna mtoto atakuwa wasted. Hakuna mtoto atakuwa wasted. Kila mtoto atapata masomo kutoka class 1 mpaka university. So asitie shaka, siku zimebaki ngapi? 51. After swearing in baba, hakuna mtoto atakuwa wasted. Kila mtu atarudi shule. Wengine wetu tutaenda kuongeza madegree kwa sababu baba ameingia na amelainisha kila kitu. Tutaenda kusoma ili tukirudi tukianza kuambia tunataka kuwa wabunge, hatutakuwa mazuzu, those my idiots who want to go and cause havoc on the road because they want publicity. We want people who can think ahead and plan for this country 100 years from now. People who can push like Baba and Kibaki pushed for Vision 2030 when we were in 2000. Vision 2030, that was a propelling way of pushing the country ahead. Now we need Vision 2060 to be put in effect right now so that we are moving ahead. Lakini unataka kuturudisha 16th century, unatuambia kazi ni kazi. Hapana, kazi lazima ichaguliwe. Kuna kazi zingine ambazo zimepitwa na wakati. Historia ya mikokoteni kuwa city center, hiyo tulikuwa tumetupa mbali, tumetupia ndani. Traffic ilikuwa ina move. Sasa mikokoteni yote imerudi nini? City center. So you can't move. Everything is katikati ya mikokoteni, na huku kuna boda, huku kuna matatu. So you are not secure anywhere when you are moving. If you escape mkokoteni, utagongwa na boda. Kama si boda ni mtu wa matatu. So we need sanity. That sanity only comes by proper legislation. Proper legislation comes with quality leaders. Sio wale watu wameenda shule, wale watu wamesoma. Majakindu Bey hapa ameendelea kutuambia. kuna kusoma na kuna kuelimika. Unaweza kwenda shule na usielimike hata na usipate chochote kule. My high school principal alikuwa anasema, Mr. Washira akiadmit ma form 1s alikuwa anasema, sasa umekuwa admitted form 1A, utatokea form 40. Ambia, as you move through these classes, please allow the classes to pass through you. As you pass through these classes, allow the classes to pass through you. So it's possible for you to pass through classes and no class entered you. At the end of the day, umepewa karatasi lakini huwezi kudeliver anything that is written on that paper. So asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. Tuonane masaa yake. Wekesa. Wacha nikupatie ratiba. Ni anaitwa Moriasi. Alafu maradufu na lakini Jakindu Bay alikuwa ame nini, you can give him priority, alitupwa nje kidogo na network. Hiyo ndio mkururo. Then Njiru will be here also shortly. Asante. Ama kuna mtu na swali kwangu?
Bernard.
Yes.
Kabla uende, nataka kufile kesi.
Endelea.
Najua tumesema tuna maneno ya certificate, kila mtu awe na certificate real, sio certificate fake. Na Sakaja kwanza, kabla ni file kesi, Sakaja who is Sakaja? Ni Sakaja, ni Atur, ni Koske, hiyo kitu inachanganya watu, please.
Sasa unajua, unakumbuka time tulikuwa tunauliza stakabadhi za Waititu? Alitupatia majina ngapi? Kama 6 hivi. Okay? Akasema mama yake alikuwa anamuita hivi, wakakuwa divorced, sio akaenda na baba yake naye akamuita hivi, na hiyo siasa yote ya majina na kubadilisha inatokana na kutumia stakabadhi zilizokuwa za kwako. Sakaja kulingana na mimi ni mtoto ambaye alitunukiwa akaingia kwa corridors of power without knowing how to behave there. Alitolewa kwa zizi la ng'ombe akafanywa mfalme wa Israel, lakini badala aende kwa nyumba ya Sauli kujifunza jinsi ya kuwa mfalme, yeye alienda huko kuonyesha jinsi ya kuwa mfalme. So lesson zote za ufalme hakujifunza. Saa hii sasa ufalme umemfikia lakini hayuko tayari. He needs to defend himself, because if you want to change your name you must swear your affidavit. Atuambie alibadilisha kutoka kwa Arthur kwa Kosgei saa ngapi, na which name is now valid his. Nimesema hapa, if you want to get my credentials, if any person wants my credentials, nataka kuvai kama governor wa Nairobi, siendi kwa koti kuprove. Okay, I go to my primary school, wanipatie makaratasi, toka hapo niende kwa high school nipewe makaratasi, niende kwa ile college nilienda nipewe makaratasi. Huko ndio unaendanga ukiitishwa makaratasi, hauendi kotini. Wakati mtu anaenda kotini, when academic papers are being asked for, then you know that person did not go to school, because the court does not give academic performance certificates. The court presides over disputes. Okay, so don't go to court, just go to your school where you went. They write for you paper, even if ni certificate zako zilichomekea kwa nyumba ama zilichomekea Kikomba, no problem. You go back to the school, they will give you the necessary letters you will use to process new papers. As at now, Sakaja anakaa msomi lakini hajasoma. Nimemalizia hapo.
Thank you, Bernard.
Pia Bernard ambie Julius Papa wache kufaa yellow.
Julius Papa, nimeambiwa sasa watu kwa comments kwanza wamesema hiyo story ya yellow fever ni vile tu Kasuti hajafika. Kasuti angekuwa hapa angekuvua mwenyewe. So
labda niko kwa Mbazi.
Hapana.
Hatutaki maneno ya labda, sasa kubahatisha. We want to know who are our friends. Are you not the one who has been warning us about Kabogo and the rest? Wakikuja wakae mbali. Sasa wewe uko karibu alafu
hapana, mimi hata ukipima damu yangu kwanza ni ODM. Wacha sasa hii Azimio. Mimi ni ODM.
Sasa ndio ungekuwa na hiyo orange.
Thank you Julius, Papa. Thank you Eliza. Let's keep the conversation going. Wanawekesa karibu.
Asante. Before you go, you had mentioned about vision, was it 2062 and vision 2030? I just wanted to remind you that Bwana Wycliffe Oparanya was the one who, in Kibaki government, was the Minister of Planning, and under his watch, it was crafted Vision 2030. So his election to Treasury, I know the ministry has not fully been defined, but I know it will not only be Treasury, it will be Ministry of Planning and something to do with Treasury. And there's an idea being floated that Kenya at 100, so it will be Vision 2062, something like that. So they will revive that, and I'm also seeing a situation where Hiza Kitui may be a minister of industrialization or something. This thing we are talking about, a product in each county. Yeah, he worked in that docket, and I don't know if they will keep somebody else, or Baba may want to champion the same vision they have, but it's something cooking. And so we have quite enough expertise that Azimio is going to tap into to jumpstart and revive our economy. I just want to mention one or two things on Sakaja saga. Hizi vitu zingine ni za kuchitakia. I think I saw even kuna somebody who decided to join Sakaja by design. I saw Wavinya Ndeti uploading his credentials on Facebook, and I told someone, can you tell that mama to delete those things? Because the decree was from 1994 to 1995. Actually, it was 9 months like pregnancy. So we wonder what kind of decree that was manufactured within 9 months. So I think sometimes our politicians get excited over things and they don't do what is right. So what if someone told Sakaja that you need to grow slowly and mature and be stronger? If you're not sure about your papers, why didn't he do a second term as a senator? And he plans for the future. At the end of the day, when you rush to the executive, you want to be a governor. If you can't be a president, so what do you want to be? There are people even after finishing being governor, like Mutua, they are not sure what to become now. So they need to study people who have been in parliament for long, like James Orengo, study people like Henry Koskei, study people. Yeah, there are people who have been there for quite a long, and they grew slowly. But if you want to grow today and then tomorrow you are at the peak, I'm sure you will not even enjoy the rest of your life when you already achieved, you reach the peak of the mountain prematurely. So someone needs, not only him, actually majority, and this includes Kina Malala and the rest, who went too fast, and most of them are now politically limping. If they took time to establish themselves, they took time to learn. I remember Abapo Namwamba, when he came to parliament the first time, he saw under Raila, and he said and publicly confessed on the TV stations that Raila will be his mentor. So, and he has been his role model. So if he took time to study the man and focus on where he's going, he would have been, right now his star could be blossoming. We would be seeing him either he's a senator, either he is a governor of Busia, and he's scaling up. But he decided to take shortcuts, and they multiply him raised to power zero. And you know what that means. You have to go to nothing. I want to comment something on what was it Moriah or Julius? Yeah, he talked about Baba needs numbers in parliament. Yes, he needs numbers. But if you look at the messaging and the tone of Baba has changed, they are even quite accommodative of the so-called independent candidates. Why? I think for him, he wants credible leaders. Baba wants to have a credible team that will help them expand the democratic space, and also be a credible that the 5 years or the 10 years he will be in power are effective. So both sides of the coin. When you look at, if we can dismiss that, then we may not even study the man called Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga came through somewhere by election. So some of these independent candidates spring up, but they may be our salvation in the near future. There are people who have refused to die based on maybe the parochialism of parties, or sometimes the wave the system. You see, there are systems within a system. We may have a system of the nation, but we also have systems in parties. They may not favor you, but still you are maybe the right person. So let's both cultivate at the national level. Let's go for who can be the right president. But even within, let's see. There's nothing wrong, actually, if you're convinced that someone who picked a UDA party is the best MP. There's nothing wrong. They normally say every rule has an exception. And if you are convinced, and sometimes there are many ways of even looking at it. 2017, I was put in a Kwanga, my brother Bernard. The constituents of Kimilili had 3 confusing facts for me. One, I had a candidate in Kanu who is my spiritual pastor. 2, I had a candidate in ANC who is my real angle. And 3, we had now the candidate in my coalition. So I decided not even to comment on that politics, because all of them had something to relate to me. So sometimes there are those exceptions, and you have to accept that it's not always about the party or coalition. There are sometimes you have to be personal. And you see this person is actually bringing more, maybe it's development, or maybe you have had actually a closer interaction, and you feel this person has seriously helped me where I am. I have a personal connection with him. There's nothing wrong with voting for him and voting for the other person at the top. That is the nature of our democracy. I think as we are reaching towards election, let's mature up. And you realize even the presidential candidates are not as oppressive as they were. They are tolerating independent candidates because they know they need those votes. And in fact, most of them are arguing that these independent candidates may increase the voter turnout. In areas where nomination was almost general election, right now there was no general election in nomination. So people, even after going through nominations, they have realized they still need to battle for the last prize. And for us, that is a plus. It's a step towards maturity of our democracy. Again, now the last thing I want to mention on that, and then I open the floor, is that these independent or these small parties or other leaders maybe who are not in the affiliation you perceive. They are not only happening in Baba backyard, they are happening across. If there shall be independent candidates, some will come from Rift Valley, some will come from different. And so when you cross the bridge, if Baba wins, if he forms a government, he will not only form a government with the parties he has, he will also reach out to the candidates. And the independents have no body, they will all choose the side they want to work with. So we may have even extra MPs that you thought were not for us. And there will always be Agnaisha Juma. The people who, after election, they choose to work with a different faction. There will always be. Even there are those you will vote for in your coalition, but after they cross, they choose to be rebellious. So there will always be such guys who you voted passionately because of the party, but after crossing the line, they choose to chart their own political path. So feel free to make the right choice, and let's have our nation growing in terms of democracy. So I was told that Moriah, unless there is a question.
Just a moment. Let me just comment on that as I go. Kesa, it's the difference between Baba and the other guys is that Baba understands this constitution and how it will function. As Gachagua and the team are looking at independent candidates as enemies and as inelectable. And if they elect them, they have gone against the spirit of their movement. There is a purpose for that slot for independent candidates, as it is provided for in the constitutions, in the constitution, and they should be given space. And the people asking for national leadership should have room for those people to be part and parcel of the Kenyan community. They have a right to vie, and they have a right to ask for leadership with or without political parties. So as much as we are political party democracy, the independent also have a place, and a person who wants to be president needs to have room for that in themselves first. They need to internalize the constitution and be able to function within the provision of the constitution. One problem with Kenya Kwanza is that they have a problem with constitutional slots, yet they don't want the constitution changed. So I don't understand what cooks in whatever they smoke in Kenya Kwanza. They are uncomfortable about provisions of constitution. Tena our attack constitution ikwe touched. So how are they going to need to function? This is only an indication that one of these fine days, if these people, God forbid, given power, they will suspend this constitution in entirety so that they rule by their old Dio mindset of the old canon, which is unacceptable at this point in time. So the independent, those with the small political parties, major political parties, let's go for quality leadership, which can only be delivered by quality people, not anybody that makes their way to the ballot. Anybody can pay their way to the ballot, but can they deliver when it comes to providing leadership? Now, providing leadership means rallying your ward behind you, rallying your constituents behind you. It's not just how many votes you get. After you've been voted in, you are now in parliament. How many projects will you be able to win people to support in your constituents? It's not just persuading people. It's, do you have enough influence that if you want to build a cattle dip, the whole community will be willing to follow you into it? If you want to build a school, will the whole community follow you into it? Or you need to herd them like an animal with rungu, beat them, say mnifuata, msipo nifuata, nitawafukuza. There has to be that leadership whereby umekubali majukumu na utabeba hiyo constituency, and you rally it into literacy, you rally it into better health care, you rally it into family planning, yes, and food security. Wewe usikue tu mbunge akuja kufanya kelele hapa Nairobi na kudemonstrate kwa street. How much food security are you providing in your constituency? mashamba mangapi in your constituency and they are lying without being cultivated? Just be practical about this. So hawa watu wakuja kutupigia kelele hapa Nairobi, tuna kelele mingi ya matatu, tuna kelele mingi ya makanga, hatutaki kuongezewa kelele ya wabunge warudi mashinani kule walichaguliwa wafanye kazi. Na kama mtu hawezi kufanya kazi, asipigiwe kura. Asante, tuonane baadaye. Mwambie namba yangu wanitumie sadaka kama wanakasirika.
Yeah, Bernard, before you go, I think your debate, independence, I'm not saying it because, it's not what you feel. I think, let me be very honest with you. I was in one of the serious meetings of Azimio, and they're asking some of the issues to do with the independent candidate. And some of these independent candidates are popular than our own candidates. So where do you throw those votes? That is the question, the hard question that you must confront. Where do you, if you decide to ignore them, those guys have quite a chunk of votes. But remember, when we are talking about 50 plus 1, we need actually that one extra vote. So you look at it and you say, now because already these guys are endeared on the ground. And if you look of late, you realize not only Ruto and Raila have been avoiding some bases. And why? Because there are a lot of cross currents happening on the ground. And so you don't just go there, you see, I don't want independence, I just want my party. You will run into fire. Remember Kalonzo in the south, Kitui. They heckled him and he was shocked. So you have to understand the ground, what is happening on the ground, and see how do I get all these votes first for the presidential. Then hapa chini, you can see how to handle it. So you handle it with a lot of skills and care. If that was not an issue, the presidential candidate could brush it off and say, I don't want to see anybody called independent, vote them out, all of them. They are not doing that. They know it can cost them. So there is always a time when the rubber meets the road. Thank you.
Sawa. Paul Ocheche, he says independent is selfishness. So Kenya should not have independence. We should go back to colonial rule because independent is selfishness. Is that what you mean? All the same, everybody has a right to vie, and you don't have to vie on a political party. You skim your way through. It is important that we allow, the more different representation we have in parliament, the better the parliament. Parliament ya chorus ya 2013 na chorus ya 2017, angalia kule imetufikisha. Angalia bei ya mkate leo nimekuwa supermarket is 190 shillings. Ile mkate naweza nunulia familia yangu 190. It's even more expensive than a 2 kg unga ya ngano. Now look at that. Now water is more expensive than soda. You'll make me understand that, because the chemicals you use to make soda, I think they are more than the ones you use to purify water. What happened until water is more expensive than soda? Hiyo pia mtaniambia.
Plastic. The plastic wrapping. Your balls nafikiri your balls mnachimbanga kila mahali badala ya kutengeneza Kemarol dam, na hizi madam zote zilikulwa na Arab mashamba. Alafu unaniambia why is the water expensive? Because we don't have water in Kenya. Mjamaa alikula dam zote. Alafu unakuja kuniuliza why is the price of bread more expensive? Hata wewe Bernard, honestly speaking. Tengeneza kitu mambo ya maji.
Sawa.
Bana, nimekuambia lima shamba, panda viazi huko nyumbani, wakuwekenge kwa molo line na kuletea huko Nairobi na miogo. Wachana mkate, ambia wakutumanishie mapuoni, wakutumanishie matoke na miogo. Uchamushe kunywa naye chai asubuhi, enda kazi.
Okay, thank you. Bernard,
see you later. Thank you.
Yeah, have a blessed Sunday. May favor pursue you. So I want for this this lady called Ruth, you are asking how to enter the discussion. I've shared the link. So if you see less than 10 people on the screen, that means you have a chance to enter. But if there are more, if there are 10, then it's maximum. So you wait for a chance to pop up, and then you sneak in. Yeah, so I was told Marias is the next person to make his submission. Marias, you are good to go.
Yes, good morning and good evening, panelists. What? Before I give the person who's waiting, just be patient a few minutes. I will go out and you come in, then I come later. Mambo mnaongea mambo kali bwana. Hii mambo ya independent, lakini sasa si sheria inasema. Lakini ubaya wetu, ukifungua kioski kila mtu anataka kuweka kioski. Sasa nani atanunua kwa mwingi? So the problem we have is that we copy. Huyu akifungua kinyozi 300 kinyozi mahali moja. Sasa nani atanyolewa? Kila mtu atajinyoa. So better ununue mashini kaa kwa nyumba. So we have that tendency. We don't want to buy and sell within ourselves, so that at least mwingine afungue ka hoteli auzie wengine chai, ule akiuza ndizi wengine hivi. At least we mingle in that sense. But that's the thing. Sasa independent sheria imeweka na lakini sasa kila mtu anataka kwenda independent because the law says. So we must also make a registration to limit who is supposed to wherever there. You must meet a certain increase the fee. If an independent person, you must have agents in every polling in the country. If you cannot stop, we don't want to just see your name on the ballot for what reason, and you will not be there, and you will be the first one to go to court that there was no agent to sign for yourself. So all these things, we create problems, and later on we look at the law, what the law says. So at least a few who can manage, yes, and that's why there are who are saying, nyinyi watu huko chini, mtupatie ule mtu mnataka. Kama ni huyu independent is okay, akuje na mtu wa independence, you are going to work with the government which is current. So he has to be humble and join up and the team with the, what we need is development. Kama watu wamekuchagua independent, come and work for them. Team up with the government which is there. Maybe tomorrow you will be a president independent. You will have to harmonize these people, talk to them nicely, lobby, so that they support your government, so for you to be a good leader. So all these things is not impossible if we follow what is the Katiba tells us and what we need as Kenyans. So on that, I will comment. Today I'm wearing, the Atletico Madrid. See, and the professor Magoa said, I don't need to come with it. I need only to name my classmates or my professor only. Once that is easier. See, you don't have to go to court and then prove. Once you are wearing wherever, just only name the classmates, wherever you were there, and it is simple. Everybody will know. So I saw already those that when you go there, bunge wananchi pale unajua ukiweka ile glasi ya Kisii changa, uwezi simama, unasikia kichwa imekuwa mzito, so you have to sit down. So you see all those things, it shows the frustration and what is ahead of you. So anyway, kusoma ni vizuri. Even me, I want to graduate, my friend, even if I'm 40 something. I also want to have mine at the work. Skip nataka kuweka yangu kwa nyumba. Sitaki maneno hii sasa ya kwenda koti. I only called a police officer to come to my house and take a picture and take back class. I don't need these things. You make us look like
hii mambo yake tunataka wakuja bibi aone ati waulize tu bibi alafu
Sidio, you don't need to worry about these things. Ulisiona mama moja, my friend from Meru pale alisema ziko hapo za 4 za watoto wake. Sasa nauliza huyu yeye nini anamsumbua? You see, I was not with that lady. She said very well. Ziko hapo 4 za watoto wake. So anasema what is wrong? Nini? Please tell us please, 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 please. Why? All these people with a lot of respect. Your boss is a scientist. Now you make even your people doubt your boss how he got this big word. So please. Anyway, today we saw what happened in Meru. Na soko imepatikana Somalia. Hiyo ni kazi. Vijana watalima sana. Miraa ilikuwa hakuna soko, na ukipata soko hapo, hiyo ni job creation. Hiyo ni kuinua Njoroge, na mimi huko ndauza nini pale, so kila kitu itakuwa ni sawa. Naona kama hapo tayari tumeshafungua, and that's what we need. We want to tell people how we can improve. They say this is our product, uza wapi? Sasa Munya amepata soko huko, tena atapata ingine huko Middle East, ile inawekwa ndani hapa, ile na siawe iko best, kama inawekwa huko ndani basi ingine ende Pakistan. So you see, we have market, we know how to do it. They will be branded nicely, packed nicely, and then we go there. We don't send because of preserved and distance. So we need the factory will be there to make it in that state, and that's a wonderful way. I look for a market. I want to be an agent so I can market for them, because already we try to identify anything which can help our country. We see people what they want. Majani tulikuwa tumeng'oa, Julius alikuwa ameshang'oa majani ya akaweka nyumba. Sasa hiyo nyumba hakuna mtu anaishi ndani. Sasa tunataka aone at least aongezee majani kidogo. Soko imepatikana Egypt. So majani ya Kenya imekuwa rebel iko huko Egypt. Nataka at least tupande majani mingi, na hiyo ni kazi. Atapata mapato hapo kidogo. Utaona watu wakikuja Nairobi kusumbuana huko, hiyo kelele penalty anasema. The people, they will stay in their own city, which is easier for them. They can afford housing, which means we reduce this crime. You will not hear about forgery of certificate because no one will want those shares. Everybody will be busy here. He's doing his job, he's comfortable. Mtu ataenda shule vizuri, amalize. There will be no shortcuts. So everything will be very well. Kila kitu iko, shida ni moja tu, kwa sababu hakuna kazi. So naambiwa wewe wacha uandikiwe hii upate hii kazi kwa njia sio. But if things are okay, people are good, they can go stay home, transport, accommodation is better. That is the life we want. Kuna pressure na watu wa save pesa. Just you can't get a job within a month, you have a V8, V12. How? You live in 2 years, not all. Where did you get this man? What miracle is this? Then I will tell us which judge, somebody where is that you can just be prayed and you get the money tonight, tomorrow. See, those are the things but we know when you save with the plan, you will reach there. One thing I was,
Iko Karen.
You see, that is the thing. And you can see what's going on. And when you say, where were you that time when we were doing it? Now, you are telling us, where were you? Then, where were you when COVID was here? We needed you as advice, as a scientist during the pandemic. That's what you have started. Tell us what to do. Where were you when you were here? That is the time also. The same question comes. So, if you say, like, where were you? Then we ask you, where were you when we needed you most? You didn't show up. Now we see you from top of our car. This office or this big office for what? So those are the questions. You answer this was answering back. But what we are saying is that we are doing well. Kabogo and his team, they did not show up today because of what happened from yesterday. Already they have sorted their course. They have seen what is there. And they will come to Azimio. We need the votes. So we will tell them this, okay, bring the votes, we choose the government, they will get somewhere they can do. And actually, Kabogo was one of the people who could be there, by the way, but because of the way you do the Punjab certificate, that's why he lost the seat. But he can do better. He cannot even, he can get a job. Baba, we have a big room. We can get everything for everyone who is a true Kenyan, who want to change his country. There is no problem. We all of us, Kenya is enough for us. Only we are agreed. And then we saw what I saw another point is that this one of Azimio rally was okay there. We saw it's wonderful. And I think about the DPP, as we said, is that you see now, when you see the Minister of Education talking, you saw the head of the university talking. That is the government now talking. So when the government talking, then DCI will work, will do their intelligent job, and you will be shocked to see these guys. They will be visitors somewhere. I'm not wishing them, but from what we see and what the frustration they saw today when the bunge la wananchi, you can see they have already seen things are not good. There is heat. They have felt the heat, and let's wait. Let them do their job. Everybody has right to defend himself and prove dignity, innocence. There's a human rights, good. But if you are found that you tried to be smart, then it's good to be a visitor in their side, and then for correction. That's why we have a correction facility. It's for everyone. So that one is okay with that. And I will go out again, and then somebody else come in. Thank you so much, Wekesa. Anyone maybe want to say something, you can say. About Kisi, one thing about the Kisi, Julius was talking about that, and actually in Kisi now, as we can say, is that we already if they cannot make consensus and allow, we cannot force someone to stop. They will go until to the ballot, and then the people will decide to. However, this money is moved too much on the ground, so that is the problem. Where there is easier chai iko mingi, so majani ya chai Kisii na chai ndio imezidi, naita majani. Kila mtu anauliza kuna majani, so ndio shida tuko nayo, lakini itaisha, so ikae. Thank you.
Okay, Njiru ulikuwa na swali?
Nilitaka kuchangia hapo kwa independent candidate halafu nitoke. Moriasi tuko sawa na yeye. Moriasi we always frame so sina swali kwa Moriasi, but if you can give me like a minute to talk about independent and I give another person, well and good. I don't know. Do I have a chance? Wekesa, can I talk about
Sorry, Sonia, I was talking on mute. I was saying the next person is Jakendube, but you can make your comment briefly. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be very brief. So I want to talk briefly about independent candidates. When you want to analyze independent candidates, it's always good to analyze where they come from. What is the source? We have two types of independent candidates. We have the ones who become independent before nominations and the ones who become independent after nominations. The ones who become independent before nominations, they are independent because they looked at Azimio, they looked at UDA, they said, I don't belong anywhere. The ones who become independent after nomination, it means they got defranchised. And you have to be aware that the majority of the independent candidates were delivered by UDA. UDA, actually, if you look at the whole Kenya, UDA gave us majority of them. So what I'm trying to say, and if you look at independent candidates even in the world. You try to minimize them. You always make sure that you don't have too many independent candidates, because they can be a source of chaos when you go to the parliament, because they can swing either direction, because you might not be aware of them. Like in the US, there is only one independent senator. It is not that in the US they cannot elect independents, but I want to advise Kenyans who are listening to me here, exhaust your candidates in your affiliate parties. Only consider an independent candidate if he is extremely exceptional. If he is unavoidable. But
okay, Njiru, before you conclude your comment, let me ask you two questions. One, you have told us that UDA has majority of independent candidates.
Source.
And
wait.
Yes, they have majority. And you go ahead and you have a problem with that. Okay, let me ask you a question. As a person who comes from Mount Kenya, if UDA has an UDA candidate and an independent candidate who came from UDA, aren't you happy that you are increasing chances of Jubilee winning? Or I don't know how you are doing your maths, because if this is now UDA split, aren't you happy that you are increasing the chances of Jubilee winning if they split their votes? I don't know how you are doing your math. I don't know.
Okay, it's not about doing my math. You know, personally, before I go to math, I'm one of the person who looks at character. Let me tell you, like in Mount Kenya region, majority of independent people, they are the people who are making us to overwork. Those are the people who made Ruto become very popular in Mount Kenya. And once they brought him into the bedroom, they disappeared. And the reason why they left him is because he gave them shambolic nominations. But otherwise, if Mr. Ruto had given them a good nomination, they could be there. So they brought him there and they disappeared. But are they helping us to wipe the damage which they brought? So what I'm saying is, we might look at it in terms of numbers, but I can only vote for an independent candidate if he is extremely exceptional. If I look at Jubilee, I look at ODM, and I see there is no one. But an independent candidate will always be a source of chaos, because they can swing either direction. On the votes, we can think. On strategy, both sides can see who they want. But intellectually, I'm just giving an intellectual comment which can help somebody. Only take an independent candidate if he is exceptional. If, like, for example, we have an ODM candidate and an independent candidate, only consider that independent if the ODM guy is not serious. But if we have a serious ODM guy, a Jubilee ODM guy, a NAC Kenya ODM guy, first of all, exhaust those people before you go to independent. Remember, this independent person can swing either way. You don't know him. He is there for his advantage.
Okay, I think you need to relax, Anjiru. Let me ask you a question. First of all, which people are you addressing? That should be a very key question, because the reason why I'm asking you that, when someone goes to a poll and he feels he is unfairly treated, he moves away with his supporters. So don't go there and start telling them. In fact, it's even his supporters who advises him, go independent. So in other words, this person has moved with his supporters. So you are not then again addressing him that only consider an independent. They are already with him. So maybe you are addressing undecided voters, and you are saying, if you are given a person in the party and a person in the independent, choose a person in the party. That one I can agree. But if you look at the formation of what we call independent, actually they move away with their supporters. and most of them, that is what even gives them the impetus. And some of them look popular on the ground because they already have voters who they moved with and they play around with. It's just like the issue.
Just 1 minute, you'll go on. You know, these independent candidates, they seem popular because they are using our presidential candidate name. I can tell you. Like, for example, wait a little bit. Today, I don't know what is happening like in Homa Bay. Today, let's assume Kidero does not use the name of Raila Odinga. Can he sell through, even if he is an independent? Let's be clear about that. These people, they are hiding on our presidential candidate. And they are masquerading.
Let me put it very clear. There is nowhere in the Constitution where you are told that as an independent candidate, you don't. In fact, independent candidates also will vote for a presidential candidate. You can't read. So they are not restricted that because you are an independent, you cannot affiliate yourself with any presidential candidate. They will vote, and the Kidero will vote for Raila Odinga. It's not like he's just making himself popular on the name of Raila. He will actually, his supporters will support Raila, and his supporter, and he himself will vote for Raila. They are
Why
not
is he independent? Why is
they
he
are not-
independent if he supports Raila? Why couldn't he face nominations in ODM?
It is the same question you are asking me. It's like asking me why is Kalonzo has to be in Wiper before he supports Raila. Why don't he join just the ODM? That is you can still be in a different affiliation, but vote for a different candidate. So
Independent
we
is
cannot-
different.
we cannot
Independent is different. Independent is
Okay,
not
wait,
cross-border party.
wait. You cannot discriminate independent and accept other small parties. Actually, the other way of looking at it is like you can go and form your small party and still support the presidential candidate and run with your small party. So why should you, let me now ask you a very different question, Jill. Why should you in Shire vote for a UDM candidate who is against James Orengo in ODM, and in Homa Bay deny Kidero, who is on independent and is still also supporting Raila? So the difference between a UDM candidate in Shire is that he picked a small party. And the other one is he never picked the party, but he still remained alleged to the presidential candidate.
Wekesa, I have not said independent candidates not to be voted. My comment is, I can only vote an independent candidate if he is exceptional. Period. If my party or the parties which I'm affiliated to, they don't have somebody who I can trust, I can go independent. But if my parties have people who I believe in their policy, their history is good, I would always go for a party affiliated person before I go to independent, because they are sources of chaos everywhere in the world. I know it, and people might say because they don't have a lot of information about how independent candidates are assembled. But if we have too many of them, it will be the source of chaos in Kenya. They can swing either direction, and that is a problem. You don't know them. You don't know their mentality. That is a problem.
No. I think that is. Let me ask you a very simple question now. Do you like the person called Nderitu Murithi, the governor of Laikipia? Do you like him? Even the way he's conducting Azimio campaigns, do you like him? Just answer yes or no. Do you like Nderitu Murithi?
I like Nderitu Murithi, correct.
Well, okay. The next question is, if he was never given that independent chance, would you have known him and liked him?
The reason why he was voted on independent, he is an exceptional man.
No. Wait, you are telling us independent are violent. So let's go slowly. So do you like the person Nderitu Murithi? Because
I like him.
If there was no slot called independent, he could not have emerged. You could not have liked him. You could not have known him.
If we didn't have independent, he could have been somewhere in another party.
No.
There will always be somebody somewhere.
I think, Jiru, you cannot now. That one you are going against the Constitution.
I'm not going against the Constitution.
There was wisdom of bringing independent candidate. And let's be fair. This is constitutional issue. Okay, let me have Mama Selina make a comment, then you can conclude.
Thank you. And actually, Maurice Morsi or something, he was saying about this independent Wekesa. Mata Karua said, yeye na baba wako Azimio, na akasema wapigie wale watu wako affiliate na Azimio, na kama kuna independent ana support Azimio, kama vile niliona moja Murang'a akiongea. Njeru is
Azimio has a problem,
right.
has a problem with the network.
Independence wanakuja kuswi.
Hello.
Network yake ni mbaya.
Madam Selina, kindly work on your network first. We are not hearing you. Ma'am Selina.
Wanaenda anywhere. So what we are saying ni kwamba eri upigie affiliated na chama ya Azimio.
She has a problem, but she was talking about independent who the candidates are saying they are independents who are affiliated to who are supporting the coalition should be voted for. That is her perspective. Okay, I think she will be back to finish her comment. Yeah, Selina, you are having a problem with the network. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know why you are breaking. Yes, I see you are clear.
Okay, so about independent, if we allow a lot of independent, italete shida. Njeru amesema vizuri. Independent wengi nasikia mnaongea about Kidero. Kidero when he was a governor in Nairobi. Can you imagine the day aliwacha Raila na akapatia kiti Uhuru Kenyatta? So there are some people kama Kidero, I don't see why watu wanataka kusema anaweza chakuliwa. Because unaleta adui, huyo ni mtu
maybe Ma'am Selina, I think the idea was just on an overall. When we go to the deeper now, you have to look at the candidates. So why should I go to an independent candidate who even doesn't have credentials, who doesn't have even a development record, who doesn't have something that is convincing, unless he's standing out? Now look at someone like Keter. Keter is in Rift Valley, but most people even in Azimio say that I think Keter should be voted in. So
because Keter won.
Is a way independent is creating.
Let's say for like Keter and Misra in Eldoret, in cases, Keter won the UDA ticket, but because they don't trust him, Naruto anataka watu anasema yes, that is why they had to get Keter out. Again, Misra in cases, he has done a lot for his people. Again, because he cannot be a yes man or give out the money, they deny him. So they are good independent in their constituencies. But now somebody like Keter is selected. Actually, will work with like-minded parties like Azimio or another party, because Huda wanataka watu ya they don't want anybody who can talk. So alafu unakuta sasa kuna mtu independent na amekuja kujificha kwa presidential candidate, akichukua kiti anaenda nunuliwa, and then he will not be with you. So you better have somebody, kwa sababu hii nomination ndio ilifanya watu wengi wakaenda independent. But I like what you say. If somebody was independent before nomination,
that person can support any other side. If he is a good person, na aliona hataki Azimio na hataki UDA, then he can be elected, and then the constituency will tell him what to do. But in terms of those people who are rigged out and they decide to go to independent, and they will come back because they have people. Like the way you say that man of Laikipia, he had a lot of people, so he had to come back. But the party rigged him away. I think that is it I can say, because I was just coming that. But we don't generate and say, oh, Raila, no, I only want to have one word. We cannot say Raila and Mother have agreed for independent people to work with them. We may lose the good people in our parties and we run for these people independent, and then they will not come and support them in the parliament.
No, yeah, I think, Selina, your fears are addressed. I think if you look at my conversation, I said that the party leaders have started. I do not even say Mother Karua. I said across the board, they have started going
It was
slow.
not you. It was that guy. Yes. It was the guy that who spoke and say, Mother Karua say vote for independent. I don't know what was the name. Somebody talk about it and say independent. Yes.
Yeah. I think each case is taken differently. There are areas they look at it and they see this person maybe is pulling the crowd and he owns the crowd. Let's handle him. So wisdom will help them handle the situation depending on. They also look at the candidate and see maybe he means well. It's only that the situation never favored him, but he'll still be our candidate. So they will look at how to handle. In fact, one of the issues which was being discussed, now let me come straight to this point. One of the issues that was being discussed was that it is better for Baba if he goes there and is campaigning, not to forcefully call to one candidate, just do a presidential campaign. Allow these other people, if they are popular on the ground, they will create some harm. You see, when you go somewhere and you're booed like the way Kalonzo was booed, now it creates a negative image. Your campaign for that day is brought to zero. So if you realize such places are hot spots where independents have taken the ground, let there just be, take the team of presidential people, campaign for the presidential candidate, and the rest, or wacha wakuwe na meetings zao. I think that was the conversation. Otherwise, you cannot, there's no way you can stand somewhere and say, I don't want an independent candidate here. It will be counterproductive. By the time you come out of that meeting, whatever will be trending is that you are booed, you are heckled, and you regret going to that rally. So the wisdom needs to be applied when they are campaigning for this. The party candidates are unlike the independent candidates. Sawa. Mardu.
Bwana Wekesa, nani yako kwa curtain?
Aya, Azimio amepotea. Ni nani huyu tena? Sorry, I think I thought he was on. Okay, so let's have Marduf.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa.
Hi.
Are you on mute? Okay, you can proceed.
Sasa ni nyinyi wote.
Tuko poa.
Mko poa? Hope mnanisikiza poa.
Uko poa, proceed kindly.
Oh, sawa, asante. Thank you. Kulingana na story ya independent, ama mmemaliza nao?
You can just make a comment and then proceed to the main.
Nataka kuweka nini comment. Kwa wa independent, pia hao wanatafuta job like hao wengine. So wengine wakisema sijui ni wakuharibia hawa wa hizi parties, that is not okay. Cause pia hao kuna wale wale ambao ukiangalia ground inawataka hao sana, si ati inataka parties. Ukisema unaangalia parties, utapata kuna mtu wanamtaka kwa ground na nyinyi mnawafosishia mtu hawataki. So unapata mkileta huyo mtu wenu nyinyi mko sure atiende atapata hizo kura, na mnapata independent anamwangusha. Example ni kama Keteri. Simwangalie tu venye yeye pia yako. Ground inamtaka. Haitaki party. So hope hapo tuko sawa. Alafu jambo ingine, sisi kama watu wa Azimio, enyewe this time uongozi ni wetu. Vile mnaangalia venye kuko, ukiangalia venye leo Meru kulikuwa, mnajua tu ni kwetu. Lakini sasa kuna problem, tunaweza kuwa tunasherekea mambo na Meru, lakini kuna problem moja, na sijui kama pia nyinyi mmenotice huko Western kuna shida. Ukiangalia watu wa UDA huko wakienda huko venye walitoka huko, watu wa Azimio huko hivyo wamezembea kidogo, hawa campaign sana. Hapo ndo kuna shida. So tunataka ni kila mahali, kila county at least tupate kura zote, si ati ikuwe tu ati ni tu concentrate tu ati Mount Kenya pekee. Ama unajua watu wasiasumu tu tumeshinda, ati msherekee tumeshinda nini. Watu wanafaa waangalie kila mahali tu campaign kona zote. Tunataka tushinde hao watu wa Kenya kwisha hao ama Kenya kwanza. Inafaa tuwashinde hata na over 70 huko. Alafu I hope hii serikali ya baba itaangalia vijana bana. Vijana tumerushwa nje sana. Kama hiyo kazi kwa vijana ilikuwa inasaidia sana vijana, lakini this time wamerushwa nje. Sijui kama watu wanaongelea hiyo story. Na vijana unajua, tunaona saa hii wengi wako kwa nani wanashautianga sana kwa Ruto juu wamekosa job. Wengi sana wataenda kwa Wajakoya. Venye wengine wanaweza kuwa wanafurahia ati Azimio iko na watu wengi, lakini unaona vijana wengi wanaweza enda kwa Wajakoya. So kwa hii serikali ya baba sana sana pia wanafaa waangalie vijana wako jobless. That's why unaona kwa rallies ni wengi, wengine wana fight, wamerushwa nje sana. Wakirudisha hiyo kazi kwa vijana itasaidia sana vijana. Ilikuwa inasaidia, ilikuwa inatoa wizi. Hata ukiangalia sahii, kama ukiangalia town hapa Nairobi.
Maruduf, before you proceed, let me ask you a question.
Yes,
so what makes you think that vijana watatoka kwa baba waende Wajakoya and not watoke kwa Ruto waende kwa Wajakoya? What makes you think that?
Unaona wewe ukiangalia kwa Ruto huko, Ruto ni mtu unaweza amini kweli kwa sasa. Hata wale ambao wana support Ruto na washangaa sana. Kwa hiyo ni mtu ametudanganya sana. Amekuwa amedanganya sana juu ukiangalia 2013 sijui mkiangalia vizuri alikuwa anasema sijui ni 3 months tutaleta laptop, sijui tutaleta stadium. Mnaziona saizi mnaambiwa sijui tumetengea vijana sijui kazi milioni. Kazi gani tunaona? Na vijana hawana kazi huko nje. Mkiangalia vizuri hakuna kazi huko nje atitu.
So that then means I think I need to follow up your argument rightly. If at all kama Ruto anawadanganya,
yes,
and Wajakoya is saying the truth,
yes,
then wanafaa kuhama kutoka kwa Ruto waende kwa Wajakoya, sio kwa baba waende kwa Wajakoya. I don't know. I want to follow up your argument. Why should they move from baba to Wajakoya and not from Ruto to Wajakoya?
Sijasema watoke kwa baba. Nasema kuna wale undecided. Yaani akisema tu arudishe kazi kwa vijana, utaona hao vijana wote wenye wako kwa Jakoya au wenye wanarukaruka kwa Ruto hao utaona wamerudi. Hope umenisikiza poa hapo. Kozi hiyo kazi ilikuwa inaendelea lakini ikakuja ikastopiwa, sijui kuliendaje. Na sasa ilikuwa inasaidia vijana wengi, hata wengi kulipa rent, kufanya nini. So ukiona hao wenye wanaimba sijui Ruto nini wako na hizo maasira. Juu wengi walikuwa sana kwa hiyo kazi. Sasa wengi wamekuwa na hizo hasira, that's why unaona wengi wanaimba Ruto, wengine wameanza ati Wajakoya. Na kusema ukweli kwa baba ndo kuna at least baba anaweza create jobs vizuri sana. Kama hiyo kazi mtaani najua
anaweza ask you, kazi mtaani mtu alikuwa amelipwa pesa ngapi?
Yeah?
Kazi mtaani walikuwa wanalipwa pesa ngapi?
I think walikuwa wanalipa nini? Like per day ilikuwa sijui 600 ama 450. Sasa kwa mwezi hata iko inakaa kwa mwezi ilikuwa karibu after 2 weeks wanapewa 5,000.
So mbona wasikubali kupata 6k na hiyo haufanyi kazi? Mbona isiwa exit?
Hiyo unasema 6k sikatai ni 6k. Alafu inafaa muelewe vizuri, baba hakumaanisha ati vijana watapata 6k. 6k ni kwa zile familia masikini. Najua hapo watu hawakumuelewa vizuri. Hapo na wale wale wenye tuseme hawana jobs, yani
explanation mkono imekuwa juu sana. Kuna Ozes awaja comment and then Julius.
Wekesa
disappearing for quite a while.
Wekesa, you see, the movement as to where voters will go now, the undecided, the decided, and whoever they are, it determines by some of these promises. So basically, right now, everything is just like a promise.
Yeah.
Now, it depends on what exactly are people looking for. You see, when people even go to those rallies, a number of those people don't go there because of maybe supporting each candidate. The immediate problem now, right now as we speak, is to do with the life, maisha. Umeona maisha imepanda sana. Now, imagine you put yourself in their shoes. I don't agree with Maradufu that ati watu wataenda kwa Wajakoya. Wajakoya watawapea nini? What is Wajakoya even giving now? Or even what is he promising? Because you realize right now, the promises, empty or not, the promises are coming from at least Azimio Wakona, their manifesto, which you can see what they want to give whoever the voters. The other side, KK, they are just giving promises. Now, for you to say here that ati vijana wataenda kwa Wajakoya, kufanya nini? Maybe I've not heard. Maybe you should tell us what exactly has Wajakoya promised anybody. And even if he has, what makes you believe that he will give it? Is the least person any vijana will go to, as far as I'm concerned, because so far there is nothing which will make anybody, especially a hungry person, unemployed, hungry person. Where is the hope?
Okay, Julius, uliza swali yako tumalizie hiyo story, tunaendelea na mjadala.
Unajua kuna hii watu wanasema ati vijana wataenda kwa Wajakoyo, and I remember it was last week ama lini, 2 weeks ago. I had somebody, kuna kijana anaitwa David Olo. He was just speaking the same as this sijui anaitwa Marudufu ama namna gani. Anasema, you know, they are going to Wajakoyo because the Wajakoyo is accepting, I mean, he's saying he will legalize bank. Sasa, they are going there to smoke. That means they're not going there to get a job. You know, let us be specific here, man. Mnasema mnaenda kwa Wajakoyo kwa sababu amekubali watu wafute bangi. So you are going there to smoke, but you are not going there to look for a job, surely. You know, sometimes you people, you have to be serious about life, because Baba amepromise atawapea 6,000 wale vijana wana kazi, familia zile hazina, how can I say, familia zile hazina
hawana mbele ama nyuma.
So wakati wanatuambia anaenda kwa Wajakoyo, sasa unaenda kwa Wajakoyo basi, kama because you are saying that hakuna, because maisha imekuwa ngumu kwa Wajakoyo. Sasa maisha iko rahisi, ama ni kwa sababu ya hiyo bangi ukivuta?
Thank you. Thank you. And I want us now to, I think, to end that debate, I want to tell you, I am bringing you in, Jakendube. So to end that debate, I want to say that don't always look candidates on the service area. Most candidates have a role to play in every election. And look at the candidature of Musalia Mudavadi 2013. He was actually brought to diminish Raila's votes. Whether he did that or not is another story to tell. But so I don't think this issue of Wajakoya and the other person is something that will bother you so much unless you understand what is happening. Let's have Jakendube make his contribution.
Siwekesa ile tunaradufu respond.
Asante sana Wekesa. Na habari yako, hatujaonana siku nyingi. Na wasalimia wote Njiru, Willy, wote na wasalimia, Selina, wote na wasalimia sana. Na nataka tu kwanza na mjadala kwamba Ruto aliaibishwa kule kwa sababu hao kina Kabogo na Moses Kuria hawakwenda kwa hiyo mkutano wao. Ni sawa, hiyo kweli inaweza kuwa ina wanani, lakini mimi hao kina Kabogo na Moses Kuria ni watu ambao, hasa Moses Kuria ni mtu ambaye mimi kwa kweli sidhani kama ni kiongozi. Ni kiongozi ambaye hafai kabisa kwa maoni yangu, hata awe kwa Azimio awe wapi. Ni mtu ambaye hana adabu, hana tija yoyote, hana manake yeye anavyoleta vitu, analeta vitu za ubaguzi. Unaona, huyo ni kiongozi ambaye kwa maoni yangu hafai. Mimi nasema kwamba ile mkutano ambao ilikuwa Meru ilifana sana na mimi nataka kumpatia Martha Karua eko sana kwa sababu alikuwa huko Meru kwanza wakati ule mwingine, na kwamba yale majadiliano vile alijadiliana, nafikiri imewaingia watu vizuri, na mafikiri vile anavyozungumza nao inawaingia vizuri, kwa sababu Martha Karua hapigi kelele lakini anasema mambo ambayo ni ya ukweli, na anajaribu kukuelezea ukweli mtupu, haweki korojo. Kwa hiyo mimi nafikiri kampeni yake inafanya vizuri sana. na vile vile kuna jamaa amesema kwamba kule Western ati labda watu wa Western wamelegea wafanyi nani. Nafikiri hao watu wa Western wanafanya kampeni vizuri sana, na watu wa Western ni watu wa Azimio, na ukiwacha hivyo hawawezi kuacha mjukuu wao ati wanaenda kumpigia mtu mwingine. Raila na watu wa Western kuna uzito mkubwa sana na watu wa Western na Raila mwenyewe kama binafsi, Raila na watu wa Western kuna uzito mkubwa sana, ambapo sidhani mtu yoyote kama Mudavadi ndio alishindwa kumtoa, ni ngumu sana. Mimi nafikiri watu wa Western wako sawa, hawana, mimi sioni ubaya. Ni kwamba lazima tuzidi kukampeni. Wale watu ambao wana defect ni sawa, tutawapokea kwa sababu ni wakati walifurahia wakati waliona Mutua na Kingi wameenda huko, walifurahi. Lakini sasa imefikia wakati wao nao wako na watu ambao wana defect, lakini unajua kwao hawakuwa na mapatano yoyote ambayo ni ya msingi, ambayo ni ya kisheria. Ni tofauti na upande wa Azimio kwamba kulikuwa na mkataba ambao ni wa sheria ambao ilipitishwa bungeni. Kwa hiyo upande wa Azimio inatilia mkazo kutii sheria. Kwa hiyo mtu ambaye hatii sheria ni mtu ambaye hafai. Alafu nikija kugusia juu ya degree ya Sakaja, mimi nasikitika sana na wale ambao wanajiita ni wasomi. Kama hukufanya, kama huna degree, sema huna, basi sio mwisho wa dunia. Sema huna, fanya kazi ambayo inakufaa wakati huo. Alafu kama ni degree ndio unatafuta, soma, rudi usome. Alafu wache hizi kelele nyingi ya kuita jina la president, unaita jina ya Raila, hii ni fujo tu. Ndio maana nasema hizo ni fujo ambazo hazifai katika manake kama hujasoma. Na mimi ninasema koti zetu, hata kama watu wanasema koti zetu ndio weakest link ambayo inatusumbua, na watu hata wafisadi, hata watu ambao wanavunja sheria, ni koti zetu. Koti inakuwa ni kama wale watu ambao ni hawa watetezi. Manake hizi koti zetu hazifuati sheria. Kama mtu hajafanya mtihani anaenda huko, kama hana degree anaenda kotini kufanya nini? Koti inatakiwa kuzilia mbali, iseme kama hukusoma usilete hiyo kesi hapa. Hiyo ni kitu inatakiwa umalize na shule. Basi tosha. Labda unaweza kwenda kwamba shule imekatana na certificate yako, lakini si eti uende pale eti mimi nilisoma sijui nini. Hiyo mimi nasema koti zetu, hizo koti, mimi kwa maoni yangu koti zetu ndio weakest link kwa mambo ya fujo ambazo ninaziona Kenya. Koti zetu, kwa sababu wako wapesi sana kuleta fujo, kukata kesi ya BBI, jambo ambalo inataka kuleta stability, inaangalia stability katika nchi. Hawaangalii hiyo inanisikitisha sana. Hiyo si jambo nzuri. Alafu nataka kusema hivi, kwa maoni yangu, nataka kuambia sisi kama wa Kenya, nataka kurudia hii kitu. Niwaambie ninyi wengi sana hapa ni vijana. Nasema hivi, ni lazima ifike wakati huu tuchague watu ambao wanatija, watu ambao tabia yao ni nzuri, mwenendo yao ni nzuri, watu ambao huchagui mtu yote kwa sababu ni mtu wetu. Kwa sababu mimi naweza kuambia Wekesa, wakati tulipopata uhuru, hizo siku za mwanzo, na kuambia parliament ilikuwa mahali unaenda, tulikuwa tunapelekwa hata na shule kwenda kuona vile wana debate. Hata watu, kila mtu alikuwa, mtu yoyote akiwa na off anaenda pale parliament pale kukaa kule kwa gallery kuangalia vile wana debate. Yani ilikuwa lovely, ilikuwa ni kitu, ukienda pale unaangalia vile wana debate. Si fujo kama hii ambapo tunachagua watu ambao wanakaa 5 years hajachangia chochote, kwa sababu ni mtu wetu, na yet unajua kabisa anaenda kuwakilisha matakwa ya sehemu ambayo amechaguliwa, vile matakwa ya Kenya, kwa sababu akiwakilisha chochote pale ni anawakilisha matakwa ya Kenya, kwa sababu popote nchini Kenya ni Kenya. Lakini utakuta sisi wananchi wa Kenya tunachagua watu ambao hata hawafanyi chochote, kwa hata ile kazi wamepewa, wanapata mshahara na achangii chochote kwa bunge. Miaka 5 hakuna hata sentence moja amewahi kusema kwa bunge. So hiyo ni makosa ya sisi wa Kenya. Hata kwa hii hapa nasikia watu wengine wanasema ati ukiletewa pesa uchukua. Wewe ukichukua kitu ya wizi, wewe naye ni mwizi. Sasa mimi sielewi kwa nini tunataka nimewaambia, mtu akikuletea pesa, mkikataa pesa ambazo ni za wizi, huyo mtu atakoma kuwa mwizi. Lakini kama mnachukua hizo pesa unasema tunachukua kwa sababu ni pesa zetu, ashaziiba, na mkichukua mnampatia roho ya uwezo wa kuiba tena, kwa sababu ninyi ndio anaiba, anawapatia, akiwapatia mnamshangilia. Sasa hiyo ni lazima sisi wenyewe tuanze kuwa masikini jeuri. Jambo lingine nataka kusema ni kwamba vijana wa sasa, mimi naweza kusema vijana wa sasa, naweza kusema wacheni uvivu na kulialia na saa zote kusema sijui sisi nini. Kwanza mimi kama ingekuwa kuchagua, ningechagua nizaliwe wakati huu, kwa sababu wakati huu kuna mambo mengi tu ambayo unaweza kujipatia mapato. Sisi wakati tulikuwa tumemaliza shule, wengine tulitafuta kazi hata miaka 7 au wengine miaka 10. Hatukusema ati sasa mwisho wa nani. Saa hii kuna vitu vingi sana, kuna masoko mengi sana, kuna vitu vingi, kuna internet, kuna hata bodaboda. Wakati tukiwa hizi bodaboda hazikuweko, hakukuwa hata na mabarabara, yeah? Sasa hao vijana wa saa hizi kuna vitu vingi ambavyo wanaweza kujipatia mapato. Hata ukitembea huko nyumbani bwana Wekesa, unaweza kuona vijana wengine wamekaa tu kwa maduka, na hao vijana ukiwafuata unakuta labda baba ako na shamba kubwa, udongo mzuri, karibu na maji, na hata wafanyi kazi. Hawataki kufanya kazi kwa mikono. Yeah? Hakuna kitu chochote ambacho kinakuja bure. Hawa vijana wakiambiwa kwenda kuchukua kura, hata hawachukui. Sasa wao wanataka namna, wakiambiwa chukueni kura ndio mchague yule mtu, hawachukui. Yeah? Sasa mtakuwa mnachagua na mdomo. Hiyo haitawasaidia. Na kusema eti mnakaa mahali eti ninyi ni vijana. Ninyi wote ni wa Kenya. Hata sisi tulikuwa vijana. Wote wale unawaona wazee walikuwa vijana, na walifanya kazi kwa bidii, kutafuta kazi ama kufanya kazi kwa bidii ili wapate nafasi ambazo wanazo sahihi. So usifikiri ati wanapatiwa tu. Vijana mimi naona wanapenda kulia ati sisi vijana, na ukiwaambia endeni mchukue kura, hawataki kwenda kuchukua kura. Sijuzi hapa waliambiwa wachukue kura, walichukua wangapi? So ni lazima you guys wake up. Wacheni hii mambo ya saa zote kulialia ati sisi ni vijana. Na vijana ndio wenye nguvu. Vijana ndio wenye kujenga nchi. Ndio wanatakiwa. Angalia hata kwa vita. Ukitaka vijana ndio wanaenda kwa jeshi. Sasa kwa nini ni wakati wenu huu? Mimi kama ningekuwa kuulizwa, wakati huu ni wakati mzuri sana kwa kijana, kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi tu mnaweza kufanya, na mko na mambo mengi tu. Ninyi mnaweza kufanya hata biashara tu kwa simu yako. Sisi hatukuwa na hizo nafasi kama hizo. So ni vizuri vijana muamke, mjue nchi ni yenu, ni lazima mjenge. Na ninawaambia wacheni, mimi na washauri, wacheni kuchagua mtu ni mtu wetu, na wacheni kuchagua mtu ambaye anawaambia uongo. Lazima tujue kitu munaita siasa. Ndio maana sisi katika Afrika, hata niseme Kenya, ndio maana tuko nyuma vile tulivyo, kwa sababu tunatilia, yani tuna mchezo na watu ambao ambao ndio wanatengeneza kodi zetu, wana make sure hiyo hospitali hiyo siasa ndio inaamua kama mtakuwa na hospitali, kama mtakuwa na barabara nzuri, kama utakuwa na watoto wako wataenda shule, kama bei ya chakula ni siasa. Na kwa hiyo ni kitu ambayo inatakiwa uchukue maanani kabisa, na haitakikani mtu aseme uongo na ukakubali. Haitakikani. Prime Minister. Yes.
Kuna kijana mmoja ndani analalamika, anasema umelemea vijana sana, na yeye ni kijana wa Azimio na anatetea vijana.
No, mimi nawaambia wa wake up wote tu kwa ujumla, lakini wa wake up wafanye kazi kwa bidii. Hiyo mimi sisemi, kuna wengine wanafanya kazi, lakini kuna hiyo malalamiko sana. Inatakikana, unaambiwa lazima, hata kama unataka kupewa kazi, lazima uwe pale uonekane. Huwezi tu kuwa unataka kupata kazi na wewe hauko hapo, huonekani pale. Utapewaje hiyo kazi kama wewe hauko pale? Lazima uonekane pale, lazima uwe pale, ndio uonekane.
I think unaweza weka kikomo. We will come back to that.
Asante sana Wekesa, mimi nitaachilia hapo. Na mimi nataka kuwasihi vijana wasikubali, wajue siasa ni kitu ni kitu ya muhimu kwa maisha yetu, na nchi inaongozwa na siasa. Na kwa sababu nchi inaongozwa na siasa, usikubali mwanasiasa kusema uongo. Huyo mtu ambaye anasema uongo afai. Mtu kama Sakaja amesema uongo kwamba alifanya mtihani na kufanya. Huyo hatakikani hata kusimama kwa sijui hatakikani kusimama hata nyumba 10, kwa sababu ni mwongo.
But Jakendbe, people from the other side are saying that perhaps Sakaja is being prosecuted prematurely. They are saying that first, wame revoke his decree. Then second, the same commission that has revoked his decree are now asking him to present his admission letter, his photo of graduation and whatever, to verify whether his decree is genuine. So the question they are asking is, do you first of all, you judge someone, then you listen to him later? Or should they have started by listening to him, asking him to present that? Now, if they find that in their findings that whatever he has presented doesn't merit or qualify, then he was to be dismissed. I'm just being the devil's advocate. I don't mean that is my position, but I know if they were here, they would have asked this question.
Nataka kukwambia kitu.
I see there are two hands. Maybe they also have a question. I don't know. We have Ozo and Julius.
Oh, well, that question maybe makes sense, but what you are forgetting, nobody revoked Sakaja's degree. What they did, they had verified. They were like trying to confirm that it was genuine. They did not revoke it. They withdrew the verification because they came across some other matters, or call it evidence, which was suggesting otherwise. So they decided to investigate it further to ascertain the truth. Nobody revoked the degree so far.
Thank you. Papa, ask your question.
Okay, Osea just spoke like he read my mind. Let me just talk about something else in the message. Kuna mtu anaitwa Venture ameniingia vibaya, and I think kama kuna if that Venture, somebody Venture, he can come here, let us discuss here in the aache kwa message side, atoke kwa message side akuja hapa mbele atuambie bangi itatupatia ni biashara gani bank, I mean atupatie the reasons of bank, because he's talking about it. Thank you.
Wakesa, mi nafikiri
You can respond to what you can.
Mimi sidhani kama hao wote hao wamenani, lakini mimi nasema kama hizo vitu kama ni kwamba wanataka kuverify, basi kelele ni ya nini? Akina Ruto wanaanza kupiga kelele, si wanyamaze tu, kwa sababu nakumbuka kuna wakati moja Joho alikuwa na problem kama hiyo ya kuona kwamba degree yake iko namna. Sikusikia Raila akienda kwa kwa campaign na kusema wacheni Joho sikusikia. Joho alifanya hiyo vitu peke yake, akamalizana na hiyo watu wakamwambia sawa. So kwa nini Ruto anaanza kufanya hiyo kuwa ni siasa? Manake sasa hiyo inakuwa ni porojo. Manake ndio maana watu wanazungumza juu ya hiyo, kwa sababu ya kuifanya kwenda kwa mkutano, unaenda kuanza kuita jina la president, unaanza kuita jina la Raila. Hii mambo saa zingine kuwa Raila ni kitu ngumu sana, kwa sababu mtu anataka kukulinganisha na mahali ambapo hata sijui. Kuwa Raila ni kitu ngumu sana honestly, kwa sababu mtu akitaka kulinganisha Raila na hawa kina Ruto wamefanya nini? Saa zingine mtu anatukana Raila, na nikiangalia hawa watu wanatukana Raila na kitu kile Raila amefanyia hata huyo ambaye anamtusi Raila. Saa zingine unashindwa, huyu mtu ana wazimu? Hawa wote hao watu wanajaribu kuna nini? Mtu kama Koigi wa Mwere, unaweza kukuta mtu anamtusi Koigi, mtu ana kijeli Matiba au Charles Rubia. Hawa watu, they suffered for what now people are enjoying, na watu waoni, na watu wengi tu walipoteza maisha, wengi tu. Na hawa ninyi vijana sasa mnatupuzia. Au inatakiwa tuwe na heshima, tuheshimiane sisi wote, kwa sababu kuna watu wengine wamefanya zaidi ya wengine. So hao watu wametufanyia zaidi, lazima tuwaheshimu. Ni vizuri, heshima sio utumwa. Tukiheshimiana, hiyo itakuwa ni jambo bora kabisa. Asante sana Wakesa, pole.
Thank you. I think the two issues that are coming out, that the degree was not revoked. Like someone is saying, the only person who can revoke the degree is the one who issued it. But I will also play that clip. I think I'm finding it. I want you hear from the professor's words himself. I think I heard that clip somewhere. I'll play it. Jiri, you had something to comment on that before we shift the debate now?
Yeah, I wanted to a little bit advance what Jaketbi has said with one comment. You know, there is a difference between Raila and Ruto. Raila cannot just pick anything and advance it. But Ruto is that guy who, without proper scrutiny, He can pick anything from the bushes and try to build a narrative from it. Look at the rise of Raila, by the way. Even hata ile wakati kitu imetokezea and it looks so clear, he will always hesitate just to give a statement without having proper information. And that is the reason why Baba, we have given him a title ya kwamba Baba akikwambia bibi yako wako na mimba, kubali. Because we have taken him to that level. But here Ruto nayo, we know he is a double speak. He only speaks when the condition is favorable for his popularity. Mark the one, for his popularity. That's what I wanted. I just wanted to confirm to you that Baba always measures what he wants to talk about. Hii ingine ya Ruto anaangalianga mileage. Hii ni yake tu ni kukimbiza tu, as long as it is favoring the narrative, even if it is not correct. And it is very dangerous.
Thank you. The reason why Baba speaks with precision, because when he hears an issue to do with fuel, he conducts the corresponding bodies, works out a formula. When he comes to the press and says fuel will decrease in next week, it's not an imagination in his mind. It's out of the discussion born behind the cameras. When he comes on camera and says, Keroshe, we are allowing him to proceed, and however he will have to pay his taxes, it is not something he has thought of alone and come into the press to talk about it. It is a discussion he has done with the necessary bodies. And when he says that Keroshe should be allowed to run, he has already done his groundwork. He has already communicated to the right authorities. And after he says that, you see Keroshe running. So it is not like he doesn't do guesswork. He first of all conducts the necessary bodies, do the right work, and then get the right information, so that when he comes to the press, he talks about something that can be actualized within the stipulated time. Remember when he went to Western and talked about Mumias? Say he's going to be revived, and he showed up someone he has already assigned to do that work. So you don't just speak statements in rallies for the sake of enticing your listeners, but you pick people's problem, look through it, and look through up to the end of how do you get and graft a solution, then come and speak about it. So that's why we believe Baba, because he speaks, he means what he speaks, and he speaks what he means. Yeah, thank you for bringing out.
There is also something in 15 seconds. We have been looking for videos za Baba ambazo ameongea in double speak na zimekosa kabisa. Za Ruto tumefikisha karibu 500. So I don't know if there is anyone who thinks kuna video yako nayo where he thinks that Baba amesema kitu ambayo si ya ukweli. They are free to share with us. Tumezitafuta na zimekosa kabisa. Whereas on the other direction, we have like 1 million. I don't know what is the problem. And yet, they still don't want to talk the truth.
Okay, so if I can say something, kama naweza kusema kitu. Baba, Raila anaposema kitu, huwa anasema akiwa na mapenzi ndani yake kama Mkenya. Anajua hii ni nchi yake. Kwa hiyo, chochote anachosema, asemi eti ndio ifurahishe watu. Huwa anasema kitu ambayo inanufaisha nchi kwa ujumla, si yeye binafsi. Lakini Ruto huwa anaangalia kitu ambayo inamnufaisha yeye binafsi. Hiyo ndio tofauti. Raila huwa asemi, hata mimi nimetafuta video zote nione mahali Raila alisema kitu uongo au amesema kitu ambayo hawezi kudefend. Raila nimeshamuona wakati wa Mau alisema wacha hata kama sitakuwa rais, lakini Mau haiwezi kufanya nini, kuharibika. Leo watu wamekubali na Raila alikubali kukosa hizo kura, na mradi hiyo Mau iwepo. huyo ni mzalendo, huyo ni mtu ambaye anaangalia maslahi ya Kenya. Asante sana.
Thank you. Let's have now Jose to make his presentation. Amani Uz. That name in
It's Kuseo.
Oh, I have to pronounce the whole of it. The second one.
No, it is Kuseo Oze.
Jose.
Kuseo Oze. Kuseo
Okay.
Oze.
Najua in English, sometimes when two O's repeat, follow each other, it brings another.
Okay, you can say Kuseo Oze.
Okay.
Yeah. But I hope you know where it came from. It is a result of the attacks we suffered when you were away. There is a time, I don't know whether they are the ones who made you run away. Haven't you realized many names have changed here? Okay, sir. Are you in the know? It's only Njiru I still see is Njiru, but most of us who are victims. I'm a Chebni Nani.
Personally, I don't. Let me tell you my principles. Personally, I don't glorify.
Yeah, you are the lucky few. You
wait.
Njiru.
This is what I'm saying. Personally,
Yeah.
I don't glorify the devil. So even if something like that, I know there's somewhere I lost my account of 23K followers, but I don't discuss that. I work. Yeah. So,
we were reacting helter-skelter when we were attacked. So you understand, eh? I don't know. I start where? Where should I start? I should start with the. I think I want to start with the first one. Is they're scrolling down there, is it? Yeah. DP Ruto humiliated as Kabogo and Karua boycott the rallies. You see, for me, this does not seem to be something new at all. You remember when Martha Karua was first unveiled, and I think one of her stopovers, I think, was in Kiambu. Now, it was well known that some youths and goons had been sponsored to go there to heckle her when she was in Kiambu. And actually, things almost went out of hand, but I think she was very smart. When they attempted to heckle her, what she did, she identified one of the youths and threatened to hand over the microphone to him so that he could be heard louder. The youth shied away, interesting. And somehow she managed to cool them down. The people who were heckling now changed their mind, and now there were more people listening than heckling. Now, immediately after that, I think there was a time Kabogo himself went, I think the same Kiambu, I think he was trying to campaign. Again, the same Kabogo complained that Gachagua had mobilized youth to heckle him. So this time round, when now they were now having a rally there with Wamatangi and the others, it was, I think, a well-known thing that the crowd was already divided, and that UDA's agenda seems to be to heckle all the other candidates, so that if perception be the case, then it would be seen that the UDA people are the ones being cheered. Now, that being the case, then you wonder all along, for all these many weeks, you wonder what Kabogo, I think Yunjuri also, I think, underwent the same harassment through this heckling. But then the question is, this thing is not new. What is Kabogo doing there? And what is Kuria doing there? Or what is Kyunjuri doing there? What are they still doing in KK? If that's the case, why should they cry to the public that UDA is harassing the other affiliates? Like somebody said, if they made their bed, let them sleep on it. So I don't know whether that topic is trying to throw in some sympathy for them or what. But personally, I think they know what they are doing there. And as far as I'm concerned, they have enough. They can also hire the youth and counter-attack. Why complain to the others? Want to suggest that maybe they are making it look like that so that maybe Azimio team might want to approach them so they come this side. I think Baba had indicated that Azimio is the team of the I think he had said what? The like-minded or what? Yeah. I think that was Baba's response at one time, that Azimio is just a team for the like-minded, people who are following the same. So they should not want to draw attention so that they are asked to cross over. The choice is there, and I don't think Baba will question them. If tomorrow they wake up and say they are leaving KK, Baba will tell them, go now. Baba has a big heart. I'm sure they'll be accommodated. So if that is a strategy to invoke some issues, some people to pull them to Azimio side, we can wish them well. In the meantime, they can continue boycotting the rallies on the other side. Now, during the rally today, I think a rally which they boycotted, the speakers there were really...
Maybe let me ask you this question. I've seen people comment on it. Most of the speakers say that they don't need Kabogo, they don't need Kuria. So what do they need?
That's why I said Baba has a big heart. It is like the prodigal son kind of thing. If today Kabogo says that he is coming to Azimio, believe me, Baba will never tell him that we don't need you. No. Because it's that extra one vote. I'm sure will add something. It will add
Maybe
something.
let me also provoke you in this way.
Yes.
Do people really understand all politicians and their mission? Because let's say this, sometimes you can see the players in the field, but you forget there are other players on the reserve bench. There are others who are even players who are on the line acting as cheering squad. If you can't see all of them, what I'm trying to say is that there can still be Baba supporters on the other side who are on a different mission. Just as Gideon was actually in order to ensure that Kalonzo is not going anywhere.
Okay, so let me tell you something. You see what's happening with the Kabogos and Moses Kurias. If for those who understand, even here in this planet, people understand politics differently. For me, something I didn't say deliberately, now I can say it. These people are planning or are basically trying to warm you up. They are preparing you psychologically to be ready for them to move to Azimio. Personally, that is what I would foresee. I think I can predict that. If you are a politician, sometimes you don't just make a move just like that. You prepare your supporters.
Let me ask you another provocative question. Yes. I know you're building up your story. Have you read some of the set books, the plays?
Some of them?
The plays we read maybe in high school, the set books. And you see sometimes the way the book opens, it opens with the climax, isn't it? You start from the end, then you go and start the story. Then you'll come and finish at where you started.
it is all this thing which some people refer to as first sight and first impression, that kind
Yeah,
of thing.
so this is what I want to
You want to capture these
this is-
people.
I'm building for your story before
Yeah.
you continue. Now, do you see these guys? This is how they began the story. They came together. This is Kabogo. This is Moses Kuria. This is Mwangi Kiunjuri and Mother Karua, and they say they are forming something called Mount Kenya Forum.
Yes.
They finish that and they get scattered. You never know what they discussed. And after that, they decided to scatter. And maybe they will recollect when the book story is ending. So, and that's why sometimes me, I'm not quick to say that I don't need this, I don't need. You don't know actually when mother came, what they decided, how their relationship should be with Kinakabokos and the rest of them. Haven't you even heard Baba himself confess in his meetings and say that and that is, you remember when he was launching Mother's welcome Azimio.
Yeah.
He said that we reached at a point and we discussed, tukasema we mother kuwa huku, wacha mimi nikuwe huku, mwenye atafanikiwa sa. I think that is what Kenyans need to understand how politics works. That at some point politicians can meet, and even that is what worked with Kalonzo. They can meet and decide we enda hivi, acha mimi niende hivi na tutakutania wapo mbele.
Those were Baba's own words during the Wiper NDC, you remember?
Yes.
He said, vile naona tutakutania mbele. He said that a long time. But I think you see, I think you have seen so much. That's why you can see some of those things before they happen. If I'll just take you a little back, you remember during the so-called Limuru, the Limuru whatever, which never took place. If you remember, immediately after Kiunjuri, I think Muturi, Kabogo, Martha, they met in that meeting. Thereafter, Moses Kuria literally started campaigning for Martha. You remember how many times he insisted that Martha should be the running mate, and that time he was on Kenya Kwanza side. So what was confusing? We didn't understand running mate on which side, and then you went ahead to say she's now the spokesperson. You remember? Now, if you rewind and pick it up from there, then now you see now they are saying that they are boycotting this. And then the other day, Kabogo is saying he's going back to start from where. So these are some of the things you can hear some people say, we saw it coming. But remember, you have supporters. Your supporters must
problem,
be...
1 minute. The only problem of Moses Kuria ni kwamba alitudanganya hakuna kitu atapigania. Yeye anataka ku make sure Mount Kenya wako sawa, and he is not going to vie for anything, but we are seeing him on the trail wanting to become governor. Just standing here.
So for some of you, people like Njiru, people like...
But let me ask you, Njiru. Let me ask Njiru. Do you think Moses is seriously vying for gubernatorial, or is just there for something else? Have you even seen him seriously campaigning like a gubernatorial candidate who wants to win? That guy is there for something else.
Bwana, okay. Bwana Wekesa, okay, 1 minute, najua ni time ya wazee, just 30 seconds. I never like sharing people's strategies. What I know is that you can read between the dots. The information is clear. Moses Kuria knows what he is doing. He is an adult. He knows what he is doing. I don't want to share people's strategies.
You know, before Moses Kuria settled on this gubernatorial seat, at one point, he threatened that he wanted to continue being the MP. You remember? Just not long ago. So he confused his people. But all I want to say now is that these people, remember, they have supporters. So before you make a move, forget hii ya Mudavadi ya earthquake. Sometimes you are at a loss. Kalonzo had the same problem. How do you convince your, because now it is this side, the other time it is that side. How do you how do you have the electorate to move with you? You remember what the so-called professionals in Ukambani had to do? Eh? So even the Kurias, the Kabogo, they are going to face the same problem. Because the other day, they were there, the other side on Kenya Kwanza. Even when everybody saw that, what is Kuria getting? What is Kiunjuri getting? What is Kabogo getting? What is Muturi getting? When the Mudavadis came, they had something. You negotiated, what percent? 20% of government, what have you? The next question was, so what about the other fellows in central Kenya? What is in them, for them, in KK? Now, those are the challenges they have to deal with, so that the electorate will not get more and more confused. So we'll just keep watching. We see what time. Yes, I think Julius wants to ask a comment.
Osea, let me just, I'm sorry for,
No, don't be sorry. It is part of.
No, I always don't want to interrupt someone without, that's why I raise my hand. Well, Wekesa is saying it might be, how can I say, a strategy. But for Kabogo, it might work, and even Kiunjuri. But for Kuria, I don't think that strategy is working, because he has gone so personal to Baba, very personal. Surely, hata kama ni strategy, is that strategy really the best way to do a strategy? Going so personal to someone? I think my answer is no. Yeah, I think Kuria is a confused person, number one, because I remember it was when actually.
Let me ask you, Julius.
Before I forget, let me just before I forget, please. Okay, so I'm sorry.
You're planning to forget.
No. I because I am sometimes I have a lot of things that I want to share, but I forget them. There is some time back when Kuria before actually UDA kuanzishwa alikuwa ameanza kusema he cannot. He was complaining ati kijana Uhuru anaitwa nani, the first kijana Uhuru anaitwa nani, President Uhuru
anaitwa Jomo. Is it?
Yeah, Jomo. There is time walikuwa nasema ati Jomo anasimama MP. Do you remember that rumor? And it gave Kuria sleepless nights. From then Kuria akakosa formula kabisa. He was flip-flopping all over. So for Kuria, I think Kuria is just, I don't know why he's that worried. But from then, even now, because I don't believe Kuria, that strategy is working.
Let me put it, people, and you need to understand politics in a broad perspective. When, like in a home setting, you can hire someone who clean the house. You can also hire someone, a plumber, who goes and does that dirty job. Ile yenye akianza kufanya hiyo kazi kila mtu anafunga mapua. But the truth is, you still need that plumber for the whole system of the home to get running. So people look in politics and pick those people who do the nice jobs and they think that this one is good and this. Let me tell you, in politics, you need the good people and those people who do the dirty job. And that's why in all settings, kuna watu huwa unapenda, hata kwa Azimio kuna watu utagangi wafungue mdomo. But they are allowed to be there because it is a whole system. It has to work.
it works that way. If you want, you need to see it. There are things that they can only allow. Let me ask you, why do you think Livondo came one day and said very dangerous things and he disappeared? Dangerous things. Nobody else can say that. But they knew the only person who can say things is Livondo and nobody else. And such a characters, you may hate them, but they are always in the society. And when there is an issue like that to be said, they will say, call Livondo. He will sort it out.
Wekesa, about what Livondo said, it was in the, it was everywhere. Everybody knows about it. What I'm talking about here, I'm talking about
you come to know it? That is my question. How did you come to know it? There is always a source. There are also always those guys who are tasked to broker that information.
No, I think Julius is trying to say that Kuria's approach is just too personal on the person Baba, but I will still disagree with him.
Now, Hosea and Julius, let me give you another shocking information. There are sometimes guys go to Baba and wanapeleka hiyo mshene. Wanasema this guy is attacking you, this one is attacking you. And Baba asked them, he is attacking me and not you. So why are you having a problem with him? Now that's how the politics work. You guys don't see the whole picture. Let me tell you. And that's why there are people, even they attack Baba, and when they meet, they shake hands and they laugh. Because he understands this is nothing but politics. And you need to know it.
You the benefit of the doubt.
That why are you so much enraged and you're not the one attacked?
Because we'll give you the benefit of the doubt, because some time back, after Kuria had abused Baba so much, the next thing we saw, they were in a kiosk eating together, purportedly that he was apologizing. You remember?
And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. And let's face it. Let me today, if Kuria turns and says, I'm supporting Baba, you will never see Baba say that, I don't want Kuria here. In fact, the worst person, people thought like, hey, Baba wamepushiana sana na Waiguru hawata nini. Then the next time they are found in Capitol Hill in a meeting, and people, that is when you began the conversation of sanitizing. You remember?
Yeah, exactly.
Those are political miracles. Anyway, Jiru, say what you want to say, and let's move.
Yeah, I just want to agree with you on this. You know, in politics, unless you display the way like Moses Kuria is displaying, it will look like an act, as if he is acting. So we don't know the force, where the force is coming from, but he has to be that way for it to be natural. Otherwise, you can portray yourself as somebody who is not decisive in your own self. So politics is abrasive. So he has to position himself that way, even if it is a strategy. So strategy can go either way, but he cannot just play like a cool guy. I need not to attack Baba. I need not. Okay, Ebu nikuulize. We were having Kalonzo. Kalonzo said, I cannot support Baba for a third time, even, maybe without any sense of reciprocity. What is happening now? Politics, strategy, cyclic.
Well, thank you. Let me.
Now, say, look outside the box. How did Raila Odinga go and smoke out Abab Namwamba, and he had never talked anything bad about Raila? But how did they discover that he was a mole? Now, bad people are not those who talk bad things against you. In fact, those who make themselves look like they are friends to you, those sometimes are the betrayers. They are being used by the enemy. They have never said anything bad against you. They praise you in the public, but they are being used by the enemy to blindfold you. So you put them close to you, thinking that this is the right person I need to work with, share my secret. Kumbe, that is the person always leaking the information to the enemy. So sometimes politics is not what you see on the surface, what people say in public rallies. There is always the other conversation happening behind the scene.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
But,
now let's proceed now. I think we
something I
can
wanted to say with maybe a little caution.
finish, then I bring in Mama Selina.
I have two more issues to deliberate. One of them is to do with, again, the KK meeting today. You see, right now what's happening is life is really taking a very, very tough tangent. Now, sometimes, what exactly is happening? The issue of food is becoming more and more serious. And you see, like today, today or yesterday, in the DP's rallies, they start talking about the hardships people are getting and how many are going hungry. Now he says that, you know what? The other people are just busy eating in Nairobi hotels, trying to block Sakaja. And yet, huku chini ndio watu wanakufa na njaa. Then he goes ahead to start saying why Kenyans are suffering, why the price of fuel is gone up, why the price of food has gone up, why the debt is crippling the country, the economy is now negative according to them, and all this manner of propaganda. And then concludes, first of all, he keeps saying that the entire team in Azimio, they did not support the president earlier on in the past elections. That was, I think, in Kiambu or someplace. And that now they have come in, they have crippled the economy, everybody is now hungry. And then they are saying that they have not helped the president in any way. Now, in other words, they are putting all the blame, and he's saying food security is no more because of what he calls the Watapeli. And this Matapeli, Tapeli, Wakora, Watapeli, Matapeli, Tapeli, is there a difference? If Stemba was there, I think I would ask him. I'm trying to understand some of these Swahili words. Is it the same thing? Maybe he'll tell us when he comes. But nevertheless, what my point is this. The high debt in the economy, the debt problem, and the insecurity of food, if you check the genesis, you can trace it back to some of the bad practices, especially in the earlier times when the government went out of board. You remember when they started importing maize, they were importing sugar, they imported rice. I think the sugar was the one which was even contaminated with mercury. Fertilizer, I don't know what happened. It became too expensive for the farmers. Now, all this blame is, for whatever reason, was being placed on the Azimio side. Now, if my memory would serve me right, the corruption I keep talking about, the scandals that took place in the past, especially things to do with the Eurobond. I don't know if you all remember the Eurobond borrowing. It pushed the debt ceiling to rocket high. The SGR did not make things any better. And then the roads. The DP says that they have done roads and this and that. But the cost of doing those roads, what is it? Considered or compared with our neighbors, you find that the roads in Kenya are more or less like 10 times more. They are done almost 10 times as it costs in the neighboring countries. Now, what does that tell you? It means that a lot of looting is taking place. Now, take the issues of the misuse of the CDS funds. Basically, all the monies which go into the counties are not properly utilized. What am I trying to say? Corruption. Corruption is what has made the standard of life in Kenya to be where it is, which is so unbearable. Now, sometimes when they are in those rallies, or even in the Azimio rallies, it is all good, well and good to say mwizi ni nani. I would rather the people, the speakers, would go to specifics. There are very many specific cases how the DP has scandalized and the economy has been looted. Why not just tell people straight away how the money for the dams has been looted? That's why we have no water. Now, in most those rallies, most people will just hear mwizi ni nani, but they do not know exactly. They need to understand how the looting has taken place, so that when Raila says he's going to seal all the loopholes, it is very clear. People can see exactly what he's driving at. Those generalities, they have points. KK have got so many things that can be used to decampaign them. Let's be a bit specific. And then now my last point.
As you do your last
propagandas.
Last point, huh?
Yeah.
I've been reminded Lillian has been here for long. She has not spoken. So she will be coming next. Njiru will be moderating. I'm coming back. So thank you.
I would rather that the propagandas be specific. When the KK team go ahead to say that fuel has gone up because Azimio is using the money for their campaign, I have not had any counter response from the Azimio side. And they are talking to people who are suffering from high transport costs. Now, if you are told the fuel has gone up, your transport has gone up because the money is being used to fund Azimio, which they call the government project, they need to have a day in, day out to counter the propagandas from Kenya Kwanza.
You haven't heard that from Riza Kitui? And he has said it repeatedly, saying that this, I thought Ikina Musalia Mudavadi, when they go there, they'll be listening to intelligent people, but Musalia Mudavadi went there and became like Sudi. They are the ones telling people that the fuel imepanda kwa sababu ya hii. But we all Kenyans know that the fuel imepanda kwa sababu ya war in Iraq and whatever. So he was not countering with another propaganda. He was actually sharing the truth. That's how you diminish propaganda. You share the truth.
Let me tell you, you need to explain to Kenyans some kind of civic education so that they understand exactly how does the fuel go up. How does the gas used for cooking? Instead of trying, because Raila is doing cylinders, they are creating a narrative that when you see gas has gone up, it is Baba who has pushed it up. It is not that direct. When they claim on the propaganda on the other side is directly linking it to Baba's call it companies and the like. Today, I hope you heard what they were saying about milk. How the Limuru milk has been brought down. They were trying to say that Keroche has also been brought down, and how, as far as they are concerned, that they are the operatives of the president, who has brought the Limuru milk down. It's now brought the Keroche company down. So they need to be smart so that people can understand exactly what are the problems of Keroche. Somebody needs to educate the public so that they understand, instead of trying to put blame on Azimio. You heard what they are saying about the golden eggs? Not only did you stop them from laying the golden eggs, but it is them who ate the golden eggs. And I want to stop there.
Yeah, Njiru, give Lillian, then Selina.
Okay, Lillian, can you hear us? Please get the floor and follow the talk line as you share your comments.
Hello. Yes. Hi, everybody. Yeah, we are saying everybody's blaming Uhuru. Everybody problem now is Uhuru. So poor man, I pity him. So about this degree, yeah, Sakaja. I don't know why it's getting so much media and everything. It's either he has it or he doesn't. So I don't see even reason for him to go to the court, dragging everything. Why? Why? Because even it should not go. If IBC they found that he doesn't have a degree and have confirmed with the institution, why should it be dragged to the court? It's either he has it or he doesn't. Because when you go and apply for a job, they ask you or they tell you the requirement before even you apply. What is necessary, what is desirable. So he should have learned, he should have seen all these requirements before even went to IBC to give it to them. So once they confirmed the documents were not right and they confirmed the school, so that should have been the end of it. And they look another way forward. But it seems just because people are used to just to forgery and not to be straight and narrow. That's why everybody should try their luck and bring it to Hulu because of his degree. They didn't go to the same class. Who was he issuing the degrees? You know, it doesn't make sense. It's just stupidity. Another thing, what was about? Oh, Kabogo and Moses Kuria. Surely Moses Kuria, how can he face Baba? I know somebody was saying it's about propaganda, but I find it very embarrassing, very heartbroken. Moses Kuria, what he have said, what he was calling Baba's name. Baba is like my father, and we should give, even if it's propaganda, we should give our elders, people who are older than us, the respect they deserve, despite its propaganda or because there are people who are watching, children are watching, so they are learning. So we should demonstrate a good conduct because there's some things Moses Kuria said, I really, my heart shattered. What else about them boycotting UDAs? And so for this one, I don't know Kabogo, whether they want to defect or what they have disagreement. So I don't find it interesting for me. In fact, I cannot be able to comment on that because I don't know how it's gonna work out, whether they want to join Azimio or because what are they bringing to Azimio? But I know in a vote count, fine. But if I was Moses Kuri, I would be hesitant to join Azimio because the thing, if he is conscious, the things he has said, I think he should, first of all, if he is going there, talk to Baba and clarify things, because that would be my approach. And Karua in Meru and the whole Mount Kenya rally, it has been successful, so we should keep up spirit and adapt. About independent, I think Jill has a point in some way, like we should not kind of, because those independent, they are coming to Azimio, they should be given even them priority than those people who have been there before, because it's not fair. But let them be there, but not just like to be given more more time than the others who have been there before, because it would be unfair, because they have been contributing more than them wherever they were, and they had their choice to go independent. And if they were told the other side that they can join, they can't join them and then come to us, it's not fair. So that's my contribution for tonight. Andrew, do you want to say something?
No,
Okay, thank you.
that's okay. And because the thing is, they are just defecting to Azimio because they have been rejected on the other side. But they
Okay,
had.
you got Kogi here.
Hello, everybody. This is Kemere here. Jiro, mambo.
Nakuona sana, karibu. Umetembea?
Nimetembea.
Okay.
Nawaona wote, naona Oze, good. Oze, numbers, you're not giving the numbers anymore.
Sawa.
Mama Serena ameenda.
Ameenda. You have walked the talk. Ulituambia utatembea na ni ukweli. Nimekubali sasa. Ni kusema na kutenda ya ukweli sasa.
Si ndio hiyo. Hata Mr. Kamau anakuwa anajifishanga sana. Kamau tokea tukuone. Anyway, let me say, like, the humiliation of Ruto humiliated, but I don't think Ruto really cares that much. Amekuwa mtu wa kujipiga kifua, yani he wants to show the others that he doesn't care really, but wamefanya vizuri juu hawezi kuambia watu wakuja wakae wawe naye alafu the campaigns wanapiga ni ya UDA peke. Actually, I don't even know why we continue to say Kenya Kwanza, because Kenya Kwanza doesn't exist. And I don't know why you are not even discussing. I saw there was a rally in Mombasa with Mutua and Muturi. And even there, if you follow these Kenya Kwanza people, like all what they do, they don't have an agenda. Or what they do is in their campaigns ni kupiga Raila, and especially like Mutua, every time he talks, he only talks about Uhuru. So what kind of a campaign is that? If you listen to them, even Muturi now always only talks about Uhuru, how he should retire in peace like Kebake, go retire, go home, and all that nonsense. And Sasa, and I'm very happy, like now even the Mutumba discussion has died because the Mutumba Association killed it yesterday. So was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday morning. So they have hard time. They have to find another narrative now because they are making they are making Uhuru the point of aggression now, but it's not even working. And that's why I also believe it's good that Uhuru is not campaigning. Na lazima akuwe akitupa mishare hapa na pale wakati anaenda kuzidua miradi na vitu kama hizo. And yeah, I think but we still should continue campaigning hard. Like Mother said, that we have to campaign like never before, like the world is ending tomorrow. So by the time we may approach the 9th of August, we get this thing 70%, and no contestation, no hakuna kwenda kwa koti. The courts like Jakedube alisema mapema, the courts are the weakest link, and because we have this judicial activism, and I don't know you guys what you would say, but because that seems to be coming more from the High Court, really, because that seems to be the court which is trying to, I don't know whether they are still against Uhuru, and people are not, they can't distinguish between what is coming and Uhuru. They all seem to link everything with Uhuru, and I think that's a big mistake. Now, Sisi, we have to educate people because the wananchi, and I have seen even a lot of learned people, they believe everything that comes in the media without even interrogating and trying to understand what's behind all these things. Kwa hivyo, let's continue educating people and see. Today you saw in Meru, the Kenoru Stadium was full. And you can see the people are convinced. It's not like, you can't say that people are paid to be there. People are there because they want to be there. And that makes me believe that those people will come out and vote. And so, and I'm very happy. The 2 weeks ago, when Mother went around from Kirinyaga to the Rakanidi, Meru, Nanyuki, Laikipia, Nyeri, Muranga going up. And now this is the second round. So alienda kupanda leo sasa wameanza round ya kwenda kunyunyiza maji. So next time wakienda kupalilia, the game will be over. I believe that. So tomorrow I think they're in Kiambu. Let's wait and see how the Kiambu engagements will be tomorrow. Then they go to Isiolo on Monday probably. Let's see. And we are very hopeful. So let's continue preaching the gospel, and everything will go on well. The fake degrees, that one is what can I say about that? Because I'm so disappointed with our courts, because if the degree is there, it's there. It doesn't take a week or two to bring the documentation, because even if, let's say, suppose you lost your certificate, because like, for example, some of us I can't even remember where my class 8 certificate is, still I think, or even the high school one, but that's not a problem. If I don't have it, you just go to the issuing institution, they'll give you a duplicate, or the records are there, the register is there. So it's quite easy to prove that. It doesn't need a court case. Yes. Jose, uliza.
While you are on that court case, I've just remembered something. There was a judgment. Now, there was, you see, when the commission withdrew their verification of Sakaja's degree, a judge came on board to instruct the IBC not to remove him from the list of the cleared candidates. What I'm wondering is, where did that come from? And the case was already being investigated. You were supposed to present a satisfactory these papers to IBC. So if the commission withdrew their verification of that certificate, in other words, they didn't want the IBC to rely on it. And then I'm not understanding, where does a high court judge now come to say, no, do not remove him?
I'll tell you.
Yeah, based on what? I don't know whether any of us knows exactly how this was arrived at. And then secondly, that particular judge was not supposed to be on duty.
Yeah, it was.
So it is not even clear that he's the one who issued that. Somebody did this on his letterhead. He's not, and apparently the hearing was at night. So
you see that's why I'm telling you that there is this judicial activism, because most of the determination they make, they don't make sense. It's kind of a protest they do, and that's why I'm telling you that they link everything to Uhuru, and that's why you saw Sakaja saying it's Uhuru doing everything to block him from vying for Nairobi gubernatorial. And you see, if you look the sequence on how the courts are doing things, you understand that they make all these determinations without any consideration whatsoever, and there's no reason behind it. And because if look at the case of Sonko, the courts also said that the IBC should not ban Sonko from running, for example. And now you ask yourself, if the IBC is following the Constitution as well as the political party acts, or the elective seats act, or whatever requirements are there,
the Elections Act.
Elections Act, the IBC should be the only institution determining those cases. Yet you see that the courts are all interfering with everything. They're like kind of blocking everything. The IBC says, okay, according to the rules, these are the requirements. You don't fulfill them, then you can be allowed to stand. the court comes in and says, okay, you can't ban them. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
but I
now,
think,
even the Chief Justice.
I think we need to be fair to the court, because when IBC says something, it's the Kenyans who run to the court. It's the same guys who had the case who took it to the High Court, and High Court only grants, either reject or grants you your prayers based on the issue presented to them. So these guys saw that this issue it's getting late. So what we do, let's run to the court, and so that we are not revoked, our certificate is not revoked. And so they put their prayers in High Court, and the High Court, it's non-party. It looks at the issue and then it grants you your prayers. If you want more time to be looked into your issue, that is it. So I think as much as there are determinations that High Court has made that I don't agree with it, but I also think that there are determinations that they make based on their jurisdiction.
The issue of
However,
Sakaja was made at night.
It's not only Sakaja. Remember case ya Nani, it was also done at night.
No. Let's just deal with the Sakaja issue.
You remember the Waititu issue? Yeah, I'm saying it's not the first time the cases are.
The Sakaja issue was based on what the commission was going to say, whether the degree was valid or should be relied on. Now, the commission as a government body withdrew.
That is normally happens in Kenya. Kenyans always, you premeditate on what they will say, and then you go to already block that thing before it happens. It has happened several times.
What I mean is, if there was hearing to reinstate it, yes. But somebody runs to court that the commission has withdrawn the verification, then the judge responds at night. There was no inter-party hearing to tell the IBC that they cannot remove him from the list.
Anyway, for me, it's better if we are reading if we have the High Court, what they said and what the Nini took. I think it's a source of information so that we may not just okay. We need to deal with facts. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Wekesa, the thing is, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. But the thing is, with the same eye, as you're saying, that the courts decide according to what is presented to them. Yeah, the court is two sides of a coin. So the courts can also decide otherwise according to their conscience and according to what is good in interpreting that law or that rule. So why then say you can't block these people if the rules are clear that these are the things that you need to present for you to be able to be eligible to vie for that seat or that position, yeah, and you haven't satisfied that, the court now can say, okay, the court can't really just say, okay, we ban you from you can't prevent these people from vying this position until such and such thing is done. Because last time we had the Chief Justice herself saying that, for example, I go back to the case of Sonko, yeah, if you are impeached, yeah, you remain impeached until that impeachment has been taken away by the courts. Appealing by itself, that doesn't mean that you are not guilty. And that's what the High Court now was trying to tell our Chebu of the IBC, yeah, to let Sonko go on because he has made an appeal. And that's the same thing that Kalonzo was saying when that appeal was being listened to with the IBC council. And that's wrong, because if you are impeached, you remain impeached. The appeal doesn't revoke the impeachment. So at that point, that he should not vie for any seat until that the appeal is listened to and the impeachment has been set aside. You get what I mean? That's why I say there's this activism, and the High Court is making a lot of rulings which are contrary to the constitution they think they are defending. You get? So we need to really understand that. And that's why I believe that we need to look at the constitution and make very clear rules, especially regarding the chapter 6, because otherwise we'll be having all these things going on all the time, especially because we know that we have a problem with the courts. Yeah, no matter how much we want to defend them, Wekesa. I think yeah.
I'm trying to balance the discussion. I'm not trying to we dismiss the High Court. Okay, at some point they have made weird rulings, but at also some point I know we have celebrated the High Court rulings. It's the same, even Justice Odunga, when he ruled in favor of NASA, we celebrated. There are times we celebrated it. So let's also try to balance.
We do. No, the courts are there. We celebrate when they make a just ruling. You understand, the rightful thing. But if they do things which are wrong, yeah, because they are the people we depend on, we have to criticize them, and we don't necessarily have to accept everything just because they are the courts.
Okay, my issue has been even on the substance you have presented. I didn't have a problem with whether High Court or its Supreme. I only had an issue with the substance you had presented, because you didn't point out exactly the issues you had with the High Court. You seemed to throw a general blanket condemnation and saying the High Court.
But now I have.
You see why we are at a loss. Let me tell you why we are at a loss.
Let me tell you. Wait. Let me tell you
now
why.
I have, haven't I?
Why Azimio needs to resist that, because Baba should not make a temptation of starting his government and carrying Uhuru's baggage. And it look like he has a war with the High Court when it had a war with Uhuru. So you have to start distinguishing that and look at the issues that are being prosecuted, such that in the next 2 months we will be in a different government, and will we be looking at the government as far as the High Court that was under Uhuru's regime, or the High Court that is existing, so that we focus on real issues. Politics.
I agree with you, Wekesa, only that the courts has nothing to do with the administrations. The court will remain independent anyway, regardless which government will be there. So we, as Wananchi, we have to criticize things which are wrong, regardless we River Uhuru Aron or any other government. We are like free citizens. We have to criticize what we think is wrong. You understand? Because the courts, it doesn't matter which regime is there. You know, they have to do the right thing regardless of which regime is there. It doesn't matter whether they augur well with Uhuru or with Raila or whoever. They have to do the right thing. That's my point. Yeah?
Yeah, and I don't want us to throw everything under order, because I have celebrated Justice Ngugi's ruling. And there are that have done things that I have celebrated in the High Court, and I don't want it to be like a blanket condemnation of the whole High Court. There are judges who have ruled things that, and I look like this is political. But there are also those that I borrow their jurisprudence. So it should not be like we condemn the whole court. Let's bring in Makiadi and Azimio, Bob Azimio. Bring in your jurisprudence on this as we move to the next person.
Thank you. Thank you. Then you didn't even. Okay. Thank you very much.
No, we will help you to conclude. We want them to bring in their perspective, and then you conclude, and then we move to the next person.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that there is something called these are rules of natural justice. As in, you can what we are seeing from the orders that Sakaja got is just call it a court process. And I want to mention that Jose is somebody who I think the law has been very unfair to you. You are traumatized by these Kenyan courts. You know, Jose, even a murderer, even if let me say any prominent politician, I don't want to mention names, can murder today. And as long as an offense is bailable, those are remedies that are available to any individual in the country within the borders of Kenya. I can still be given bail, but if I'm given bail and I'm a prominent Kenyan, you will see it as unfair. And if you look at what Sakaja got something which I can basically call a useless paper, because yes, it was given ex parte number 1, and ex parte orders are normally just temporary. They cannot go beyond a week. You can be given everything you pray for in that order. When you go and present your petition, you'll be given almost everything, but it will just last for not more than 14 days or 7 days, just to give the other party time to prepare and come and challenge. So and if you look at that order, at the tail end of that ruling, it's like the same judge who gave it at night. He runs away and maintains status quo. What is status quo? Status quo remains that in as much as the letter that was granting him, was giving him, was okaying his degree, it was just being expunged. But it doesn't change the fact that the IEBC has, it was not compelling the IEBC to admit. So it was a zero-sum game. It's just a temporary thing. So don't get traumatized, Jose. Jose, I realize that these courts have really either frustrated you. It's like you have been abused.
Let me tell you, Bob, what disturbed me is this. The Sakaja was cleared based on the verification provided by that commission. The commission turns around and withdraws the verification. Sakaja goes to court, and the court says, no. You cannot withdraw the verification. Sakaja should still be a candidate.
No.
When they withdrew it, they said it's pending investigations. So where does that flow? Everything is thrown into confusion. Do you see?
That is why I told you those are just remedies which are temporary, and there is nothing much you should read into it.
So let me ask you, Jose. According to you, Sakaja is a candidate, right? According to you.
If IBC have been told not to remove Sakaja from the list.
No. What the court said is the letter that actually, authenticized, so to speak, the documents that Sakaja presented to the CU cannot be withdrawn.
The
letter that the CU signed to say that the Sakaja's documents are legitimate. That's the only thing that still holds status quo. But Sakaja is still not a candidate. Candidates will be gazetted by the IEBC. IEBC is still in the process of vetting its candidates. And as soon as they are done, they will have to gazette all their candidates. So the process is still on. Sakaja has not even been cleared by the IEBC. So after clearing, there's also a process of gazetting the candidates. So there's a long way to go.
So the court preempted Sakaja's clearance or what? Because the court stated that Sakaja should not be removed from the candidates contesting.
No, the thing is, you cannot be a candidate contesting before you get gazetted by the IEBC.
Then I understand what Bob is saying.
What you're saying is this. What you are saying is this: we have 4 people who are running for president that have been cleared by the IEBC, right? But they have not become presidential candidates until they get gazetted. So there's still another process.
Yeah. Anyway.
That process, in fact, the Sakaja thing the other day I was saying, it will be dismissed as speculative because he jumped the gun.
Okay, that's all right.
Those orders I told.
That's all right then. I have a question for Makiadi. Makiadi, can I ask you a question?
Sure, Kimere, go ahead.
Okay, they don't become candidates until they are gazetted, yeah? But the gazettement only comes after the clearance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So once they are cleared, they will be gazetted. So what determines the candidacy is really, the gazettement is just officialization of the candidacy, but the most important and crucial point is the clearance itself, right?
What I can say is this, what I can say is this, Kemere. Even if you are cleared, legal issues. There's no time limitation to legal issues. Whether you are a candidate or you're not a candidate, if anything happens and somebody comes out with an official, legitimate reason why he or she thinks that you should not run for election, then you can also be degazetted. There's nothing that is permanent. So if you are president, for example, if you are president, you are gazetted as a candidate for running for the presidency of 2022, and something happens in between today and the election date, something that probably you file for bankruptcy. That is an official, or it's a legitimate reason why you should be qualified to run for president, because the constitution actually throws you away. So there is no limitation to how much or what can be brought between today and the election date. As long as you're on the ballot and there's a reason that will probably keep you from performing your duties 100%, then you can always be thrown out of that ballot.
Okay, a good example. That's very clear now.
Wait, Kemere. A good example is that of this guy. Moi parody nani anaitwanga nani Nyambane. He was cleared, then 2 days it was revoked. So you can still be cleared and revoked depending on the issues presented.
Yeah, what we are saying, the constitution is still supreme. So even if the IEBC clears you and something happens in between now and the election date, something that disqualifies you as a candidate for the presidency, then the IEBC can always, degazette you and you'll be prevented from running. You commit a crime, for example, you are arrested for shooting somebody or hitting somebody, hit and run, and that person dies, that's a criminal offense. So there are so many other things that can bring this scenario where a candidate can always be degazetted.
Nani Matiadi, in the case of Sakaja, if the only difference, the only barrier between him and clearance is the verification of the commission, what will happen when IBC, the matter is before IBC, and it's like the court has rescinded the commission's withdrawal? What would happen?
Jose, I want you to understand. I want you to understand that in matters election, the tribunal right now that the case is before the IEBC tribunal has the final say right now as we speak right now. So
they can overlook the court's
no. Right now, I said right now. I said right now the matter is before the tribunal. So we cannot preempt anything until there's a judgment from the tribunal. So we have to wait until the tribunal makes a decision so that we can start this talk, whether he can go to the high court or what. But right now, is because the matter is still in court right now, there's no judgment that has already been produced or proclaimed upon this issue. There's no way we can preempt anything. He can either be prevented or he can be allowed to run. So there are two scenarios. It's all upon the tribunal to do that. You should even look at the matter of Sonko. Sonko went to court and came with some form of judgment and gave it to the Mombasa, I don't know, returning officer or whatever they call them. And that person said, I will not take that because I'm following what the tribunal is, the laws of the electoral whatever says. The electoral, what do you call this?
Elections Act.
Election Acts, correct. The Election Acts say. So as long as that matter is still before the tribunal, let us not preempt because we will be even wasting our time. They can either be allowed to run, the tribunal can tell him, you know what, I don't think you can run for this post. So let's discuss this after that.
Yeah, to add on that, Jose, you must realize that matters election, the way Sakaja said, the fellow who can decide in totality is the IEBC. Even if you were to go to court, you can only go to court if the IEBC did not follow the procedure that they should follow according to the Election Act. If you go to court, the court cannot force IEBC to put you on the ballot. The court can only look at the procedure that was followed under the Election Act. But there is no way the court can force the IEBC. IEBC is the father and mother in terms of elections. They will always refer you back to the IEBC. As long as the procedure was not followed at the IEBC, they can only suspend and ask the IEBC to stick to the law. But they cannot force the IEBC that put Jose on the ballot. No way. IEBC is so supreme in terms of matters election that they can only be advised that if they went wrong according to the act that governs them. That's all.
Thank you. And
thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob, for that clarification. So, as Makiadi said, let's wait for the conclusion of the hearing. Then we relook at it later. Temba, it's good to see you. Long time.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's have.
Good to see you, Bakasa.
Yes.
Bakasa, how are you?
Oh, Temba Mengia, how are you? I'm good.
But there's something Makiadi said there. I thought maybe he said something that probably we needed to clarify, because I thought maybe my understanding could be different from what he said. In terms of gazettement and degazettement. To the extent that IBC will gazette the names. After gazettement of the names, if something happens to someone, the laws that will be related to that person will be different laws, not electoral laws. For example, IBC has once it gives clearance certificates, then there's that period for disputes arising from nominations, which is about 10 days. After that, then it gazettes the names, because once it is gazetting the names, by that time, all the disputes, the assumption is all the disputes have been resolved arising from nomination. Remember, IBC dispute tribunal is not dealing with anything, nomination. So once it has finished that and it has gazetted the names, now the next thing that will come after that is either for the elections court, whatever, not IBC again. Because after that, probably there's an election, then there'll be election disputes. Now it goes to High Court, election court. So if, for example, what Makiadi said, someone is involved in a criminal case, he will go for his criminal cases, right? Now, subject to the progress of that, other laws now will apply. Because once it has been done with issues of nomination, that is done. So IBC, it is not again, for example, the disputes period is 10 days. Once that window is gone, IBC cannot open it again. Their laws do not allow them to do that. You cannot come after.
Demba, can you tie this with I think the timelines. I think there's something I was missing. There's a timeline I think by 30th, this thing should be done, and IBC is even preparing to be printing the ballot papers. Can someone gazette it when he's already on the nomination papers?
Say what?
I'm saying after, I think from 30, is it from 30th or when, the IBC will go ahead and start even the story of printing ballot papers for all the cleared candidates.
Yes.
So can someone be degazetted when he's already put on a ballot paper?
Under what law?
I'm asking you from what we have been discussing here.
The IBC cannot once they have their work as far as gazettement, and then they finish that. Once they have finished that work, then they go printing the papers. Their work in terms of nomination and progress has been done, right? So whatever else will be dealt with other laws, not IBC. You know, IBC has already finished it. So other laws, which will not necessarily mean the gazettement of a candidate. All right? Because you see, right now is where IBC has that window in terms of giving an opportunity. For example, what was his name? Miguna last time was given an opportunity to choose another running mate. You remember that time? And stuff like that. They have that window. But once that window is closed, they need to go now, start printing the ballot papers. And ballot papers goes with the gazetted names. So what law will someone be having to send even the disputes to them? The dispute tribunal is already lapsed, right?
Temba, remember, the IBC also complies with the other laws. They do not just use election laws. All the other laws also apply, assuming the way Richard has said that somebody is declared bankrupt, even during the gazettement has been done. Whoever gazetted them, the case can be taken to court. IBC will be compelled under that other law you are saying.
They are presenting to who?
No, on them, but it doesn't matter who is presented to. The Constitution is supreme. Hold on. Just give me a minute, please. Hold on. Whether you are a candidate or you are not, the Constitution is supreme. By the fact that you've been gazetted as a candidate does not make you untouchable and unprosecutable. You are still bound by the Constitution and are still, you're still a candidate, number one. Number two, it doesn't make you unprosecutable. Now, for example, if you look at the articles that states the qualification of you running for president, if you break one of them, whether you've been cleared and gazetted by the IEBC, and somebody presents the case before the High Court, the High Court has the mandate to instruct the IEBC to ensure that you are not on the ballot. That's what I'm saying. You do a criminal offense and you're running for president. That does not insulate you from being prosecuted. It doesn't have to go back to the IEBC. It doesn't have to go to.
Listen, you didn't hear me. I said the IEBC work will have ended. All right. Now, other laws will take its course, because once IBC has sent the names for the ballot papers to be prepared, that's it. Okay, so there's no way IBC can call that now, don't put so and so. And when you are sending your complaints to the IBC right now, you are submitting those complaints to the tribunal. Okay, the tribunal ends within the 10 days and they close their work. So the tribunal is not there now. Remember, there's IBC, what they call the code of conduct. Remember, there's code of conduct for all candidates. Now, IBC will be collecting that. Now, remember, there are people who have been elected, but because they conducted themselves not well, it has found itself in courts. And they have been, their win has been nullified. And you see the High Court now, they are saying that, so now IBC at that point cannot nullify your whatever. It can only be nullified by High Court now.
Nani, Temba, IBC will just use the relevant law. They don't need to use the Elections Act. They'll use the law which is the relevant law as far as the matter is concerned.
So this is it.
To undo
what you're saying.
Yes. They don't have to use the Elections Act.
What you're saying is this, Kuze.
Yes.
Tribunal kimaliza kazi yake, majina imekuwa gazetted, zimeenda kuwa printed. Okay? Tumemalizana hapo. Whatever happens there now, what comes in is a code of conduct that these people signed. Okay? Now, any other thing taking place at that point will find itself in court. and not IBC that will tell you that now you cannot continue. Let's say, for example, Jose, you are the one who is vying. Your name has been printed on the ballot paper. Imeenda imeprintiwa imekuja. IBC imekwambia sasa hautaran. Will that make people not vote for you? People will still vote for you.
Okay, Demba, let me ask you a question related to that. There are these IBC regulations where you are not supposed to be
just before you ask that, I want you to remember Fred Kapondi was arrested and put in jail, and he was elected when he was in jail.
Yes.
I think you can go back to that. He was arrested, taken to jail. People voted for him. Akiwa kwa jail. Why didn't IBC withdraw that?
I want you to amplify.
Remember, we agree with you. All we are trying to say is that not all is lost because the Elections Act had passed. There is still a different line of mitigation, which does not have to be the Elections Act. And in any case, all the other laws, IEBC is compelled to observe them.
But
they do
know
not
what
just observe the election law.
I don't know what you are contesting. I think you are saying the same thing with the Demba.
Yes.
Talked about the tribunal and then he talked about the courts. So
I'm agreeing with Demba. All I'm saying is it should not imply that IBC will be hands will be tied because the election nomination period has passed. No, they'll use the relevant law.
And that's why I want him to clarify here. Demba, now let me ask you. Today, if a candidate is caught bribing the voters, he's already on the ballot paper. He's caught bribing the voters. How will the IBC react, or how will the IBC respond? Is it the court that responds or the IBC to disqualify a candidate?
Once you've like, for example, your name has already been gazetted and all. What IBC is doing right now is collecting information, right? Now, after election, of course, now there are people who will take, now those are criminal offenses, okay? Now they are taken to court, not IBC now degazetting you. IBC will not degazette you. Now the law provides for the other things that now can be done. And I think you can read, let me read for you electoral laws so that you can, wait. Electoral laws so that you can appreciate because it is clear what they are saying, what the tribunal deals with in electoral laws. Electoral laws. If you read the electoral laws, what the tribunal deals with, it says other than the ones that are emerging, the tribunal only deals with things that are disputes connected to nomination. Okay, disputes arising from nomination. Once that has happened, the other disputes, the other offenses now are on electoral offenses that now goes to, those are now electoral offenses act, which goes into a different, you go to court now. Now there is where now probably you can find things like
we are not just talking about the tribunal, we are talking about IBC. They may take another course of action, but not through the electoral. In other words, the punishment may not be the gazettement. It could be through another route. For example, disqualifying them when they win, based on the bribery that Wekesa is talking about.
No, IBC cannot disqualify. It's only a court that can disqualify. So evidence will be presented to court. IBC cannot disqualify you.
And then I think
if you have not observed the electoral rules, the IBC may take action and punish you accordingly.
No,
I think we are all on the same page. Wekesa, we are all on the same page. Whatever Ndemba is saying is what we are saying, because what we are saying is the IBC tribunal deals with the issues that relate to the nomination process. We are all agreeing there, but after that, the issue will go to the High Court if there's any issues arising. Of course, Osea, I don't think the IBC would actually disqualify. I don't think, that's just my opinion. I don't think the IBC would disqualify you for giving somebody a packet of unga when you are campaigning. They would probably fine you. That's just my opinion. I don't think they would
You
go.
would have gone against the electoral rules, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think the IEBC.
Who is the policeman for that?
No, what I'm
If
saying is
you disobey the electoral rules.
Wait, Kuze. That is now an election
offense.
Offense, okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
An election for offense act is on part 5, I think part 6, 7 of the Electoral Offences Act. So there are now petitions that come in. So those are now petitions that come in. So 75 county election petitions, 76 presentations of petitions, service of petitions. So no, those ones come under now electoral offenses. So what are the electoral offenses? Now it comes to the Electoral Offences Act, which now goes to the courts. And that's why the Chief Justice said the other day they would want all the electoral offenses and issues related to elections
so
now
it
to
will
be
picked by the DPP.
Say what?
It will be picked by the DPP.
Now those are now electoral offenses that now, of course, the IBC will collect that, and now it goes to court on the electoral offenses. So did you break the law? So those are now the evidences they collect. But IBC will not be the one to do that. So court can nullify your win. It is the courts that, like you remember, Kombo's win was nullified because they confirmed that alivisit wachawi. Nasikia
Let me
It was about oathing. It was
let
about
me ask you a
oathing.
question, Ndemba. Let me ask you a question now. One of the qualifications for you to be president, assuming you have been cleared by the IEBC, and between now and the election date, you are examined by a medical doctor, certified medical doctor, to be of unsound mind. What happens?
You see, unfortunately, this is what happens. Once you have been gazetted, now the next thing that comes after that is now under other acts. Okay, not now IBC, because once you have been gazetted and your name is already there, people can even vote you when you're of an unsound mind.
Up to that point, I agree with you.
Now, after that, you move now to the removal of a president. Okay. Now you go to the other because you are a doctor, your name has been gazetted, and people are going to vote, and once you have voted, you are the president. Okay.
No,
you're the president.
You did not get my question. I asked you before the election date. You are qualified by a medical doctor, certified medical doctor, to be of unsound mind. What happens?
Now the thing is this, Makiadi. Once the tribunal finishes its work, any other thing coming after that will not find someone to receive it. The tribunal does not work after that particular day. After the 10 days, the tribunal's work is done. So even if you found that, say, Themba, who is running, and his name has already been cleared, is of unsound mind, you can only take it to court. And what does the law say? That anything that is anybody is still allowed to run as long as they haven't exhausted all their what all their appeals in court. So you will take it to court, not to IBC. After IBC has gazetted and has finished its work,
I think the DPP is the one who will pick it up, isn't it?
It is. You can now petition. You go to court, and then when you go to high court, probably someone will come and say, "No, that is not true." And now it goes to now.
Okay. Ndemba, you've tried to circle around my question. Let me change this question.
I know what you want to hear.
No, hold on. Don't preempt what I want to say. Let me change the question here. Now it's not about unsound mind and unsound mind. Now let's assume between now, Makiadi is running for president. The election is on 8th of August. Between now and August, July 27th, let's say July 27th, I personally go to the High Court because there's a bank that is coming out of my after my neck. I go to the High Court or whatever, and I file for bankruptcy. I say that I have a 1 billion loan that I cannot pay, and I file for bankruptcy, and I'm a presidential candidate. What happens to me?
Yeah, and before Demba, you answer, I think after you guys are done, we will have Njiru make his presentation, then Bob, I think Makiadin, then Themba, as you take over the seat in that order, and then the rest they can come back now in the second round.
Okay, thank you. That will be an unfortunate event if you choose to go and find yourself bankrupt after one of the things that has never happened in any jurisdiction. There's no way the presidential candidates who are there right now, because one of the things they do vetting, and they all those things are looked at before IBC like clears you. But it's yet to happen. When it will happen, we'll get to know. We'll have to have a president. But what I'm trying to say is this. I mean, that's extreme. It may not happen. But what I'm trying to say is this. Once you're done with the IBC is done with its work, like what it is doing right now, after that, now other laws take precedence. If anybody has any complaint with any presidential candidate, the place they are going to right now is to the courts, right? And when you go now to the courts, what they say is, according to the law, is unless someone has exhausted their appeals, they are still allowed to run. So anything you say, anything you do, it will still has to go through courts, I don't know, magistrates court, high court, appeals court, and Supreme Court. So by the time that thing is done, election will have been over. And now the thing that will remove these people from office is a different kind of law, which is provided for. I mean, there are laws that provide for that. Is the issue a criminal offense? Is it have you been jailed for more than 6 months? Now they bring those other things that now come in, and other laws now come in. So I agree with Kuze to the extent that yes, you will be still. There's nobody who is above the law. There are still laws that you'll still be subject to, which I think Bob Azimio might be more conversant with them than we are. But as soon as you're done with the nomination and the gazettement has taken place, I just told you Kapondi was elected when he was in prison. I think he was in the cell.
That was a good example. That was a very good example. Yeah,
if you guys can remember, he was elected and he was released and he became an MP. Combos and many others, elections have been nullified. In spite of the cases coming when the election was going on. So Electoral Offences Act come after that.
Yeah, Ndemba, what I was trying to present to you is that being a presidential candidate does not make you immune to persecution, number one. Number two, you can be on the ballot by name. Just like round two, Raila Odinga, the rerun 2017, Raila Odinga physically said, he actually said that he's not going to contest the second time for reasons known to him. But his name was still on the ballot. There are people who voted for him, but he personally said he will not participate. The ballot papers are already printed. So what you're trying to say here is this. That case that I've given you, for example, if you go to court and say that you are not capable of paying a loan from Standard Chartered Bank of 1 billion shillings and you file for bankruptcy, you can still be on the ballot, but you are not a presidential candidate. Literally, because if I read you the IBC regulations that the IBC requirements for elective post as a president, number one, Kenyan citizen, all that, and then it comes to that issue that I was telling you about. The one that says you must be of sound mind, number one, and then number two, you must not be an undischarged bankrupt. That is one of the requirements that makes you a presidential candidate. So if you file for bankruptcy yourself, you file for bankruptcy, then you fall short of the requirements that are required by the IBC. to run for president.
Okay, let me assuming Raila won in 2017, he walked out. He was not there. Assuming people voted for him, and IBC then found that he had won, would he have been sworn in?
He did.
Yeah,
He did
I wanted
right?
also to ask you, wait, Makiad, before you answer, I also wanted to ask a similar question on that. Supposing this person you are saying is bankrupt and is still on the ballot paper, supposing people vote for him and he wins.
Use the Kapondi example Themba gave.
Yes.
It was exactly what you are saying.
And then as you deal with your bankruptcy, that status, when does the IBC determine a candidate is bankruptcy? Is it when he was being enrolled as a candidate?
When they are some.
Yeah, I will ask you a question on top of your question. When do you cease to be a candidate?
I think it has to happen the way Themba was saying. Once the tribunal has passed it, it is too late to remove you from, because
no.
if the ballot papers have been printed.
Osea, the question is this: when do you cease to be a presidential candidate?
If you are not cleared by IEBC.
Makiadi, you're asking, Makiadi is asking an obvious question. Makiadi,
if it was that easy, someone would have already exploited it and avoided some people from participating in election. You know how crafty governments are. If it was that easy, someone will exploit that route and they declare you bankrupt in between the election.
Makiadi, something else is this. Listen, Makiadi, something else is this. IBC has a timeline, okay? It has clearance, nominations. Then in the clearance of nominations, then it has about 10 days for disputes, okay? Now, there's a manner in which you are supposed to present these disputes, written and stuff like that. Now, those are timelines that have been created for a reason. You know, they are providing a buffer to take care of anything that you need to do. If you have to file for bankruptcy, you can do it within that time. The tribunal is doing everything. You know, there's no. I mean, Makiadi, even going yourself to say that now I'm bankrupt after you have already been nominated as a that's the most absurd thing. I think that's extreme. I would
let me hear from Wangira and Themba. Let me hear from Wangira.
Let me finish, Makiadi. So once IBC has given that room for people to give their dispute and say whatever they want to say. If a candidate also feels like this is too hot for me, like I hear, I don't know, in Vihiga, there's a UDA candidate who has decided to step down for an ANC candidate. I hear something like that. Such kind of stuff, you know, that now that are happening, you know, before gazettement. Like right now, once even Kalonzo had said that he was going to run, you know. So there's that period. Whatever is happening now is happening before. That's why you see some of them are stepping down for each other before the gazettement. Now, by the time the gazettement is happening, those who have stepped down, like in Kitui, Charity Ngilu stepped down her name will not be in the ballot, okay? Because she has stepped down despite being cleared. Now, after that, if it is an offense, it will be now under electoral offenses. If it is related to electoral offenses now. If it is anything, it will go to Electoral Offences Act. And IBC or anybody can now approach the court and say that so-and-so has won, but these are the offenses they did. So the court will look at that. They can nullify now, because people will now take their disputes of the general election to the court. And now those disputes are going to be mitigated and maybe dispensed with and something like that. Now, I asked you a question that you didn't answer. Assuming Raila won in 2017, would he have been declared the president? Number two, you have gone and you have said you are a bankrupt person, but your name is still in the ballot. If you are elected, will you be sworn in? So those are the questions you are refusing to
Let me
answer.
answer you regarding
Yeah,
Raila.
those are my
The
questions.
Raila case, just a minute, Richard.
Hosea, hold on,
Let
Hosea.
me answer Temba regarding the Raila case. You see, Raila wanted to be removed from the ballot. You remember IEBC refused. They insisted he's still a candidate. So if he had won, they would have no option but to declare him a winner.
No, Hosea, I don't think it works like that.
Raila had contested
hold on.
to be removed from the ballot.
You
Remember?
already explained your
So
part. Give me a
why
minute.
they cannot remove him in the ballot is because Ariran is for the first two candidates that were in the last election.
So then that answers Temba. If he had won, what would have happened? He would have been. They would have no choice but to declare him a winner.
No, it doesn't work like that. You know, you are saying Raila requested or Raila had asked the IBC. This thing. Hold on,
Take the matter to court.
Hosea,
to be removed from the ballot.
Hosea, hold on, just a minute. You know, these things are done officially. Raila writes to the IBC and he says that he's not going to participate. For that matter, if he wins the election, I can go to the High Court to challenge his win with the same letter that he used to request the IBC to withdraw
Now you
him.
see, you are jumping the gun. You're jumping the gun.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on.
Wait, Makiadi. Will he be declared a winner?
No, what I'm saying is this.
Will he be sworn in?
You know.
Start there. No, wait. Start there.
Hold on. I cannot start there because there are things that we don't have precedents, right?
Oh, thank you.
The same thing that you're saying to me is the same thing that I'm telling you, because this will be a unique case. I, as a citizen, can use the same letter that Raila Odinga used.
Now, that time when you're going to court, what is happening? Is he being sworn in? Is he being waited? Are we waiting for you to finish? Wangira Karibu.
There's always a window. Hold on. There's always a window for that.
Let me come in and help. I want just to look to handle the two matters, one regarding to bankruptcy and the second one regarding to Raila Odinga's situation in 2017. You know, bankruptcy is a process, it's not an event. For you to be declared bankrupt, you must go through the court process, just like in a divorce matter, so that the parties are heard. And then based on the facts and evidence, then that's when the court will decide whether you are bankrupt or not. On the Raila Odinga matter of 2017, Raila Odinga had relied on obiter dictum in the presidential petition number 5 of 2013. When this matter was taken to the Supreme Court, the court ruled that particular part that Raila was relying on to withdraw from the presidential election in 2017 was an obiter dictum, which means that Raila Odinga, having been him and Uhuru Kenyatta having been the front runners in the presidential election in 2017, were supposed to go to the second round. That is the law, because the law is that the two front runners, now where there's no clear win of the 50 plus 1 or 50% plus 1, then the two front runners go for the second round. So in this particular matter, because the Supreme Court handled this particular issue, and it gave a conclusive decision that Raila Odinga was to be on the ballot. So Raila Odinga won in 2017, even against his own will. Then he could have become the president of the Republic of Kenya, unless on the swearing day, the only thing that perhaps he could have done if he didn't want to become president of the Republic of Kenya is to refuse to be sworn in. And if you refuse to be sworn in, then that becomes another issue, and then another legal course will take in. But so long as you are elected, then you become president-elect. Then we wait for you to get sworn in. So perhaps he could have refused to be sworn in, and it could have created another legal dimension. But the way issues work, if he had won, then he could have become president-elect. That's my take.
Good. Wangira, the first hold on, Wekesa. The first question you did not answer extensively because you said it's a process. Processes have timelines. If we have 3 months to the election and your process takes 2 weeks or 1 month, and it comes to a conclusion, it's still a process that has come to its conclusion. So if you file for bankruptcy and it takes 1 month before the court rules that your issue is okay, and you are declared bankrupt, it's still a process that has come to its conclusive end. So I would have wished you to answer that on that side. Number two, the second issue, you said if Raila Odinga decided to, he actually said he's not going to run. And for example, if he ran and won the presidency, he has an option of refusing to be sworn in. But I would have wished also you to look on the side whereby Raila Odinga willingly says that he is not interested in running.
But to answer Themba's question,
I
would have been declared the winner.
Let me ask you a related question.
You would have been declared the winner. Let's agree on that.
Yeah. What I'm saying, what I wanted Wangira to answer me is
let me ask you a related question to that.
Sure.
Between what Raila says and the Constitution, what is supreme? Because if we rely on what people say, Ruto has said many things against his own deputy presidency, like I'm not in government, and if we relied on what people say, then is the Constitution supreme? Because when we are coming to determine who is rightfully or duly elected, it is what the Constitution says, not what people feel or think.
Wekesa, in short, this is the position. The letter that Raila wrote in 2017 saying that he was withdrawing from the second round of the presidential election was null and void per the ruling of the Supreme Court.
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Wangira. You've looked at the letter only. I'm giving you another scenario. The scenario is this. They go for the first election. There's no outright winner, for example. And then the runner-up, which is Raila Odinga in this case, decides that he's not going to participate in the second election. Maybe they talk to each other with Uhuru Kenyatta. So I'm just giving you a scenario. And they have an agreement whereby the person who came in second decides that he no longer feels like he can win an election. So he decides not to run. Do you want to tell me there will be no rerun?
Let me tell you, how do you decide when the law is very clear that the two front runners must go for the second round? How do you decide not to run? Just make me understand.
I gave you a scenario whereby you feel like Wangira, if you came second, I came first, you came second, and you come talk to me, and we decide, you know what, I don't think I can win this thing, so I decide, you know what, I'm not going to run for election the second time.
But I've just told you that that question was answered by the Supreme Court in 2017. It was very clear that the two front runners must go for the second round. That's the law.
So what you're saying is this: even if the first person, the winner, for example, actually let's not call him a winner because maybe they might not attain the threshold, right? The 50+1. So if they decide the African way that the first the winner without attaining the threshold and the second person who is a runner-up, that probably they'll have some form of handshake after the election. Are we going to have a rerun?
The rerun is mandatory. The rerun is mandatory if we don't get the 50+1.
Government of national unity. What is the point of having a rerun?
I've answered you more than one time here that where there's no 50+1 in the second round, the rerun is mandatory.
Okay, good.
And that's the Constitution.
Okay, good.
And that's the law.
We can pause there. We can pause there. I think we can't exhaust that.
We can't exhaust Wekesa because these things have never been tested.
Yeah, I think we can research more and come back the second time and deal with it also. Add some more jurisprudence. Let's have Maura.
Okay, thank you. I never like talking about law because I believe in doing things right. So if you can be able to do things right, you avoid so many other things which are being said here. But unfortunately, because we happen to do things very wrongly, we have to keep on talking about law and how it has been applied, and even start getting confused on very usual things. You know, IBC has never done things right. Let's be clear on that. Even when we used to have ECK, 2007, things were shambolic. 2013, things were shambolic. 2017, things were shambolic. In 2022, the only hope we have is getting 60+1, so that even if IBC gives us a shambolic election, the other party will not drag us into mud. But as an individual, I cannot trust IBC because they have never done something which I can trust. They have not proven it. To the extent, even during the simulation, I heard even the people who went to the simulation, it was chaotic. So to me, the only thing I'm relying on is our presidential candidate and the person I'm supporting, Raila, in Azimio. We win in a landslide, and we avoid all this other things. So to me, I trust a convincing win more than going to the law. So that's what I wanted to contribute about that. Let me talk briefly about the fake degrees. You know, anyone can doubt your degree. Nasikianga hapa, I even hear Bwana Themba here saying that he was in Nairobi University and he did political science. But anyone can doubt it. Somebody can come out here and say, Themba, that one is not true. You don't have a degree. So, whatever we are doing to Sakanja is not wrong. We can doubt his credentials. But if somebody doubts your credentials, what happens? We have a second layer. Prove the people wrong. And how do you prove the people wrong or the naysayers? Demonstrate the process. So what Sakanja is supposed to do to us, now that we are doubting he doesn't have a degree, he needs to demonstrate to us the process of acquiring that degree. And how do you demonstrate the process of acquiring a degree? You begin by receiving an admission letter. You begin by enrolling for classes. You begin by payment of school fees. These days, and I believe Sakaja schooled when the digital age was there, some of us, we are given a digital school account whereby many of your information are given there. We even have correspondences. We even have cards. You did continuous assessment tests in school, and some of us, we can be able to assemble those information, even if it is not all of them. You can even produce like 3 cards or 1 card. You did some assignment, and some of the assignments you shared on email. So you can go in your email and retrieve like some three assignments which you submitted over the email. So whatever we are trying to tell Sakanja is demonstrate to us the process of getting a degree. We do not want the end result. The end result can be anything. And that's why we are doubting. So Sakanja, he has a very simple process. Demonstrate to us the process, and it is demonstrable. If you ask me now how I acquired my degree, I can show you. I can show you. I can tell you this and this. Even before you go to University of Nairobi, the guys who gave me the degree, I can show you the process. So, and that is what Sakanja is not willing to show us. He is only talking. You cannot talk the process. You demonstrate. We need a folder. We need something tangible. I believe he has a PA. He has people who handle his documentation. And I want to see that. He needs to convince me, because we cannot vote somebody who is not having a degree as a senator, no, as a governor in Nairobi. Nairobi is very critical. We have elected, I think, a governor before who brought a lot of confusion. We had to bring Bandi. We had to bring Bandi to to streamline issues. So we never brought the body during Kidero, as long as even many people might want to disagree with Kidero. At least Kidero was able to move the system. The problem which we had with the Sonko, it is because of him having a dysfunctional system within himself. We were unable to have a functioning government in Nairobi, and we had to bring Badi. And you can see at least Badi has somehow made things workable. Let me not talk too much about Sakaja. So the other thing, let me talk briefly about UDA and Azimio, so that I can also allow other people to make their contribution. If, guys, you have monitored about UDA campaigns, there is all evidence that UDA is shrinking. There is evidence of shrinking. The 50 days to election, you don't want to see disagreement. 50 days to election, you don't want to show lack of confidence or where people are not agreeing with the top candidates. So whatever you are seeing happening in UDA, disagreements with their deputy presidential candidate, maybe some letters being written, our party is being mistreated here and there, it is showing a shrinking mentality on their campaign team. And what is going to happen is that UDA might suffer the perceptional value whereby they might not be able to convince independent candidates to come on their side. People who have not yet made their decision on which side should I go. You don't want to see what is happening in Kiambu. You don't want to see what is happening in Western, where people are like trying to push on the different side. For you to convince the people who are not decided, they want a smooth campaign. They want to see a house which people have agreed. But what is happening in UDA now, they are not only losing their supporters, but they are also not attracting the vital percentage, which in some previous opinion poll, we were told they are close to 15 or 20%. That is what they will not attract with these wrangles which are happening in their campaign. Azimio. If you have monitored Azimio campaign of late, there is fine-tuning of the concept, there is solidarity, there is unity mentality, there is teamwork. That's what is presented by a winning team. And you don't need rocket science to prove that Azimio is on the road to victory. Those are the indicators where a team is correctly pulling on one direction and flow of information vertically or horizontally is smooth. That's all what you need. And you always see a presidential candidate who is not looking exhausted. You always see a presidential candidate who looks to be in control and is not talking much because things are in place. That's a winning presidential team. On the other side, you see a presidential candidate who is very exhausted. He has to over-defend himself. He has to defend other candidates. He has to deal with a fighting team. That's the problem we are having with KKA. They have too many problems to drive smoothly to the winning portion. What it means is by the time we approach to the election day, these guys will be exhausted. They will continue getting confused. They will be inviting people in their podium, and all what you'll be seeing is confusion. People mentioning Azimio, or people abusing them in their own event, not by design, but it is because of what is happening in their system. You will continue seeing people in UDA calling them Kenya Kwisha. You will continue seeing people in UDA confusing the name Azimio because their team is not confined. Their team is in shambles. That is the problem which they are having. And it is not going to improve because their campaign is in rambles. So, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that Azimio, all they need to do is follow the track, follow the lane. They don't need to change their lane. They are okay. All now we need to do is we just need to convince the people who have not made their decisions. We just need to create confidence to our affiliate parties and show them that they are the part of the government and the government we are going to form. We need to continue building confidence in our team, and we need to continue giving all our pivot. We need now to start learning our people, the strength of our campaign team. We need to start analyzing the strength of Mother Karua, our deputy president. We need to start analyzing the strength of people like Mukisa Kitui. You realize, like, the day when Mukisa Kitui gave us a song, it was trending well. We need to see, like, people like the guy of the MP for Budarangi, like the time when he was bringing the Tawe thing, it was resonating. So we need now to start analyzing the strength of our campaigners, and we now push that energy, and that energy is going to take us to the finishing line. We do not need to counter anything from Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza, they are already finishing themselves. They do not need anyone to remove them from the driveway. They are already on the opposite direction. So our team just need to get organized, and we are going to win this thing by round 1. And by default, even the undecided areas and even some of the places where we thought that we cannot win, even like Mount Kenya, by just having an organized campaign, a campaign which looks as if it is winning, Mount Kenya, we are going to win. We don't need we just need to campaign there and just have an organized campaign. People always make decisions depending on what is happening on that team. Just by getting organized, you can win anything. It is like in an exam. You might not be knowing everything in an exam, but just being confident and being able to understand your environment, you can even answer the question you didn't know. It's that simple. So, Azimio, we just need to be very focused. Let's not concentrate with the distractions which are happening in UDA. Let's not concentrate with those guys. Let's continue on our team. We don't need to talk about UDA. UDA is not going to win this election. They have made too many mistakes to correct to win anything now. If they have to win anything, maybe in 2032. But they have made too much costly mistakes to the extent they are even telling the president to vote for them, getting out of the message. You don't do that. You have been vilifying the president. You have been telling the president he has not done anything. Now you want him to vote for you. That one is getting out of your message. They were supposed to continue vilifying him so that at least we can see for once they can stay in their message. So that is the problem which I'm seeing with UDA. Finally, I want to congratulate Baba because I'm seeing Baba is going to win in Meru. I'm seeing Baba is going to win in Muranga. And I'm seeing Baba is also going to win in Nairobi and some other vital counties like Nakuru. So the 4 years which UDA had invested, they are coming into a waste. And I also want to advise people in future, please never start early campaigns. They never help. Always concentrate on doing the right thing. People forget what you told them in early campaigns. People want to see what you have done for them. That is even I even hear whatever wanasemanga hivyo. People will forget what you told them, but people will never forget what you did for them. It's that simple. So Mr. Ruto has done a lot of work to talk to people, but in the wrong time. And I wish he listened to his boss, who is more senior than him, and I wish they concentrated with the work and avoid much rhetoric. He could have saved his campaign. He could have saved a lot of money. But I feel a lot of pain to see somebody spending maybe over 60 billion and that money does not yield to a presidency, it is painful. And maybe another team comes with little money and wins an election. It is painful because we are supposed to get value of what we use, value of what we spend. And that is the pain which I'm getting for them, because they are going to lose this presidency by spending a lot of money, billions of money, and they are not going to, because of a fake strategy. So let's keep working. Let's keep praying for Azimio. Let's hope that at least Baba is going to come finally and implement what he wanted to do for Kenya since 1992. And this is the time. Let all Kenyans rally behind Baba. We need his presidency. Maybe he is that turning point. We need to have an industrialized Kenya to get maybe 15 million Kenyans out of poverty. Maybe our story is going to change with his presidency. Let's work in unity. Let's avoid tribalism. Let's avoid divisive politics, and we will do it. Thank you.
Ndemba, I think you're in charge.
Thank you Njiru for that. Nyumba, karibu, naona umeamuka. Oh, tumekusalimia tu, lakini Wangira alikuwa amekuja kabla ya wewe. Wacha tusikie Wangira alafu wewe.
Ndemba, you are now
what about Geoffrey?
Ile protocol.
Oh, Geoffrey,
it was meant to be me
much earlier.
Then Makiadi.
Aya, basi naomba msamaha. Mimi ni binadamu na binadamu ndio anakosa. Naomba msamaha. Aya, naomba They say that if you can feel happy and you can be angry, you thank God that you are alive. Because it is only those people who are alive who feel happy and who feel angry. So mimi ni binadamu na ninakosa. Wacha nianze na wewe, nikuje kwa Makiadi, alafu nikuje kwa Geoffrey, Wangira, alafu Nyumba. Nyumba sasa unaona karibu ni chako wewe.
Kwani weko mbali hivyo? Wewe Wangira nilifikia ni rafiki yangu sasa. Wewe sawa tu.
Haya, Papa Bob.
Hata mimi nitanena machache because I had already submitted before, but which was very early. I just ran away because I was feeling a bit fatigued. Now, Mr. Jose, you are the cause of the last 1.5 hours of discussion because Jose, you are one person who
it was
is never comfortable with our
constitution.
You are speculating,
and
you are still stuck with Sakaja. We are now going to send you back to Sakaja so that you can come to terms with that fact that the boy is not educated. Now, what happened to Wekesa? Wekesa has been our representative ambassador to Azimio with his Azimio cape. But today he was showing a different face. He came with some military cape. I thought we have not launched a military wing. We have not reached there. We are taking it first round. Okay, back to politics. Yeah, I just wanted to mention something about the DP and his campaigns, and just because Njiru also mentioned it, I know there is something that has happened to the DP in the last I think a week, 2 weeks or so, or since Martha came. His campaigns lack energy. They lack energy. They lack the bravado that he used to have, the chest thumping. He is like he's deflated. He's there, but he's not really there. And for me, recently I had Makiadi say that he has decided to lose this election, of which I think it is true. He's not interested in winning. He has lost a lot of. There's something. You look at his campaign, even his conviction, the way he talks. It has reached a stage where his ego is deflated, and the man must be going through a lot. You need to pray for him, even if he's on the other side. He's a very finished fellow, and And this has been brought about by the consistency in the Azimio campaigns, the message, the absence of Uhuru Kenyatta. That has really weakened the older people, because their main agenda was Uhuru Kenyatta, and they probably wanted a weak running mate for our side, but which they never got. So their plans have been scattered step by step. Kalonzo continued to be on their lips when it looked like he still did not know which side he was going. And when Kalonzo came now, every single day, it appeared like they are being punctured. Every step they make, they are punctured. Now, you can see now when a presidential candidate degenerates into trying to defend somebody who has no credentials. I don't know how it motivates the rest of the young people whom he's calling hustlers, and because if you are trying to defend somebody whose credentials are wanting, even the young people themselves, they should be questioning his kind of vision, because education is education key, and a few other issues are key to developing the country and moving the country forward. So you can see that the DP has actually lost it. But on the Azimio side, Meru, it was something else. I've still not come to terms with that, because a month ago or 2 months ago, I kept on asking myself, how are we going to scale this mountain? And even when Martha started the first few days, she was still being heckled, but she soldiered on. It looked like it was impossible to get. In fact, most of my calculations, I must confess that I was doing my calculations and looking at the other areas on how the vote could be boosted, because it looked like the mountain, it was a bit hard to climb. It was ever slippery, but miracles happen. And now this confirms that one day in politics is a very, very long time. Anything can happen. Lastly, I think what else is in the menu? The Kabogo guys, and boycotting. For me, it was bound to happen. That was a marriage that was built on quicksand, and it was all because of Uhuru Kenyatta, and the fact that Uhuru Kenyatta did not give much attention to some people in central Kenya who he thought that were not good enough to become leaders or to lead the Mount Kenya nation. So it wasn't because of ideology. I don't think so. Because and the worst part of it, I can only say that Kabogo, even after being panguard in 2017 by the same William Ruto, he still went back to the same. Some politicians, they can do some things you can't really understand, but that is politics, as we said. Let me leave it at that as we continue. Back to you, Themba.
Thank you, Papa Bob. Makiadi.
Ndemba would have wished to play some videos, but I know maybe Wekesa is in the background. He can do that. There's a video that I wanted us to play today so that I make my submission here. But unfortunately, I have already uploaded it. I think we'll play it some other time. But
hold on, Wekesa, can you play the videos?
Yeah, there's a video, Wekesa, the last one there. It's I don't know. I've written, yeah, it's the one that says "Don't lecture us." That one.
There are two that I would have wanted you to play. The one where Rigathi talks about the electricity going, and then the other one where Ruto gives a response. I mean, it is complete opposite.
Yeah, those two videos. I don't know.
Nitumie kwa WhatsApp.
It's already uploaded. One is already uploaded.
But I can't see it from my end. I can't see it.
Oh, really? Let me see.
Nimesikia wale majamaa wa kuzimia, wale watu wa tikiti ya madharau, ati wanajaribu kutusomea, ati tumuheshimu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Mimi nataka niulize bwana Kitendawili na Martha Karua, nyinyi mulikuwa wapi wakati sisi tulimpigia kura Uhuru Kenyatta? Mulikuwa wapi? Wacha utapeli. Munajifanya saa hizi ati mnapenda Uhuru Kenyatta. Siku ile Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anahitaji watu wa kusimama na yeye na kumpigia kura, nyinyi mulimpinga, nyinyi mulimuanzishia kesi, mulikuwa mnamtaka kumpeleka Hague. Saa hii mnajifanya ati nyinyi ni marafiki wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Shame on you. Bure kabisa. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Hawa ni matapeli wa mwisho. Bure kabisa. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Ati mnajaribu kutufundisha. Mnatufundisha nini nyinyi watu matapeli? Kama mlikuwa mnampenda Uhuru Kenyatta, mbona hamjampigia kura hata siku moja? Saa hizi kwa sababu mnataka kumridhi mnajifanya ati mnampenda. Sisi tumeonyesha Uhuru Kenyatta tunampenda kwa vitendo. Nyinyi mnampenda kwa mdomo. Tofauti ni kama usiku na mchana. Ni kweli ama si kweli?
Yeah, Ndemba, let me do this. Let me give whoever, Godfrey, next. I'll upload the videos. Then after I upload the videos, I can do my submission, please.
Yeah, upload those two. Then those ones. Geoffrey, karibu.
Okay, now salimieni nyote. You know, it's hard to talk when your elders are around like Mr. Nyumba. So I think I'll just be very brief. And I'll only talk about one point on Kabogo and Kuria. I think on my view, I think these guys, they made a wrong move. Their calculation were wrong. It was a poor timing. So right now they are regretting. So they're trying to create some chaos. They're not able to move out of that coalition because it's not working. Look at this point here. There's a time way back when the central leaders were gathering, they are grouping to find one leader who will guide them. And then at that point, Kuria akasimama. And then he told other leaders that the only person we can trust that tunaweza mfuata is Madam Karua. At that time, the situation was central yote ilikuwa inaimba tu ni Ruto, central Ruto, because this guy has started campaigning 4 years, almost 5 years back. Sasa kila mtu akawa anamjua mpaka hata watoto. If you ask a child of 5 years, angekwambia anajua Ruto ni nani. But watu wengine walikuwa hawezi jua. Sasa that wave, I think that wave is what confused these two guys, Kabogo and Moses Kuria, to join UDA. Because utapata walijoin wakati ile move ilikuwa bado iko. And that time, Karua alikuwa bado hajakuja Azimio. Now, the turning point is whereby Martha Karua decided to join Azimio. After joining Azimio, ukapata tena the Prime Minister Raila Odinga chooses her as the deputy president. Wakati anamchoose as the deputy president, now everything turns around. Wakati everything turn around, hawa wakajipata, so our moves are wrong. Now I think they're trying to create some chaos. Look at what Wamatangi said yesterday, the other day. He said that the two people, they're just problem makers. That is what he said. And they don't have any spirit of heart in KK team. So they're just trying to create some things to waweze kutoka wakuje Azimio. Although somebody said that mtu kama Moses, how will he come to work with Raila? I believe in politics there is no permanent enemies. They can still come back and they can still work. Okay, me I think that hapo nilikuwa nataka niwe brief because nilikuwa nataka Nyumba aongee kwanza and then we can talk baadaye.
Okay, thank you. Wangira.
You want me to come in?
Yeah, come in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll also try to be brief. You know, William Samoei Ruto and his brigade have discovered that their fire was just paper fire. And just like any other paper fire, their fire seems to have burnt out so fast. And that's the reason why, I've just watched the clip you're playing just a few minutes ago, though it was not very clear, but I got some 1 or 2 points from it. You know, sorry, you'll discover that now, unlike the confident William Samoei Ruto 3 or 4, 5 months ago, we are seeing a lamenting William Samoei Ruto today. For example, to say today is now accusing Wakina Raila Odinga and Martha Karua for pretending to be Uhuru Kenyatta's friends. They are saying that they love Uhuru Kenyatta kwa vitendo, while Raila Odinga and Martha Karua only loves Uhuru Kenyatta kwa mdomo. So just tells you how they have ended up into this choir of lamentation, because things to them are not adding up. Their structure seems to have been built on some quick sand that it's now coming down so quickly. And again, there's that other issue of the one vote that belongs to this gentleman called Uhuru Kenyatta. I thought they told us that Uhuru Kenyatta only has one vote. So if Uhuru Kenyatta only has one vote, then why are they bothering about Uhuru Kenyatta? The way I've just heard Gachagua say that, they are asking Uhuru Kenyatta to consider that William Samoei Ruto supported him in 2013 and 2017 and even in 2002. And even if he doesn't like William Samoei Ruto for one reason or the other, then he should just support William Ruto because Kabogo is part and parcel of William Ruto. And he has been Uhuru Kenyatta's PA for a long time, having carried Uhuru Kenyatta's, briefcase and, saying that they even come from the same locality. That just tells you how scared these people are. We have 50 days to the general election, and it just tells you how scared they are, because they have read the signs and they are saying that they are not winning this election. And I tend to think that there are two factors that have disorganized William Samoei Ruto. Factor number one is the choice of Martha Karua as the running mate. The choice of Martha Karua as Raila Odinga's running mate just made Raila Odinga's presidential win unstoppable. Then the other factor that has disorganized them is the coming back of Kalonzo Musyoka into Azimio. Because, and now I understand why they were mourning more than they believed. You remember that time when Kalonzo Musyoka was agitating to become Raila Odinga's running mate. They were the ones who were in this scenario mourning even more than Kalonzo Musyoka himself. And now I've just come to discover why they were mourning, because they knew that if Kalonzo Musyoka comes back, and given that Raila Odinga had already nominated Martha Karua as the running mate, then things were going to become so bad on their side. And now look at this gentleman called Raila Odinga. After he incorporated these two people, Martha Karua and Kalonzo Musyoka, he has now developed what I would call a strong public persona. Just look at his persona. He has developed a strong public persona. He's now promoting what I'll call a coherent political strategy. Just look at his strategy. His strategy is so coherent. Then he's now building what I'll call a big tent, inviting everybody to come into Azimio, and that makes Azimio so attractive. Just today, I've been reading a tweet by Moses Kuria, and I'd like you guys to help me interpret what Moses Kuria meant by this tweet. Moses Kuria last evening, because today is Sunday 19th, last evening was 18th of May, he tweeted and said, "For miraculously extracting defeat from the vicious jaws of victory, they deserve a medal." Who are these they? And who are these people who miraculously extracted defeat from vicious jaws of victory? And who are they that now deserve a medal? You know, this is the question that I'd like you as part of this panel to help me answer. And that tells me that perhaps Kabogo and Moses Kuria could just be looking for scapegoats, you know, or to walk out of William Ruto, having discovered that, you know, things in Kenya Kwanza Alliance are not adding up, you know. Let me just leave at that. That could be my take for now. Asante, Semba.
Thank you so much, Wangira, for bringing that that tweet up, Moses Kuria's tweet. I saw that also. You know, by the way, for a while, I don't know why I have not been taking Moses Kuria seriously. I still don't. Not that I do right now. I don't find him genuine. But as they say, even a clock that stopped at 3 is correct. So you can always look at it, and probably it will be telling. So I'm hoping that you know, Kuria and Kabogo's turnaround will come to pass. My take on their behavior right now is that it will play a psychological boost to Azimio. But if you ask me, I would rather they remain in Kenya Kwanza and continue being a thorn within than come over and leave a clean field for Wamatangi. Because if they come to Azimio right now, in my view, they will probably have some demands that they will be making. And those demands could probably mean that they could complicate the campaigns for one Nyoro in Kiambu. As far as Azimio is concerned, Kiambu, the candidate is Nyoro. And Nyoro is already, you know, endorsed by the Azimio team, and there's less drama on the Azimio side because now they are pushing Nyoro's candidature. But they're coming in will mean, therefore, they'll probably eat into the votes that would have come to Nyoro because even them, they still want to vie. So I'm hoping if they choose to come to Azimio, they drop their ambitions and they support Nyoro. I wouldn't wish that they come in and they complicate matters for us. They are playing a very good thing right now. They remain in Kenya Kwanza, they boycott their meetings, they go to their meetings, they shout at each other. That is good for us. At least it paints Kenya Kwanza or UDA as a very disorganized team. Now, if they leave and they come this side, it might be, of course, it will be a good boost for us psychologically because we are going to tell those people that, you see, these people are disorganized. They have even, these guys have run away from them. But this guy, Wamatangi, will have a field day. Like today, he had a field day. He was talking and talking. He's like he had all the time to speak, which I think should not have happened. Kabogo should have been there to make things chaotic. We needed a little bit of chaos. We needed a little bit of you know, but it didn't happen. And you know, the crowd wasn't excited as they usually are. The deputy president, from what you have seen, was uncharacteristically very upset today. And the way even he was talking his speech, if you listened, it was very, very emotional. You know, it is not Raila that has endorsed Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta is the one who has endorsed Raila. So he's addressing Uhuru Kenyatta through Raila. what he is telling Uhuru Kenyatta is telling Uhuru Kenyatta that I'm the one who supported you and you cannot even support me. I'm the one who voted for you 3 times. These people have not stood. So he's playing reverse psychology, addressing Uhuru Kenyatta through addressing Raila.
Then, but you want me to play the video? I think it's ready.
Sure, go ahead.
Hapa county number 1, wakati tulisema tunajenga barabara za Kenya, tulisema barabara za Kiambu zitakuwa mstari wa mbele. Hapa Kiambu tumejenga karibu kilomita 550 mpya ya lami katika Kiambu county. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Tukasema wakati tunaunganisha stima kwa watu wa Kenya, hapa Kiambu county lazima iwe katikati ya hiyo mpango ya kuunganisha stima. Hapa Kiambu 2013 watu walikuwa na stima walikuwa watu 150,000, 150,000. Lakini leo tumefikisha watu 420 ambao tumewaunganishia stima. Hapa Kiambu tulikuwa na college kwa sababu tulisema wakati tunapanga mambo ya masomo ya watoto wa Kenya, lazima tupange mambo ya masomo ya watoto wa Kiambu. Na ndio sababu hiyo mulikuwa na colleges 2 hapa Kiambu. Mulikuwa na KIST hapa na mulikuwa na Thika Polytechnic kama shule za teknolojia. Lakini hapa Kiambu tumejenga colleges zingine 8 kwa miaka 8 ambayo imepita, ili tuhakikishe ya kwamba vijana wa Kiambu wote wanapata nafasi ya kusomea ufundi na teknolojia. Ndio wakati tunapanga ajira Kenya, tunapanga ajira na vijana wa Kiambu waliosomea ufundi, teknolojia na taaluma zingine. Tuko pamoja wangwana wa Kiambu? Neguo kana tiguo? Neguo? Tukasema hivi, wakati tunapanga mambo ya matibabu Kenya, lazima tupange mambo ya matibabu hapa Kiambu. Hatukukuwa na ICU katika hospitali ya Kiambu. Hatukukuwa na mambo ya radiology katika hospitali ya Thika. Mimi nataka niseme hapa, tumeweka equipment katika hospitali yenu ya referral ya Kiambu ya milioni 800. Sasa muko na ICU, muko na radiology, muko na renal unit ambazo hazikukuweko, kwa sababu tunataka wangwana wa Kiambu wasiende kutafuta matibabu mahali pengine. Matibabu yote ipatikane hapa nyumbani Kiambu. Neguo, tunaelewana? Tukasema lazima tuweke maji katika mji wetu ama kaunti yetu ya Kiambu. Tunajua ya kwamba bado kuna sehemu nyingi hazina maji. Ndio sababu tumeweka pesa karibu bilioni 25 katika Karemenu Dam hapa ambayo sasa imekamilika. Tumeweka karibu bilioni ingine 20 kwa Ruiru tu ili tuwe na maji kwa watu wa Kiambu. Tumeweka maji kule Kikuyu, nilienda kufungua mwenyewe. Tuliweka maji kule Limuru pamoja na sewage. Saa hizi tunajenga sewage na maji ya Kiambu hapa Kiambu town pamoja na Ruaka hapa chini. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Mimi nawauliza ndugu zangu watu wa Kiambu, hiyo kazi yote tumefanya, lakini nyinyi mnaelewa ya kwamba awamu ya serikali inaisha tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Muko na habari ya kwamba tuko na nafasi ya kutengeneza serikali ingine tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8? Mimi nauliza nyinyi Kiambu, muko tayari ama muko tayari? Mimi nauliza nyinyi Kiambu, Ndumberi, na wauliza, muko na habari ya kwamba tuko na nafasi ya kuunda serikali ingine tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8? Muko na hiyo habari? Mulipata habari kamili ama muko na muktasari peke yake? Muko na habari kamili?
I want you to listen to this also before you come in.
Tulikuwa na program hapa ya stima ya watu ya Mount Kenya ya 3 billion. Tulikuwa tumesikizana na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ya kwamba wewe rais, tumekutenda mema, tumekupenda kama mtoto wetu, tumekufanya rais miaka 10. Tunataka ukienda kupumzika kila boma katika Mount Kenya ikuwe na stima. Tukaweka pesa kando. Hii kitendawili amekuja ameleta fujo, achukue hiyo pesa. Huyu kijana anaitwa Kimani Ichung'wa na huyu Kuria walikuwa kamati ya budget, wakaambiwa watoe pesa kwa mlima wapeleke kwa mti ya kitendawili. Ichungwa na Kuria wakakataa, Uhuru akawafukuza. Kukakuja hii kijana ya kwetu anaitwa Kanini Korubu, mnasikianga yeye? Mnasikianga yeye? Akakuja akasaini hiyo pesa yote ile Kuria na Ichungwa walikataa, ikapelekwa huko. Watu wetu sasa, Uhuru anaenda kustaafu, hakuna stima. Hiyo hatuwezi samehea wewe kitendawili. Hii barabara zote zimesimama hapa Mount Kenya ni pesa yetu, pia alichukua akapeleka huko. Sasa tunauliza, huyu mtu ametuumiza, amekuja hapa amejificha, amepakwa rangi, ati amesafishwa. Mnaweza changanyikiwa? Mnaweza changanyikiwa? Sisi nauliza, punda hata ikipakwa rangi ya zebra, ipakwe rangi ya nini? Saa ya kutoa ndulu saa 10, siitalia kipunda? Siitalia kipunda? Mimi nataka nimwambie hawa wanapanga huyu kitendawili, mujaribu kuuza yeye pahali ingine, hapana kwa hii mlima. Sisi ni watu werevu, we cannot make a mistake. Huyu ni mtu hajatakia sisi mema tangu zamani. Sasa amejificha kwa dada yetu, kwa nani, anajaribu kujifanya ati yeye ni si yule, ati ni mwingine. Lakini sisi ni watu ambaye tumeona mbali.
Back to you, Ndemba.
Okay, I think umefanya vizuri sana, umeleta hizo contrast, compare and contrast. So in the UDA they don't know whether wamejenga hizo stima ama hawajajenga. So far we don't know. The deputy president says hakuna kitu imejengwa, ilipelekwa Nyanza. First of all, is Nyanza a different country? Is Nyanza out of Kenya?
Yeah, Nyanza iko karibu na Uganda. Kenya ni Mount Kenya ama Mwoni.
Kenya ni Mount Kenya. So
Lemba Nyanza iko UK, tunaitaka huko ni UK.
So is effectively saying that there are no voters for UDA in Nyanza. So that is what the people of Nyanza, you have been told by Rigathi Gachagua, that there are no voters for UDA in Nyanza. Na pesa ile ambayo inapangwa na Kenya, ile inapangwa na Kenya, inaendanga Mount Kenya. Sasa ikienda kwingine inatolewa Mount Kenya, inaenda nje.
Inatolewa Kenya, inaenda
inatolewa Kenya, inaenda nje. That is what you have been told, watu wa Nyanza. And today I think Owalo and the other guy, the Migori governor, they were attending a burial of one of their relatives. There was no UDA kingpin there kwenda kuzika mtu huko. Kwa hivyo watu wa Nyanza, nobody considers you. I know Makiadi will speak to that more. Wangira, I was making a point and then I bring in Nyumba. So I don't know if you want to say something before I bring in Nyumba.
I think I'm done. Just let Nyumba come in.
Aya, Nyumba karibu. Before uende kufungulia ni kuku ama ni ng'ombe?
Zote kuku, ng'ombe na mbuzi. Sawa, wazee wanakuwa na vitu kama hizo. Nyinyi vijana mtasema ati nanuka compound. Usijali. Haya, sasa ya kwanza ni kuwasalimia. Na nikisalimia niliambiwa nisalimie mtu mmoja kwa mmoja in the other panel, and I'm going to do that. So nikisema jina yako unachukua mkono, na kama utachukua mkono juu yenye itakufuatilia. Na naanza na Themba. Themba, nimekusalimia. Umesalimika? Asante sana. Richi Makiadi, Njiro Mwaura, Kuseo Oze, Bobu Papa, nimekataa. Sawa, tutaonana. Godfrey Uma, Wangira Rikangu, asante. Mimi mwenyewe, Julia, sorry, I should have started there, but now, thank you for acknowledging my greetings. Now, suppose I told you people I've just come here to say hello and nothing else. Would that be sufficient, Lemba? Or is it be deficiency?
I would be very happy.
You make me happy also.
We will still have questions.
Even when I say nothing. Questions coming out of nothing. Jose. Yeah, I'm very happy to see you. And actually, I miss you people. So when I say I just come to say hi to you, saying hi, wazee wanataka kusalimiana wakijua hali inaendeleaje. So lakini bila niliingia, kuna mtu mmoja sijui kama tutafikishana wapi, si rafiki yangu sana, anaitwa Richie Makiadi. Sasa ukiingia, you want to find a nice house, watu wako happy, wamefurahia. Lakini the first thing that meets me when I'm getting into the house, nakuta ni ule deputy president anaongea. Na pia ukaleta thereafter my MP by proxy anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua. Why do I proxy? I said my wife comes from Karatina, Kiamariga, and that is Mathera constituency. So by extension or by proxy is still my MP. Now, sorry, hata kama wananiangalia. Makiadi, why do you do harm to me early in the morning? So early in the morning, bring the people that when I see them on the screen, I feel like crashing the screen. You spoil my morning, but I know them will make for the shortfall. It's 5 in the morning. Yeah. Now, let me go to the topic very briefly, because I'm laying the ground. Makiadi wewe si rafiki yangu, lakini najua by the time I get out of here, after my talk, Themba will make my morning, and even Julia. Angira, you're not my friend. Naniweka mwisho wewe, na Themba alikuwa ameniweka number 1. I'm discovering my friends. Because you know, like one time Jonjo said, may God help me to know my friends. My friends, yeah. Okay. I've discovered you tonight or today morning. Thank you. Now, Ruto Humiliated as Kabogo Kuria Boycott the rally. Yes, now things are working and they keep on working until the last time. You see, the worst location for our president, Uhuru Kenyatta, has been his home ground, Kiambu. It has been very hostile to him. And it's very bad when, for example, I'm ahead of my household. Julia, don't compete that statement because I am the head of my household. And if my wife and they are grown-up kids out of the house, if they rebel against me, my own house, because this is the place I come to look for peace when harassed outside there in the streets, in the business, in the political situations, I run to my house. Then I found they're not even welcoming me. They're making my life to be more difficult. That's the last resort. You have nowhere else to go. So actually, I'm saying Kiambu has been very hostile to Uhuru. Not only Kiambu, his own constituency, Kuria, Moses. It shows a very bad picture. But now I think they are realizing their mistakes and they're coming. The only strong man now left there with the Uda, it's Ichongwa. And even Ichongwa, he also ran away. It's only Mr. Matang will be left. Then, but can I correct you briefly with your permission? Or without it, I don't care. When you say that you are looking at Matangi winning because of Kabogo and Kuria moving out. Me, I'm seeing it differently. I'm not seeing it at the constituency level or the county level. I'm seeing it at the national level. It will be a big boost for Raila by that move. I'm not saying that Matangi should lose, but if Raila wins at the expense of Matangi, I would go for that. Yeah. I hope somebody is understanding what I'm saying. If the equation brings that by Kuria moving out and Kabogo, Matangi wins, and Nyoro loses, and at the end result is a benefit to Raila, I'll go for that formula. I think, Jose, you look learned. You can write that formula for me. And so I differ with Themba. Now, let me go to the other one. Meru is Azimio, Raila Karua. Actually, Meru is Azimio. We don't have to talk about it. Every other place is changing. And the only small handicap there would be Rakanithi. I'm not saying we write them off. This is the place of Kithure Kindiki. But we shall try to gain more in Tharaka-Nithi. But even, sorry, I don't want to say this and to look negative. I'm not writing off Tharaka-Nithi, but the population of Tharaka-Nithi, I think, is about 300,000. We don't write them off. We want them home like anybody else. But you can see the difference even if they didn't support. I finished there for you to understand what I'm saying. I don't have to be categorical. And also somebody said, and I've been saying it, I think that somebody is copying me. Is it Wangira? Wangira, don't keep on copying me. I said, and we can go to the back, we can bet on this, that Raila is going to get 60+%. No, let me Azimio, not just talk. Okay. Let me talk Raila because the other different posts, the governorship, the senatorial, the MPs, and the MCAs. Raila will get 60+%. Ruto will get 30+. You not reach 40. 30+% of the votes. Take that to the bank. Or if you want to bet with me, just raise your hand. Zero. You want to bet on that? You're not a better. You don't bet, eh?
I had already said here that Raila is getting 60+. I think it was my statement.
So I'm copying you. When did you say it? Me, I said it a few weeks ago.
Go ahead. I already know that, and there is nothing which can change that, my dear father, because things are.
It's Kibicho who told us. It was none of you.
I had said it even earlier before Kibichu. He was there. Let's continue.
Because we advise, we have those details as well.
Thank you. So you heard me well. Thank you. Now, so that's gone. Meru and all over, even Kiambu and even Rift Valley, things are working very well. Very, very well. Now I come to that more people are defecting. Actually, we were in June. By July mid, so almost everybody will have run out of the burning house. And you have said, I don't want to repeat myself, we have seen the stature, the body language of our DP. This is a beaten man. And there's a time I said, there is wisdom when you're fighting with a stronger person. Like now I can see Angela. Angela is stout than me. If we are boxing, you have to go the same weight. You take your weight. You don't, 50 kilogram does not fight 80 kilograms. You know, it's not allowed. Ukinigonga gumi moja nianguka, hakuna haja ya kusimama na hakuna haja ya kunikanyaga kama niko chini. Nikubali tu nikaa hapo chini. Lakini kama mimi mjinga unanigonga naanguka na uko na 100 kilos, mimi ama 80, nasimama tena unaonga naanguka, unanigonga tena naamuka, tunaendelea kupigana. Sio mimi mjinga, mimi ni mjinga tu. So there's a beaten man and is still fighting. Kwa kikwetu Julia anajua hata Njiro. Bara yake limo iraku. A fight of a fool does not end until the fool is killed. Sorry for that example. It may not be very valid. Yeah, now I go now to the last one. And this one says, investigate all fake degrees. I'm surprised that there are so many fake degrees. And I'm not a very happy person, especially having been a member of TNA, which then we entered into Jubilee. I said I got into TNA because I was standing for a particular post in Nakuru, a political post that is, in 2012, 2012. And some of us were in TNA. even without asking for us for permission. They've been transferred to Jubilee, you know, automatically. I checked the other day. I'm a member of the Jubilee since then, 2012. I'm saddened by our leaders. Then TNA, the Secretary General was Sakaja, and the chairman was Onyango Olo, went to Kisumu, I think is the speaker. And these people are already in a lot of problems. They have shamed me. Yeah? Olo has got a corruption case in court. I'll not talk much about it. And now you see Sakaja with his degree, which is not there. So somebody talked here, okay? If you asked me about my degree, which I joined the University of Nairobi 45 years ago, and I know my admission number. It's in my head. It's like the ID. I know it. Just ask me straight. I will tell you, and then you can go and investigate. Then I left 39 years ago. Ask me even about the lectures. I remember a few. Of course, the memory now is going down the drain a bit, but I remember. So it's not a big thing the way they're doing. Now, you see, you follow. Well, I put on Kikuyu sayings, Julia and Jiro, you may translate in case anybody may want. Ego duado goria itikinyagira nyeki. Ego duado goria itikinyagira nyeki. That is, in a herd, there's a lead cow. I think even the animals, even the elephants, the maternal, the elephant, I think is the one that leads. In ikilimp, you know, you're saying if the lead, it always leads. Is it an elephant? Is it a cow? There's one that leads the others. Is the one leading limbs, and is not able to move to the green pastures.
Nyumba, sheep, a sheep flock.
Yes, even sheep. There's one that always lead. If that one gets injured and limps, so it's unable to lead the others to green pastures, they will all go hungry. So you can see copycat of Sakaja refusing, resisting. I've given an example. Once you are cornered, agree, and your life moves on. It's fighting. And I've said I already remember 35, 39 years, 45 years ago. I remember my division number. Just give that one item. They go and check physically. In fact, Jose, then we are not digital. We are very manual. But let me say this. For example, when I was standing for a post in 2012, they had to go and retrieve, what were they? About the University of Nairobi, what was it? Something. They went to the stores, industrial area. It was very difficult, dusty, physical search for documents. But it worked because they were there. They knew finally they got them because some documents were required. So this Sakaja saga is just wasting energy and all that. They should have agreed and said sorry to us. But the final thing I'm saying, these are my leaders. We started TNA with them. Sakaja being the Secretary General, Olo Onyango being the chairman, and then scandals. It demoralizes me. So as I finish, Makedi, next time don't invite me into the system with the clips that dishearten me. Please don't do that again. It's not a threat. It's just advice. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyumba, I told you, wanafanya audition ya Churchill show, so you qualify. But before,
I told you age is not allowing. Now I'm an old man. I'm just saying those most of the time.
I don't know why you disagreed with me. I mean, you have actually said what I said, but in a different word. I said that it's a psychological boost to Azimio. But those people coming to Azimio right now, they will deny us the opportunity for them to kuendelea kukoroga UDA. I want them to continue korogaring UDA until UDA cannot breathe. Because you see, like today, when they didn't show up at the Dumberi ground, that was good for us. I mean, they had already made a poster and in the poster there was Kabogo and there was Moses Kuria. But the guys didn't show up. So that was good for us because it is showing that the car is already leaking and we need them there. But you see, when they come here, if they make a move, yes, they will those guys will probably regroup, say that now you don't have these people. Let us now band them as they were moles in Kenya Kwanza. And the Wamatangi is likely to win. And then they'll complicate the issues for Nyoro. So for me, I think that is my personal view.
Remember, you are right, sir. You know, I agree with you. Let them stay outside there. The two, that's Kabogo and who?
And the Kuria.
Kabogo and Kuria. If they come in, let them urinate from outside. If they come into Azimio inside the house, they urinate inside the house. I'm sorry using such language. And so I agree. I'm not in difference. I want just to provoke you because you're my friend, and I found you fit me in coming over tonight. Yeah, maybe I add something as I finish. That there's nothing called Kenya Kwanza. There's nothing called Kenya Kwanza. Yeah, it's only UDA. That's what there is.
It's UDA. It's UDA. It's UDA. It's UDA. It's UDA. And let's. Hakuna Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is. Can you imagine they're sending Alice Wahome, who beat up an election official? I want to look for that video Makiadi has sent for you. You post it here so that Nyumba akasirika zaidi. She beat up an election.
Alienda wapi huyo Alice Wahome?
Yeah, na the other one who was accused of corruption in the judiciary, Gladys Sholei.
Yeah.
Ndio wanaenda kupopularize ati Kenya Kwanza Women Charter ambayo ilisainiwa na the deputy president, ati wanaenda round, walikuwa sijui ni Kajiado ama wapi leo ama jana.
Wangesema UDA kwanza. Hiyo Kenya Kwanza iliisha kabisa. Santini.
Na unaona Aisha Juma amezama sasa, hata asikiki mahali popote, ameenda kujaribu kuninini ni yake. Makiadi, utaacha Julia ongea ama utaongea sasa?
Yeah, Julia can go ahead. I just wanted to play a video, but I'll play after Julia speaks. So Julia, go ahead.
Julia.
Okay, Makiadi anaendelea kukasirisha Nyumba. Nyumba, be prepared. He's planning to annoy you more. Hi Themba, hi Makiadi, hi Kuseo, hi Bob, hi Godfrey, hi Wangira, hi Nyumba. So Nyumba, just Makiadi is young, so you need to understand him. That is the challenge that he has. That's why he'll keep annoying you. So bear with him. So he just reminded us that Kenya iko Mount Kenya, not the other way around. And there are some places in this country that are not in Kenya. And it is surprising that I spoke with someone who really annoyed me last night. And unfortunately, it's my relative. Until I found myself asking him whether the DP has a cult. Because I also think you are in the same cult with the DP. Because he was trying to tell me how Uhuru amewakasirisha, ati akona pesa sijui wapi, ati akuja agawie hiyo pesa. So I was asking him, why don't you tell the DP to share with you the money that he has stolen? And now you see Rigathi speaking, and you see people are going to, seriously, if you're gonna vote for Rigathi and Ruto, I think if I was gonna do that, I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm gonna do it in hiding. I'm not gonna allow anyone know that I'm gonna vote for those people because I would be so embarrassed on their behalf. So that said, I am looking at the motion here. We have. I want to talk about DPP say that papers should be. Papers should be investigated and all that stuff. I think that's what is investigate all fake degrees. I think there are lots of fake degrees in Kenya, and I think I don't know how many fake degrees there are. I think there are very many fake degrees, but what goes around comes around. These people will be found either in their workplaces, it won't take long. Even sometimes some of the papers that we may be having, we may be not be knowing that they are really fake, because I was speaking with a teacher who applied to teach here, and she doesn't have enough units to teach English. She just realized that. And she went to, I think she went to some of these private universities. So when she made the application, she was told she doesn't have enough units to teach English. So I asked her to confirm with her counterparts from Kenyatta University, Nairobi University, and the other universities. And she realized that she wasn't given the opportunity to do the enough units that she needed. So there are lots of things that are going on in the country. So I think Kenyans should also be wary as they take their children to school, because so that they don't end up in such situations. So I think the fake degrees, fake papers, fake, even I think there may be fake driver's licenses, and fake everything. In fact, I understand driver's licenses are the most fake in Kenya. I mean, I don't know how many people really go to a driver's school and really train as drivers and they qualify. I think everybody gets their driver's license as long as they can pay. That's the sad thing, but I hope the incoming government is going to do something about it. Now, more people defect in Azimio. I saw that rally in Meru. It was awesome. And I'm asking Kenyans, when did you see people gathering to wait for Baba like that in Mount Kenya? Who is saying this, that there's no wave in Mount Kenya region? There's no Baba Mother Karua wave in Mount Kenya region. Nyumba, mimi nimeamini, Baba will get 50 plus in Mount Kenya region. And now that tells you why the DP is so mad. You saw his fury when he said that Raila na Mother wanadanganya, Uhuru wanampenda, and him and his co-hosts wanaonyesha kwa vitendo. Me, Themba, after I finish talking, I want you to, all of you, to define for me kupenda. Mtu anapendangwa aje? I mean, what are the signs that somebody love you? I mean, what vitendo ya kupenda mtu ni gani?
Kukupinga na kuundercut, hiyo ni upendo.
I was so confused because I was asking myself, insulting the president, calling him names, planning to sabotage his government. Is that really love? If that is the love in Kenya...
Julia, now that you've spoken, you've given me an opportunity to do one thing.
Yes, dear. Go ahead.
Ni wa Kiambu. Mkiona rais wetu hapa muambie yeye akuwe mungwana kidogo. Huyu William Ruto alimpigia kura 2002. Akampigia 2013. Akampigia 2017. Tena akampigia tena. Hata yeye arudishe mkono. Hata yeye akuja ampigie kura kwa sababu hiyo ni kuwa mungwana. Na labda kama yeye anaona shida kupigia William Ruto kwa sababu ni mtoto ambaye baba yake hajulikani, labda hatoki kwa jamii yake, anipigie kura mimi kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa mtu yake ya mkono, nimebeba mfuko yake miaka nenda miaka rudi. Nimepigia yeye kura 2002, nimempigia 2013, nimempigia 2017 mara mbili. Hata kama hataki kupigia Ruto kwa sababu labda kwao ni mbali, mimi ni mtu hapa kwao nyumbani, anipigie kura kwa sababu nilipigia yeye. Negwadwa itu jaba neno nitokorogama nayo nimugokera tene.
Okay, what great love is that? So kupenda mtu is the way Gachagua is saying. I'm beginning to understand. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to galvanize Mount Kenya region. I'm beginning to understand maybe that is love from Mount Kenya region. I'm beginning to get scared. And I think I'm going to think very hard for my daughter, Mr. Nyumba, when she decides to make up her mind. Because what they are saying is completely opposite of what they do. I don't know when somebody says they love you and they shout at you. Those of you who are married. When somebody claims they love you and the next thing they are yelling, I don't know how the yelling and the love, the words love, when you add them, yelling plus word love equals what, Themba?
People have a different love language.
Okay, so that's the love language of Udaku people.
Julia, love language is hii yetu. Hii yangu na wewe ndio love language.
Sasa Bob ameanza. Bob Gorge, saa Jafika. Wait for the time to come. So I'm just saying, these Udaku people, they say this, they do that. It's so disappointing. It's so hypocritical, and they say it in national TV. And I don't know how Uhuru feels. Uhuru, it's good he's a man, because I think if I'm the one, I would have been tempted to say something to Ruto, but good, Uhuru is not saying anything. But really, that is a lot of hypocrisy. And then when they are saying that, when Ruto is saying that Baba and Mother are pretending, and yet they oppose Uhuru, there is no hate when you oppose somebody in elections. That cannot be defined as hate. But your actions, rumors that you tried to overthrow somebody's government, rumors, allegations and counter allegations that you attempted something against the life of that person, allegations and counter allegations, you sabotaged the government, you planted a lot of corruption in his government, you wanted his government to fall. Mr. William Samoei Ruto, I think he's gonna stop this high-class nonsense ya kunanganya wa Kenya. We getting mad with that rubbish. We know many people in Mount Kenya region, if those people, anybody talks with William Samoei Ruto, amambie kwamba his spite, his hate, his actions, his words, and his cohorts against the president is what has contributed to a big number of people in Mount Kenya region to vote for Baba. Some of them are not voting because they really care that Baba wants to be president, but they want to teach William Ruto a lesson for hating their son and for planting hate mongers against their son. That is a fact. We cannot run away from that. And this Gachagua is one of them. In fact, he's a hate monger. I'm very disappointed, Makedi, to see that clip. I knew it was there. I think I saw it briefly. And then I saw the clip, this clip talking about ati walitoa pesa wakapeleka mkoa wa Nyanza. Can you believe it, fellow Kenyans? You want to vote for these two people, and they don't believe that some parts of this country are part of Kenya. And they have a problem when money is allocated for these other parts of the country. Can you believe it that somebody like Rigathi Gachagua, who wants to be deputy president for this country, he's not going to be deputy president for Mount Kenya. He wants to be deputy president for the Republic of Kenya. Can you believe it? He has the audacity to say that money was allocated to do something in Nyanza province. Can you believe it that he has a problem with that? And he wants to be president of Kenya. I don't know what to say about Rigathi Gachagua, but I only want to thank God so much that William Samoei Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua will never get anywhere close to power. In fact, this is the best shot they ever made, because after this, they won't even be able to vie for presidency because of all the cases and counter cases that will follow them. It is a shame that he even went on TV to say those things. It is such a shame. Finally, I want to say that I see something about Kabogo. Mr. Deba, you said something good. I didn't see it from that point of view, that we don't want them. We want them to continue fighting. We are enjoying the game. I'm really looking forward for a fist fight between Kabogo and Wamatangi one of these fine days, and Kuria. And I think very soon Kuria is going to cast out Ruto and all those nasty names he was calling the president. He's gonna call Ruto, but we don't want them. We want them to stay there and continue causing havoc in KKA, because KKA doesn't exist. KKA is a scam. So fellow Kenyans, if you're still Mr. Black, I don't want you to. I think Mr. Black, I saw you here and other people who are talking about KKA. I think you really reasonable people. And if you watched even what Gachagua is saying, I think you're gonna ever defend those people again. Just say, if you still want to vote for KKA to punish somebody, just silently vote for them and don't speak about them, because they are an embarrassment to this nation. Asante Themba.
Julia, ni upendo ya kujisukumilia. Si unajua pia kijana anaweza jisukumilia kwa msichana na msichana hataki yeye. Sasa ndio hiyo sasa.
Wanapenda nani? Wanajisukumilia uhuru. Baada
wanajisukumilia uhuru sasa.
Okay, let me describe what they are doing. You know, some people who are not here, or wakitambo, some especially men who beat up their wives. You know that, Mr. Nyumba. Waliwapatia maslaps jana usiku. Alafu jioni and the next day wananunua nyama. And even after kununua nyama, I'm telling you, some people are annoying. I don't know whether you know these people. They come, they throw the nyama.
Are you talking about me?
No, some people. They throw the nyama there kwa meza. They expect bibi kupika. Bibi usually anapika because amezoea tu hiyo kupika hiyo nyama. Analetea huyu jamaa nyama. Jamaa anakula nyama hata hawezi kama watoto amekula. But what is more annoying is after the nyama, he wants something else. After fighting that woman, hawezi pata na kuambia. Asante.
Now, there's something that is called in psychology displacement. Now, the simplest way to describe it is this. Mzee akikosea bibi, na bibi kwa sababu anaogopa mzee, anaenda anaitoa kwa watoto. Hiyo siku mtoto labda atachapwa, hiyo siku mtoto atateteshwa, atanili. Haya, mtoto na yeye kwa sababu haezi akapiga mama, na yeye ataenda kuchapa kama wako na pet. Hiyo siku umbwa pia itajua hiyo siku, na hiyo pia itachapwa. So displacement of is a way of dealing with letting out some of the frustration you have when the targeted the object that has caused you that is either feared or you cannot reach it. Now, what Ruto was doing today was displacing. His frustration is not Raila. His frustration is not Baba. His frustration is Uhuru. But because he cannot reach Uhuru, and Uhuru has left, Uhuru is not, they were thinking Uhuru will be on the campaign trail. So he will be a safer target. They will be able to tell him, unaona sasa, huyo ni project ya deep state. Uhuru has chosen to stay away and allow the things to play out. Now what Ruto is doing is displacing. He's saying that how wanajifanya wanapenda Uhuru sana. What he is actually saying is that Uhuru anajifanya amependa Raila sana, na Raila hakumvotia. Raila hakumvotia. Mimi ndio nilimsaidia 2013, mimi ndio nilimsaidia 2017, mimi ndio nilimsaidia mara mbili 2017, na sasa yeye anajifanya amependa Raila sana kuliko mimi. That is what Ruto was saying. But because it is now safer, he cannot say Uhuru kwa sababu ako Kiambu. Na already Kiambu there's a narrative ya kwamba mtu wetu na mtu wetu lazima tumlinde vile kwingine analindwa. So he has to look like he's protecting Uhuru and targeting Raila, which is not the truth. Take it back. When he was saying tumejenga, ni akina nani? Yeye na nani? So there's that questioning that you need to look at. He was trying to be very trying to be smart, but ajui wa Kenya are smarter. Sisi wa Kenya alisema wajinga walisha Kenya. Wajinga walisha Kenya. We look at him na ukiangalia hizo videos ambazo Makiadi amecheza, you could see the crowd. There was no clapping. Kulikuwa na hakuna watu hata hapo mbele, hata nani anajaribu kuongea. At what time did Gachagua realize that now Uhuru has a vote? Na Uhuru alisema vote yangu ni moja, na hiyo moja itaenda kwa Azimio. Sasa ni vote gani ingine wanatafuta? Na walisema Uhuru should retire safely, apelekwe kwa wheelbarrow, apelekwe kwa Tundu. Now all of a sudden ako na vote. Nitalau kuzeuze, alafu Makiadi afanye submission yake.
You know, Themba, all along we have been talking here about double speak and all this manner of confusion and propaganda and putting blame where there is none, all round and what have you. But something which happened where from those clips that Richie has played, at least the worst that I've seen personally before is today, then the following day, the opposite of what was said yesterday. But never since along, I've never seen it in the same rally. Richie, I believe the clips you played, the DP speaking and the Gachagua speaking, it was the same rally. But they were all in Kiambu.
No, those two clips are different. One was in Kiambu today. The other one was, I think, DP Gachagua was in Mount Kenya.
Nevertheless, my point is this: you see, DP went in as he spoke in Kiambu. He highlighted how vile wamefanya stima. Sijui how many 500s of kilometers of road that they have done there. Walifanya, tulifanya. I believe Gachagua was also speaking in Kiambu because he was addressing the Kiambu people that they had budgeted 3 billion. Is it for electricity? Wakapeleka wapi? Wakapeleka Nyanza. Wali budgeted another how many 300 billion for, I think, for roads. Ikapelekwa Kisumu, Nyanza. Then in that context, he was blaming the president for denying the Kiambu people what was rightfully theirs. Then he turns around and tells the president, nani anapenda the president? We voted for him. He says he was his mtu wa mkono, isn't it? And now he wants his vote. And a while ago, they were telling him that he only has one vote. He doesn't need it. All they need from him is to let the be given time to deal with the Baba. Now today he turns around and starts pleading that kama hataki kupea Ruto anipee, mimi ni mtu wao. Ati Ruto anatoka mbali. Now Ruto turns around and tells people how he prefers Uhuru and the problem is Baba. Now he comes here in the US and starts claiming how the president is looting 100 billion. The president is looting 100 billion per year. And how the president is planning to rig the elections here in the US, completely tarnishing the president's legacy and what have you. Now, the same person now comes back home and starts every day, he calls the president Tapeli. He's undermining the president day in, day out. They go to Kiambu the last month and they start abusing the president, including his mother, in his own constituency. You remember? Now, the same person now wants to tell them how they are the ones who love the president. Now, is that what you call love? As far as I'm concerned, Gachagua may say that he voted for the president 3 times, but even without Gachagua's vote, I think Uhuru would still have been the president. This idea that the DP keeps flocking around that he made Uhuru the president, without Uhuru, he would not have been the deputy president. Now, the same Gachagua, they go telling everyone how President Uhuru has made life unbearable. He has run down the economy, yet the debt which they are claiming has crippled the economy. I remember one of these days you played for us the clip on the Eurobond. You remember how Ruto was supporting the Eurobond, and yes, the Eurobond is what led Eurobond and SGR is what led to the increased ceiling for debt. Now, in the same meeting, I remember, I don't know whether you listened to Richard, the clip you have played, Ichungwa was there. If you remember, he addressed how Uhuru has brought down their own, he calls it their own keroche, and that the president has diverted, brought in another competition, and they have run down the Limuru. He called it the Limuru what? The Limuru milk. In the same meeting. So now they, in the same president's constituency, they tell him that let him vote Gachagua because at least ni mtu wake, alikuwa mtu wa mkono, alimsaidia mwaka hii, mwaka ule. Everything is a contradiction. Now, all I can call it is that I think this double speak I think it's a contagious disease, which now Ruto has passed on to Gachagua. And Gachagua seems to be perfecting it. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. Makiadi, ni time yako sasa.
Yangu itakuwa brief sana because I think I was listening to Njiru earlier on, and I think Njiru captured it very well. William Ruto is a politician. He might be a good politician, but with a very bad strategy. And I'll play. I think I'll play this clip here.
Harambee! Sasa umeona ile kijana ameleta nguo hapa, anaitwa David Dolo Lala, kwao ni hapa Tilala. Ako na biashara ya kushona nguo, amepatana na hasla mwenyewe, ameulizwa na hasla, ndio hii biashara yako ipanuke ungetaka namna gani? Akasema mimi niko na mashini ya 30,000, lakini ile yenye kushona nguo mingi inatoka 80,000. Hasla akamwambia hapana, hiyo ya 30,000 uandike kijana moja aendelee naye, alafu mimi nikunulie mashini zingine 2 uandike kijana mwingine. Na juu ya hayo materials ya kuanza kufanya so amepatia yeye shilingi 1,200 anunue mashini na andike vijana wengine wangapi? Sasa watu wangapi kwa watu wangapi? Si alikuwa anafanya kazi peke yake, sasa wameongezeka wawili, sio ndio bottom up?
So I was saying the DP might be a good politician, but with a very bad strategy. You know, most of the days here we've tried to ask our friends, the likes of Akina Black, to try and explain to us what bottoms up means. That is simply, in an nutshell, what William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua mean when they talk about bottoms up. The politics of handouts. You can buy people, but you cannot buy all the people all the time. You can buy people, but you cannot buy their support. You can buy people, but they might decide not to vote for you. You can buy people, but you cannot buy their allegiance. Right now, what the DP is experiencing is what we call terrible strategy. Njiru talked about this very early. And I think if you want to understand why the DP is a person who has a bad strategy, is he's faltering almost at the very end of the race. He started the race very well. His pace was good. His energy was good. So he's almost at the tape, the finish line. And he's starting to make the worst errors that any politician can make. I look back at Raila Odinga's strategy in 2013 and 2017, and I looked at some I would call silly mistakes that might have costed Raila Odinga his presidency, of which I don't want to go into details, but I'm juxtaposing the same and looking at what William Ruto is doing right now is the same thing that might be Raila did in 2017. There's a clip that I played here earlier on today, and William Ruto was actually telling the people how the government has spent a lot of money in Mount Kenya region, and especially in Kiambu County. I think one of these days we would want to have one person here that comes from Kiambu County that will tell us where the 8 technical training colleges are, the ones that he says the government has built. Makiu, he says the government built this TTC in the past 8 years. He has forgotten that he told us, the same guy told us, that in the second term of Jubilee administration, he was sidelined. So he forgets all that and comes again and tells us how the government of Jubilee has been able to achieve all this in the second term plus the first term. And you see, he lays out the big numbers, how many billions they have spent, what they have actually set aside for these big projects. On the other side, he will forget that he told you the same thing and come again to tell you tomorrow that his role was stripped by the executive order and given to another person. So in a nutshell, what the DP is exposing himself as is a person who is full of doublespeak. He is actually a person who is in government when he feels like he wants to be in government. And he's a person who feels at times that he's not in government when he feels he doesn't want to be in government. He's a person who takes credence and he takes anajivunia kwa zile vitu ambazo serikali imefanya, na ikikuja kwa failures of the government, he also tries to sideline himself and leaves the blame with Uhuru, and people have seen it. The pictures you see right now, the rally that they had in a place called Dumberi, is a clear sign of what is happening in Mount Kenya region. When we come here and show you these videos and when we discuss about the happenings of the day, you should understand that the mountain region seems to be slipping away from these people. They started it up with their bravado saying that Uhuru Kenyatta only has one vote. And they want Uhuru Kenyatta to retire peacefully because I listened to the speaker saying watakuwa napelekea Uhuru nyama choma akiwa kwa retirement huko. I'll look for that video. Watakuwa nampelekea nyama choma na zile vitu zingine. You know what I mean when I mean vitu zingine. So there are people who think that Uhuru Kenyatta has no influence when they feel like, and then when they are cornered, they start coming back to beg for his help. I believe Uhuru Kenyatta already said this. He has one vote, and his vote is for Azimio, just like Themba said. And he cannot help them anymore. They have to find these votes. I'm comparing this rally with what happened in Meru today, and I can tell you, gentlemen, this election has tilted in a certain degree that nobody ever thought it would be doing at this moment. So let me finish by saying this. This politics of handouts, I wish Black was here to explain to us how many people you'll be giving 200,000 for them to start a business, how you will be able to finance individual businesses to lift an economy, which Rigathi Gachagua says is the bottom-up model, where they go out there, and there's also another clip where they gave out a piki-piki to another lady. So that's what they call bottom-up. I would want somebody to explain to us in a simple way how you'd be able to give people handouts and lift an economy with youths coming out of tertiary colleges and universities with certificate every year, more than 1 million. How are you going to sustain that form of strategy? Because from where I stand, I think the bottoms up strategy is a failure. I don't think with all these promises they are giving with the money that they are pretending to set aside, the billions and billions of money that they're pretending to set aside, I don't think that that strategy can sustain a campaign. And moving forward, I think these people will basically, if they don't, carry people, ferry people from one place to another, we are looking at a campaign that is going basically to be attended by, if not just the candidates, a few people, because they have sustained the issue of giving people money to attend their campaigns. And now that they don't give much money like they used to, people are not even attending their campaigns. I was looking at also some pictures today. Them, I don't know if you realize that they did not do the drone pictures in Kiambu, and somebody asked on Twitter, where are your pictures today? It's the gaps that were in that meeting. It's the gaps that were in that meeting. It's about you look at the whole congregation and it looks like it was not well mobilized, like they usually say. It was a well mobilized meeting. And so mimi mahali ninaangalia, ninaona hii double speak ya William Ruto is going to cost him this election. The other thing that I want to finish by saying is this. I was looking at another video which I will play here. It's about the presidential candidate's security. Nimeona Wajakoya ameanza kukula ngoma kwa disco somewhere at night. This is just by the way. And I was actually really concerned about the security of our presidential aspirants, because if you are going to run for presidency in the Republic of Kenya, then you also have to try and carry yourself in a manner that is safe, not just to yourself, but to all the other Kenyans that are looking upon you as a presidential candidate. Jakoya alikuwa kwa ngoma mahali usiku akikula rege na kufanya campaign, and I was worried about that thing that Mato used to tell us here when he said that the number of presidential candidates which runs to about 55. What happens if one of them, something bad happens to one of them? And I think our biggest worry now will be with Wajakoya. You know, unless something is done about his character. I don't support Wajakoya, but I think he needs at least awekewe break, ndio zile vitu kwa anafanya huko usiku zisifanye tuweze kupostpone this election. That's just by the way. I hope nothing happens to him. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once they have been gazetted, they'll be provided with the briefs on how they are supposed to behave and conduct themselves. Now, I think all of us have already given our views to the theme of the day. Bob actually has even given twice. So we can start our closing time. We are on the 8th. Actually, we have even crossed the 8th hour. Danny Darius, thank you so much. Patrick Moshiri, Kikwetu Ventures, Joy Njoki, asanteni sana. Gitash Day alikuwa amepotea sana, nimemwona leo amerudi. Elkana Shivashi, rafiki ya Makiadi, asante. Clinton Abdallah, asante sana. Kuna mtu ameamka huko na hasira, nafikiri ni jamaa ameamka kutoka Kenya. Usiamke kama uko na hasira bwana. You need to have a whole lot of life ahead of you. Don't wake up na makasiriko. You will not live long to see Baba presidency ukiamka na hii makasiriko. Stay positive. So we are coming towards the end of our closing, and we ask you to try, or even if possible, subscribe. Not even if possible, tafadhali subscribe, because if you are not subscribed to the channel, you will not give your statements. So kindly subscribe to Motembei TV. We are heading to 500,000. So tafadhali subscribe, reach to so many people so that we keep discussing this. And when you're at it, also, if you haven't subscribed, kindly go to my channel too with my daughter and subscribe there too. Hii huwa nauza hapa kila siku kwa wale ambao ni wapya. Temba and Lulu Show. Ukienda pale utapatana na show yangu na my daughter. Tafadhali subscribe pale unisaidie. Ni wewe ndio umebaki tuweze kufika 1000. So tafadhali enda hapo kama huja subscribe utufikishe hapo. If you have already subscribed, don't worry. Just go watch the shows and keep seeing, keep liking. Tafadhali tupatie feedback how to improve and all. Back to Mutembei. I want to give you time, all of you, to give your closing remarks. I will start from Kuzeuze. Nikuje kwa Njiru, then Papa Bob, then Geoffrey, then Wangira, then Julia, alafu Makiadi. Sasa Kuze, anza your closing remarks tafadhali, dakika mbili.
My closing remarks is to do with this bottom-up thing, DP. I was surprised in the same meeting, I think that was in Kiambu, somebody was talking about, the DP went ahead and started singing how he's going to give 100 billion to the borders, 50 billion to the mbogas, and I think another 100 billion, I think another group there, women or something. Then one of the speakers, I think one of his, I don't know whether it was Mudavadi or one, I think it was Muturi. He started saying that they are going in Kiambu, they are going to have Kiambu People's Bank or something like that. Now, the challenge is, if you want to give, assuming that you want to think ahead for him, you want to give 100 billion to the Mama Mbogas. Now, according to him, these mama mbogas are all over the country. So do you have a database for these mama mbogas? How can you come with money from the national government and maybe go to a bank, call it Kiambu People's Bank? So they wanapanga line alafu unawapea. It's a bit strange how this and it's a bit strange how this is going to work, because the people there actually now are waiting for 100 billion. And I wonder where the database for that those mama mbogas is, so that they all qualify to receive a share of the 100 billion. It is, I'm mixed up on that. That is basically, that's what I want to comment. I want to close with.
Thank you. Zero.
Okay, thank you, Bonademba. Me, I want to finish with 2 comments very fast. Me, I want to advise everybody who is watching Azia. The judgment of the person who will become the president is yours. The only thing which is presented there is their spoken language, and it is you to synthesize what this presidential candidate say, and you make your good judgment by hoping that whatever your presidential candidate says is viable. But you also need to look at consistency of what these people do. I want to comment about what is happening in Kiambu. Whatever is happening in Kiambu and in Mount Kenya in general, it is the bigger game plan which the deputy president has been doing for the last 5 or so years since he did the shambolic nominations of Jubilee. What the DP want to do is he want to make sure that the bigger counties within Central, they still have governors who cannot think through the nose. I still believe if UDA was serious, they needed to have had a better candidate than Kimani Wamatangi, because all through I never thought that that was a person who maybe they could have fronted. So as a strategy, they still want to continue with having people who are weak in terms of idea, strategy. I've listened to Kimani Wamatangi talking, and I still believe he doesn't have that candor which is required for a presidential candidate. And it is sad because we still have, they have a stronghold in Rift Valley, and in Rift Valley, we are not seeing these wrangles. These wrangles which are happening in the place where they perceive, I'm not saying where they perceive to be their stronghold, and we are only seeing one-way fight. The deputy president wants to have a very cool Rift Valley as he propagates chaos and confusion in Mount Kenya region. It's a wake-up call. It is the biggest strategy of destroying that community for the next 20 or 30 years of their political thinking. So whoever is looking at this thing, don't look at it in 2022 only. The results of 2022 will have an impact of the people who will carry the vision of our societies for the next 10 or so years. We have to look through the lies, we have to look through the strategy, and we elect a strategy that works, a strategy that serves our people, and not a strategy that serves one man. We cannot appease one man as we vilify our people. Let's think right, let's vote wisely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jiru. Papa Bob, mbona umevaa shades leo ama nini hizo?
Yes, thank you.
Are you in shade?
I changed my, no. This I changed my gadget, and I don't know, either the settings of the camera are wrong. It's even changed my complexion. Now I look black. I'm worried that I might lose. I'm not going to.
Hivyo
Let me
ndivyo
not go there.
umepoteza dunia mara moja papa. Haya, endelea.
Umesahau umesahau the darker the what the berry ama inasemanga namna gani Ndemba?
Nasemanga the darker the berry the sweeter the juice. Hapana, huyu hapana. Huyu ni the shorter the monkey, the longer the tail.
Aya, sasa, I want to pick up from where Njiru has finished. There is something about politics that sometimes we assume so much, and as we go to the elections this year, there are people who it's some imaginary call it a group of people whom we all refer to as a system and sometimes deep state. They have already looked at the 2027 election and beyond. They have they have their plans on how they want Kenya to move forward, and this is not necessarily politicians. It could be businessmen, people who want and believe in continuity, and that is where one of the things that I can say the DP overlooks when he's laying up his strategy, because his strategy, I think, is short-lived. It's he's trying a quick fix thing, and which is tailor-made to his own opinion, and he doesn't give an extended hand to other people or give a chance to other people to advise him, and that's why he's running into these kind of hurdles. He's overambitious. His temperament, there is something that he lacks, and in a nutshell, he lacks advisors. He should look for the people who can advise him well, not people who are there around surrounding him for political mileage and experience. He should have people that can give him a long-term vision, because he's got age on his side, and he has all the time to maneuver through his political career. Another thing that I've noticed about the DP is that he really never had a strategy on how he will deal with Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is an experienced politician, and he keeps on, what do you call it? Is it to metamorphosize into something else? Every time you try to corner him on this, you think you have now done him in with the BBI issue. He comes up with something else. You think you have now finished him with him boycotting the elections in 2017. He changes into something else. He comes up with a handshake. He is that kind of experienced politician whom you would rather have as an ally, because he will be an asset. Even if Raila Odinga was to just serve this one term and decide that he's not doing it anymore, somebody else should take over, he'll still be an asset. He has a voting bloc behind him who believe in him so much, and any right-thinking politician would want to be on his side, because this is an automatic vote that an ambitious or a forthright politician will inherit automatically. And that's why most of us kept on saying that Kalonzo should be very careful, because as it is right now, that this is just my assumption, that the person who is likely to inherit this vote-rich basket that belongs to Raila Odinga is likely to be Martha Karua, and she's doing everything right. She's ticking all the boxes. So these are some of the things that DP has failed, and you just have to swallow the bitter pill and do some what do you call it? He can assess later. Then for a better future as a politician. Lastly, thank God today we have kept away from Sakaja. The man has consumed and drained our energy the whole week. I think it was almost 2 weeks. Finally, I hope today, after his I think was a drinking spree yesterday, we will find a solution because I think his matter is being dealt with today in to conclusion. We'll put that to rest. Thank you for now. Waiting for the free time season. Back to you, Demba.
Thank you. Duke Moses, nimekuona. Dani Darius ameandika maneno hapa ambayo labda imechanganya mtu. Amechapa jamaa hapa, anasema he is either do you know Makiadi what those two words mean? I think Patrick is either a Noitos or Amathis. You know what, or both. You know what that means? Hiyo ni Greek. Unasoma Greek philosophy utaelewa. It's either stupid or drunk or both. Duke Moses, nimekuona. Haya, twende kwa Wangira.
No, this will be my final take. You know, the problem with William Samuel Ruto is that in approaching the Mount Kenya, he wanted to reinvent the wheel, you know, by, you know, going to the people directly without passing through the kingpin of the region, something that now seems to have collapsed on his face. So the next 50 days will be desperate times for Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and we have not seen anything yet. I understand that Raila Odinga today will be in Kiambu. And if he ends up receiving almost the same reception that he received in Kinoru Stadium in Meru yesterday, then that will be very, very bad news for Kenya Kwanza Alliance. That will be my parting shot, Asante.
Haya. Julia, twende kazi.
Okay, I just want to add what we have said about DP Ruto. I think he's very frustrated. He saw them. I don't know how on earth he imagined. Okay, let's even put. I'm trying to ask myself. Let's put Baba. I mean, let's not involve Uhuru here. How on earth did he imagine that the mountain he was going to inherit the mountain vile tu Uhuru alikuwa nayo? How on earth did he imagine that? I saw him the other day telling the NTV's, I think it's Joe, the NTV reporter, telling him that, you know, he said that 1 million votes from his strongholds have disappeared. And then he was being asked, what is your stronghold? He was saying, Rift Valley and Mount Kenya. He was being asked, so you believe that the votes in Mount Kenya region are yours? And then he was asking Joe, are you the only stranger in Jerusalem? I mean, he's so bullish. He saw himself as the god of the mountain. But I'm very pleased to see what is happening. And I think DP Ruto is out for a rude shock. He's like a jilted lover. Unajua bwana akitafuta bibi mwingine ama bibi akitoroka alafu muone na jamaa mwingine, you still keep hoping she'll change her mind and come back. That's how DP Ruto is behaving. And he really wants to convince himself that the mountain is obsessed with him as he thought 4 years ago, but unfortunately, he's going to get a rude shock. So me, watching how he's speaking, he's very aggressive, he's very bitter, and he can displace, that's what Demba said, that is called displaced aggression. He can displace his aggression on anyone who comes along his way. But mimi nawaomba wa Kenya, people like Gachagua who think that Kenya is in Mount Kenya, people like DP Ruto who says this today, and asema we build the roads, we brought electricity, and the next day he condemns the same government that he claims to work for and to have worked with. Those are not the kind of politicians we need in this country. And because he's not going to win this election, he's going to lose miserably. In fact, you people, mark my word, you're not going to get more than 7 million votes. And you're going to get more than 100 members of parliament. This is his best shot to the presidency, and possibly the last one, because the next time he'll not have the guts to vie for presidency, because we cannot do with such kind of double-minded, double-speak people who are hate mongers either against personalities, hate mongers either against communities. We cannot have them. And on top, to remind ourselves that we cannot trust them with our public coffers. Asante Demba.
As I finish, I want to just to piggyback on what you've just said. The deputy president of UDA cannot go and campaign in Nyanza today. Out of what she has just said, I mean, he has just said that according to him, the money that went to Nyanza, it was money that was taken from Central, from Kiambu. Not even Central, it was taken from Kiambu. So any money that is going elsewhere, it is taken from Kiambu and taken there. So what is he going to tell people in Nyanza? If he's already told the people in Kiambu that the money that was to make for you roads and electricity and stuff was taken to Nyanza. So when he goes to Nyanza and he doesn't see there are people there who don't have electricity in their homes, there are people, let me tell you, the infrastructure in Central Kenya is so advanced. I mean, it is only in Central Kenya where you can access Nairobi, you go to Nyeri and you come back to Nakuru without coming on any Maram road.
Yes,
you can,
you can come from Nairobi, you go to Thika, Nyeri, Nyahururu, and that's a very long distance. Naivasha back to Nairobi in the same, within less than, I think, 8 hours or 6 hours.
And you will not come across any Maram road.
Yeah.
In that circuit, you will not come across any Maram road. That is in Central. And someone is telling us that money was taken from there and went and constructed roads in Nyanza. So according to him, Nyanza should not even get any development. That's why in the arrangement, there's nobody at the top from Nyanza. Nobody, not even Eliud Owalo, nobody. There's not even one person. Because according to them, Nyanza is not in Kenya.
And he's associating, you know what is so sad, Mr. Demba? He knows Baba is a Luo. So he's associating Nyanza and Baba. First, Raila is not working in the government. He's not even a cabinet secretary. So me, I'm trying to connect how Raila collected money that was supposed to go to Kiambu. You know, he's trying to create hate against a certain community. It is very sad in this era, in these times of Kenya. If you listen to Azimio, even Babu Owino himself, nobody has said anything against any community. No one. If anyone has said, mtu anichezee your clip, I have not heard anybody from Azimio even talking about the Kalenjin community who are back in Ruto. Nobody. But I don't know, I don't even understand why people can come here and support, even somebody like Patrick Mushiri can come here and start talking about DP Ruto. And I don't, Patrick Mushiri, I really don't understand your reasoning. I need help to understand you.
And you see now, the reason why they chose Rigathi Gachagua was because Rigathi Gachagua was going to fuel hate. Because this is the narrative that Rigathi told them. Rigathi told the deputy president that, you see, we are the one who made the people not to vote for Raila. We are the ones who made that propaganda. We are going to make another propaganda to make it worse. So his propaganda is not working. And he's been cornered because every propaganda he has tried to push forward, it has been twisted and it has not worked. So he was meeting some propaganda bloggers today, yesterday in the morning. He was trying to tell them that you guys need to create even a song to go and paint me as a nice person. It backfired because no propaganda is bringing out is working right now. Now, his intention is still in 2013. Gachagua is stuck in 2013, 2007, 2013. That's where he's stuck. So he's thinking this era and age, people cannot access internet, people cannot access information. He has refused to move. That's why he's still talking about, you see, huyu mtu akitendawili alikuja akachukua nini zetu akapeleka Nyanza. Now Nyanza people pay ushuru like any other person. They deserve to have development. And you see what is happening? He cannot preach peace. Where else has Gachagua gone? He has not gone. The other time when he tried to go to Coast, he couldn't even campaign. There's no other place that Gachagua can speak very nicely. Where? Gachagua has not left Central. He's been just going around Central. And when he has stayed in Central, he has created more problems than solutions. So I think I like him staying there. Let him continue thinking that people from Central are so foolish. They are not. Maybe he'll confuse some people like Patrick Mushiri, who thinks that he's the greatest defender of and Kenya is Mount Kenya. Look at Martha Karua. Martha Karua can go anywhere in the country of Kenya right now. She can go to Nyanza. She can go to the deepest Kisii. She can go anywhere. She can go to Coast. She was in Coast the other day. She was received so well. She was in Northeastern. Martha Karua can go anywhere. And even in Central, she's not preaching hate. She's saying that all these people are Kenyans. And all these people who are coming here are Kenyans. Just look at the person who is selling. Just listen to them. That is the kind of politics we want. You see the politics of Gachagua. Unajua anakuja kutuuzia huyo mtu hapa. Hapana, wewe uza mtu wako. Why are you talking about someone else? Uza mtu wako. If you talk for 30 minutes about someone else and then 5 minutes about your person, you have campaigned for the other person, which is good. But I think it is hurting them. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your...
I have not made my...
Before you close, Temba, one word.
Hold on, Mangira.
I have not made my closing remarks.
Let Makiadi make his closing remark, Mangira.
Thank you. Mine is very brief, Ndemba. I think the DP, we overestimated the DP. I think the DP decided to lose this election when he heard that Raila Odinga has decided to settle on Martha Karua as the DP candidate. This election is going to bury people's careers. A lot of people. Why? Because they made wrong choices. Kabogo and Kuria are one of them. And I would not want Azimio to try and resuscitate their careers. Now, like Bob Papa Azimio said, I think one big issue that William Ruto lacks is advisors. The people that he has, I don't think they have what it takes to advise a presidential candidate. And if you are a good follower of Twitter, you should have looked at the tweets that were coming from David Ndii today. I don't know if Wangira, you saw them, or Bob Azimio, Julia. There's this guy called David Ndii today. If you go check his...
I posted them on the group. I posted them on the group.
Yeah. So David D went personal today. I don't know why. I don't know if he was scared with what was happening in Meru, but I could sense some sort of defeat, loss in his heart, something like that. He went personal. He was even, trying to insinuate that Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, I don't want to go to that because that was really, I didn't expect that to come from a person who holds a PhD in economics. It was something that we would excuse a person like Oscar Sudi or Kimani Ngunjiri, if I'm not wrong, the MP for Bahati. But that just shows you that William Ruto does not have people who are fit to advise him. I think the battle in this election has shifted from the presidential election to the parliamentary elections. And that is where we should have people concentrating on. I think we are supposed now to try and find a way of marshalling the numbers to have as many MPs, as many senators as we can, so that we have a legislative agenda that can sail through easily in Parliament. And finally, like I always say, hashtag PSS, watu wapime suti sasa. Asante. Wangira.
My sister Julia, I heard you say that if UDA does well in this election, they will get 100 seats. Let me tell you, that's overstretching. If UDA does anywhere better, the most they can get is around 45 seats in the National Assembly. And funnily, this party that they had estimated in the name of Jubilee could end up outshining UDA. Just watch and observe, and you'll come and tell me.
Yeah, if we have that wave in Mount Kenya region, the Jubilee may flip the UDA candidates if this wave continues. And but I also think that there was an argument here earlier, with Wekesa. I don't know whether you found it. I think Bob was here when Wekesa was insisting that people should be left to vie. And me, I was thinking that I think some Azimio should put their house in order, because UDA is depending on kupita katikati. That's what they are depending on. So I don't know what Demba feels. Wekesa was arguing here earlier that people should be left to vie. I mean, like freelance, like we have so many Azimio parties. So I mean, with no interference. But that's gonna be a risk, Mr. Demba. I think we should not allow UDA kupita katikati. I think something should be done about that. I don't know what you people feel.
Nakwambia, Julia, if you have noticed the way Azimio is working, Azimio is, they are working like here in the US, the way the SEAL works, air, land, and sea. You think you have seen Azimio, you haven't seen anything yet. You know, there's someone who asked that Otuoma was in Meru 5 days before today. Otuoma's wife is from Meru. So Azimio has cornered UDA, and you haven't released anything yet. The thing has just started. The pressure has just started. You know, when you're going to war, you release advanced team. So we are yet to release the real deal. Kama ni tu ndio tumeanza. It's only 1 week that Baba Azimio has campaigned so strongly. 1 week. Now we don't know what has happened.
Then you also realize that it is, like you're saying, it is only a few of the teams that are active. We still have Coast, we still have Masaini, there is a Northeastern which have not been active. They are resting and waiting for them, for UDA to come. Then they unleash it.
Not even resting. I told you here the other day, Papa. You saw the way the 16 teams were formed. There were 16 teams that were formed across the country. Now there's the presidential team, and now there are the 16 region teams that have been already set up. Now those teams are working every day. Every single day there's something happening in Kenya somewhere, Azimio related. So by the time Baba is coming, already there has been a lot of work that has happened. Baba is just coming, and if you have noticed, something is happening. In places that Baba is yet to go, you see Martha Karua goes there and takes like maybe 1 day, and then now Baba comes later with the other team.
Advanced party.
Advanced party. So that is what is happening right now. And I agree with you, Julia. Azimio is not quiet. It is not quiet. It is campaigning, you know, like every single day for the 16 teams, something is happening. While on the UDA side, unless the deputy president is there, there's nothing happening. Right now, they have tried to send, what's this guy? First of all, they are dealing with internal issues. Dr. Mutua is supposed to bring Mukambani so that he can get 20%. Now, Mutua and the chairman of UDA cannot see each other eye to eye. So what happens? The chairman of UDA was in Ukambani, Mutua and this guy, this speaker, Muturi, were sent to Coast to go and try to woo the Coastarians. Because then Mutua the other day was sent to Kitui. The chairman, they could not see each other eye to eye. So the chairman did not go there. So you see, he's dealing with internal issues. And before he comes back, then he came back, and I was saying this yesterday. He was thinking that anakuja kupoesha hii moto ya Kiambu. Haikupoeshwa, unasikia mtu anasema hapo Ndumberi was a disaster. So there are internal issues they are dealing with, and you have only 1 month. You know, you have like less than 1 month now. I mean, almost just about 1 month. They are yet to launch their manifesto. They are yet to, you know, there's a lot of things. So Baba still.
You mentioned something that Mutua was in Mombasa. If I am in Mombasa and I'm not feeling it, what campaigns were they doing and where?
Mutua was with Rashid, what's his name? Omar Hassan, and the others. You know, they were trying to activate Mombasa.
Yeah, Muturi. I think if you listen to, I wish I had the video, I could play it for you. Muturi, the campaign message that Muturi is giving to people of Mombasa is that Uhuru should retire and go home peacefully. Watakuwa nampelekea nyama choma na ile vitu zingine zenye anakulanga. Hiyo ndio campaign amepeleka huko.
Now, where has Muturi ever campaigned? Where has Muturi ever campaigned? You know, there's some things even I don't know. You know, when they arrive at certain people, you actually know what when you lack soldiers, you pick anyone who looks like they say, Mimi nitaenda huko. You know, that kind of thing. So in UDA, they just looked around and they said, now nani ataenda kuwakilisha mimi kwa sababu siwezi enda kila mahali. Sasa tufanye nini? Wakaambiwa wewe Mutua na Muturi, and then mniakilishe huko.
Where is Suleiman? There is this man called Suleiman something. Is he in UDA?
Shabal or Suleiman Shabal?
Yeah.
Shabal is in Azimio.
That is a right hand
man.
man.
Another man, not Suleiman Shabal. There's another man mwenye alikuwa anasema sisi ni Hustler Nation. Anaitwa nani mwenye konywele fupi. I don't know what his name. I forgot him. He used to be in Azimio. Who are the people in Mombasa for UDA? Ni kina nani wanawasimamia?
Hassan and Jichopevu.
Yes, Hassan. Why was Hassan?
Omar Hassan.
Yes, Omar
Hassan. Omar Hassan, kulikuwa na Omar Hassan, kulikuwa na Jichopevu, kulikuwa sasa na Mutua, alafu na nani, anaitwa na Muturi. Sasa Muturi na Mutua ni watu wa kutuma mahali waende wakakukampenia.
Let me also tell you that you know, Jichopevu has reduced himself to award politician, because the only place where he can do a rally of any nature and be listened to is a ward in Kongowea, just a single ward in Kongowea. And in Kongowea there are several wards. There is even Kisumundogo, and that Kisumundogo is full of the guys from Luo community. That's why it's called Kisumundogo. Nobody can even listen to that guy. In the whole of Nyali, he cannot marshal more than 200-300 people in a rally. So I don't know how they could even think that is somebody who can run affairs of Mombasa.
You think about sending Mutua and Muturi to go and campaign for. I mean, think about the people you are sending, Mutua and Muturi. And number two, in Kilifi, they have a problem. There's the PA and the UDA. Yeah. So for Azimio, we are saying, like I think someone said, I think it's Papa Bob, that we need to keep the pressure, sustain it. And you see, the thing that was done for Ruto was that he was allowed to spend all his money. Now, you know, he has only money to spend on what were UDA. Hata wengine wakikuja, the people thought that he was going to have money to finance them. He can't finance all those parties. He can only finance his people. So that is where it is showing like there's a problem. The other guys are just like flower girls. Mudavadi and Weta, they are just like flower girls.
Mudavadi and Weta today walikuwa wapi leo?
Si walikuwa na yeye, wanamfuata kama tu flower girls, tunakuja kubeba nini hapo.
And I think then you see this thing is that how I see it is that, you know, DP Ruto was riding for years alone. And wakatukana Uhuru alikuwa amenyamaza, they were feeling good, and then they saw Raila, walikuwa wanaona Raila na Kalonzo watasimama tena, so they were on top of the world. Yani wamekuwa disorganized mbaya mbovu.
Unajua Julia, unajua wakati wa race mtu akikimbia peke yake hawezi jua, lakini kuna wakati unamwekea pacemaker na wewe unakuja kutoka nyuma.
Yes,
utapitwa haraka sana.
Patrick Mushiri uko chini kwako. Patrick Mushiri, wewe enda chukua hiyo pesa umetumwa na Gachagua, enda akulipe, at least umefanya kazi yako kupiga kelele hapo. But
it is like what I was telling you people. I said, you people, you go and replay the game between Brazil and Nigeria. Brazil was leading to 4 minutes to the time, and by the end of the game, Nigeria won by four scores. That was something I've never forgotten. It's what is happening to Ruto. He's like, he was feeling so good. He was on top of the world. Saizi anashanga kunaendaje.
And even though
one thing that Ruto alifanya miscalculation kubwa sana. He thought that age would play a very big role in slowing down Raila. Raila is somebody who goes to the gym at 5. And Ruto probably does not wake up at that 5 to go and do some exercise. That thing that he kept on talking about age. It had deluded him and made him think that he's stronger than Raila.
I like now what Martha Karua says. She says that we have only one horse and others. So the horse is now booming. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we were actually closing, so it's just a little opener. Patrick Mushiri, nobody is bullying you. You are bullying yourself. Why are you coming here to just make noise? Jifurahishe tu, jibambe. I mean, when you don't see reality, hata ile kupe imekwama kwa ng'ombe, hata kama inaenda kichinjio, uange inafikiria hii inashiba. So mpaka hata ng'ombe inachinjwa, inaingia pale. Nani ame unmute? Papa Bob, mute. Ng'ombe inachinjwa na kupe inafikiria tu bado hiyo inaendelea kukula. So unaweza kuwa sasa wewe umeshikilia tu hapo vile ambao uliambiwa, lakini enda kwa Gachagua kulipe pesa yako. Bloggers wametumwa wengi sana wakuje kuangalia mahali kote nani anatakiwa, wajaribu kuongea, kutoa debate, acha kusema. Sisi tutawaambia ukweli, kama mtaki shauri yenu, lakini hii kitu imeenda.
Mimi niko na swali Ndemba kabla uliona tweets za David D leo?
Sikuziangalia.
Okay, go look at them.
Niliona tu tweet ya Moses.
Hiyo ni kitu kichafu sana huyo jamaa.
Umeleta stories za D alisema ati Kiambu cannot be addressed by bottom up. Na leo in Dumberi kuna kijana alikuwa ananunuliwa machine. So what do these people talk about? D aliambia his wife not to vie on UDA kwa sababu hii bottom up is not for watu wa Kiambu, kwa sababu Kiambu is a very rich constituency. Haiko katika bottom up. You guys are so confused, you don't even know what you want to tell Kenyans. This is what happens. David D, who is your key economist, says that bottom up is not for watu wa Kiambu. He tells his wife to vie as an independent. The wife comes and says that even my husband told me that bottom up is not for watu wa Kiambu. That your prescribed deputy president says that pesa yenu ilichukuliwa ikaenda Nyanza. Your soon to be president says that pesa yenu iliwatengezea barabara na stima. Now let's understand, where is the position? Hata wewe sasa ukienda kuvote unaenda kuvotia nini? Pesa yenu ile ilienda, pesa yenu ile ilijenga stima na reli, na barabara, ama bottom up ambao haifai for Kiambu. Wewe niambie, hata kama ni wewe, just reason for a minute. Forget about so many things, even where Patrick Mushiri, just reason for a minute. What are you going to vote for? Pesa yako ilienda Nyanza, ama ni ile barabara mlitengezewa na stima, ama ni kwa sababu nyinyi hata bottom up hamfai kuwa nayo Kiambu? Just tell me. You see now, if before election, these people are too disorganized. How about after election? So I want to suggest mwache kelele mingi. Just try and reason. Ukireason utaona mahali ambapo iko, but it's up to you. Sisi tushakwambia Makiadi, tafadhali tusomee constitution, tuanze rituals za kufunga.
Sawa, constitution tumeruka chapter 7, tumemalizana na chapter 6, na sasa tunazungumza juu ya representation of the people. About part 1 is about electoral system and processes, which is part of 81, Article 81. It says the general principles for the electoral system. The electoral system shall comply with the following principles: freedom of citizens to exercise their political rights under Article 38. Not more than 2/3 of the members of elective public bodies shall be of the same gender. Fair representation of persons with disabilities. Universal suffrage based on the aspirations for fair representation and equality of vote. And free and fair election which are by secret ballot, free from violence, intimidation, improper influence or corruption, conducted by an independent body, transparent, and administered in an impartial, neutral, efficient, accurate, and accountable manner.
Thank you so much. Na mimi nitasomea manifesto ambayo tunaangalia hii wiki, na manifesto yetu ni manifesto ya Azimio la Umoja. We look at documents, and we look at documents that have been released. We don't look at those that are yet to be released. So tumeangalia manifesto ya Azimio. We have looked at the agendas, and we said agenda ya kwanza was agenda la ugatuzi. Agenda la pili was azimio la ugatuzi. Ya pili was azimio la jitihada. La tatu ilikuwa azimio la kinamama. La nne ilikuwa azimio la viwanda. La nne ilikuwa azimio la ukulima. La tano ilikuwa azimio la viwanda. La sita lilikuwa azimio la wananchi. Leo tunaangalia azimio la uwajibikaji. Hiyo ni agenda number 7. Na unaweza kupata nakala yako kutoka katika it's a public document, enda kwa website ya Azimio, you just click there, then utapata nakala yako. You can read it through by yourself, but here also we try to read for you. First of all, we are reading for you documents that unite us at Kenya as Kenyans, because we realize there are so many things we share together. Other than the few that we differ in, we share a lot as Kenyans. And one of the things that unite us, symbols of national unity, one of them is the Constitution, the national anthem, which we religiously go through here every day, so that you can understand. We realize that there's some people who talk so well and flowery language about the country Kenya, but when we ask them, given a challenge to at least go through the national anthem, they have indicated that they don't even remember the first answer in Kiswahili. So we made it upon ourselves to be taking us through the national anthem, because sometimes we differ so much as Kenyans, and we focus on our differences and we forget what united. So the Constitution unites us, the national anthem unites us, and we also now looking at the East African anthem. Now, our responsibility for you and I, as a citizen, is also to appreciate the documents that these political parties are releasing to us. Let's understand, because if we don't understand the documents, we cannot hold them accountable. Now, it means, therefore, we have to look at the document piece by piece, understand it, and then, of course, interrogate it, go through it with them. When they get to power, we will need to hold them accountable to the promises that they made to us. And we are doing that on behalf of Azimio government that we are sure is going to win. So here we go. Azimio la uwajibikaji. What does the manifesto say? Custodians of power must be accountable for the mandate bestowed upon them by the electorate. The cornerstones of the agenda encompasses battling corruption and ensuring efficiency and optimality in public service delivery. Essentially, it is about good governance, This will help ensure that all the gains of the economic revolution are secured, and the environment is even more conducive for productivity and investments. Corruption and inefficient public service delivery and finance management undermine development and the ability of government to provide service to its citizens. This happens when opportunities and resources meant for public service are diverted from their intended use. There is inducement for service and abuse of office, amongst other vices. The fight against corruption is an integral part of leadership ethos and principles of governance. So Azimio la Uwajibikaji is so much about the fight against corruption. That means, therefore, you should get the service you require the way you require it, in an efficient and timely manner. And that is what Azimio government promises that it's going to do. You don't have to induce your way. You don't have to bribe your way through a service that you deserve as a Kenyan. That is the promise of an Azimio government. Tomorrow, we'll be looking at Azimio, Agenda 8, that is Waste Not a Child. Waste Not a Child. Thank you so much. And today, I think we are going through is it the East African or the national anthem? The East African, right?
The East African anthem.
Good. So
no, we did the East African. Remember, we did the East African yesterday. Today we should, or am I getting it wrong?
Hapana, Bob. Bob, wacha kuharibu maneno. We did national anthem jana.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go through the East African anthem. We'll have stanza 1, Makiadi, stanza 2, Bob, stanza 3, Julia.
Papa Bob, take 1 and 2. I was not prepared for that.
Okay. Ati, what are you saying? Stanza 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I don't even know where I kept. You know me, I don't
Okay,
memorize.
let me go stanza 1 and 2. Ee Mungu, tuomba ulinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo na pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu.
Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tujenge jumuiya bora.
Asante sana. Emba, can the Azimio correct the spelling of inefficient? They spell it in the manifesto as inefficient instead of inefficient.
I have a message.
Daddy Darius, are you kidding me? Daddy Darius, unajua amenichezea hapo kinini. Ati can unaona hapo amesema nini?
I see that.
Unaona hapo Daddy Darius amecheza tu kama yeye.
What is he saying?
And the difference is the same.
Well, he's not saying anything.
And why did he come? Bona hakuja leo. Then I have a message. Because it is 11 at 6 p.m. in the US, but I know there are some states that have gone to Sunday. And I know Kenya is Sunday too. That is June 19th. So happy Father's Day to all worthy dads.
Yeah. Is it only Happy Father's Day or Happy Grandfather's Day?
No, Happy Father's Day to the people who are playing the role father. Okay, those are playing the role father.
Yes, I said worthy dads. Si wenye walienda tu kuzaa
Kuna wale kuna wale
and
kazi yao
also
ilikuwa ni spam donors.
yeah, and also on that note, I know Julia mko karibu kufika, kuna kitu inaitwa Juneteenth, eh?
Yeah, Juneteenth.
Yeah, so in that connection also, for those that know the meaning of that, happy Juneteenth day. And kuna mtu anasema ati Joe Biden ameanguka na baiskeli. Sasa hiyo mimi sioni kama hiyo ni news in them. Mimi sijui mara ngapi nimeanguka na baiskeli na sijatokea kwa TV.
Wanasema when a dog bites a man, it shouldn't be news. When a man bites a dog, that is where we should be having news. Now, another thing is, it is also this month in June that we have the Men's Mental Health Month. So wanaume pia, tafadhali mshughulikie watu. Unaona wakikuja hapa ambao wako na hasira sana na ni mwanaume, inaonyesha hii ni mwezi ambao unapaswa kwenda. It's okay not to be okay. Tafute mtu akusaidie uweze kuzungumza maisha yako vizuri, uweze kusaidika. Men need also to talk, to let out, and that is why we encourage you, mtu kama Mushiri, usikuwe na hasira sana, and don't worry, 9th will come and go, but we will still be a Kenyan, and we love each other as Kenyans. And Mama Karua said that hata wewe kama utampigia kura, wewe still you are Kenyan, you deserve the service. Kenya ni yetu sisi wote, hakuna mtu anatoka nje. Ruto ni Mkenya, Gachagua ni Mkenya, as opposed to what Gachagua is telling people ati msiuziwe mtu in Kiambu. Uzeni kura zenyu, go anywhere, seek for the vote. That is what Azimio talks about. Nobody should be denied anywhere kuuza sera zake. Your guy is trying to ring fence ati asikuje watu wasikuje kuuza dini huko, lakini sisi tunasema tembea, uza kura, but we have decided kura ni Azimio. Mushiri, if you feel bullied, that is your problem. Wewe uko na shida zako.
Mbona huyu mtu mbona ako na makasiriko hivyo?
Sijui ako na makasiriko, anaamka nako, ameamka saizi Mkenya nako na makasiriko.
Too much. Bye.
Baya, Makiadi, what's the song today?
Leo sijui ni kwa nini Bob Papa Azimio alisema lazima nimtafutie hiki kibao cha orchestra ya Mangelepa. Kibao chenye chajulikana kama Embakasi. Nisome tu stanza kwanza pale. Inasema kwanza, tikala salama maya, yani tikala salama maya, awanga na kei libela yani tikala salama maya, stay safe my dear, awanga na kei, I am living, libela te ma iyo yo moa, yani never for good dear, na banginde simaosala sonie, I fear leaving you behind because it makes you ashamed. Unataka niende pale kwa Morama namna gani?
Ala?
Mora yo, yani Mora my dear. Su my dear. Suzi mwana Kenya, yani Suzi child kutoka mtoto kutoka Kenya. Mpenzi kwa heri, subiri nitarudi, usiwe na shaka, wajua wa Kenya, haraka hewani, Mora. Hey.
Yes.
Kwisha
kabisa hiyo maneno.
Where is he even to? Where is he going?
He was going, I think he was going.
Inaenda inasema kitisa motema moyo, yani cool down your heart, batela elaka Suzana yeye, yani keep your promise Suzana. Alafu narudia senanza Morama Suzi mwana Kenya, mupenzi kwa heri, usiwe na shaka, wajua Kenya, haraka hewani, safari ni ndefu Suzi. kitisa motema moyo, yani cool down your heart. Batela ila kasye Suzy, keep your promise Susanna. Alafu inakuchapia pale instrumental kidogo kidogo pale kale
kali kabisa hapo. Yes. Hapo kuna gitaa nyingine hatari sana.
Kuna gitaa moja hatari sana pale. Inajulikana kama orchestra ya Mangelepa.
Orchestra Mangelepa.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Yes.
Mimi sijui kwa nini good days. Sijui kwa nini Bob Papa alichagua hiyo wimbo, lakini labda na sababu zake sisi hatuzijui.
Ana sababu zake.
Unajua ukikumbuka wakati wa jukebox, hapo tulikuwa kuna nyimbo kadhaa tulikuwa tunapenda kurudia. Wakati jukebox unatumia shilingi moja tu na unacheza nyimbo ile unapenda, wakati unaburudika pale kwenye zile mahali za burudani kidogo.
Bob ulivaa bell bottom?
Hapana, no. Lakini kiasi ninakumbuka nikivaa kwenda kanisani.
Na platform.
Nilikuwa navaa viatu tu, si platform. Viatu zingine zimesoli kubwa hivi. Kwanza nilikuwa nakasirika nakumbuka mama yangu akinishonea bell bottom na material crimpling. Alafu hiyo ndio tunaenda nayo kanisani siku ya Christmas. Bana, ilikuwa ni kitu kingine mbaya sana.
Father Danny ana suspect something with Bob. Leo Azimio ana sababu fiche, lakini anaonekana very happy. We should think beyond his smile. We should start thinking beyond his happiness.
Najua jana tulimchocha sana, nyimbo zilimpeleka mbio kabisa.
But he said he was not going to
nimetengezeka kiroho.
Alisema hata tumia wallet yake. Ulitumia wallet leo?
Hapana, kulikuwa mvua tele, nikaona hapa hakuna haja ya kutoka ovyo. Sasa unajua pia
umefanya mzuri. Nilikuwa nataka nikuchapie kibao kingine Bob Papa, lakini bahati yako nilikuwa nimekuletea Dede. Ushasikia Dede?
Bob is making
ile ya bwana anaitwa nani yule mzee anaitwa nani? Dede, nakumbuka. I've forgotten the name of this guy. Nikumbushe.
Shesikia wanamuziki anaitwa Zaiko Langalanga.
Zaiko. Orchestra Zaiko.
Zaiko Langalanga Dede. Lakini sasa unajua ulisema leo nikuletee Mbakasi, sasa hiyo si temba.
Leo ilikuwa Mbakasi.
Unajua nilipitia maktaba yangu jana, nikakutana mpaka na wale akina Shimita. Sijui kama unakumbuka akina Shimita, Lucian Bokilo pale.
Nakumbuka
kasa ya Mbongo.
Papo nakumbuka hii Afro wakirinyaga sagana
usiniweke pembeni mama,
ingawa wako wengi
mami,
lakini nimekuchagua wewe,
kisha nakuombea
sawa na sura yako, nimeridhika kuwa na wewe, sagana unipeleke mama,
nikaone wazazi wako mami,
natujadipia tufike
mami,
ukawaone baba na mama, nakuombea salama.
Julia, ninaona tutaunda bendi hapa. Siku moja.
Unajua Zemba, unajua wakati siku zake I think
alafu wakaimba pia kidogo papa, wakaimba pia ni Maru.
Ni Maru.
Sema sherie usilie mwana
mama.
Wajua ni Maru. Sikupenda kukuacha uteseke nyumbani peke. Shida na tabu zinafanya watu kutengana mama.
Mwana mama mwana mama
Safari nilionayo ni ndefu sana sijui mwaka gani nitarudi mama. Mimi sina raha kuwa mbali nawe lakini ni hali ya dunia, ni vingumu kuepuka.
mwana mama
Demba, kuna uhakika hukukuwa anacheza kwa hizi vilabu? Mimi nakushuku sana.
Ndemba anajua kuimba. Ndemba has a good voice, anaweza imba kweli.
And Ndemba, I think you are very cheeky.
Now I'll tell you a story about that Afro. You know Afro? The first time I heard that song live, it was being played by, I think it's in Wanyika. They used to play their station, their home station where they used to play was a place called Bombax, opposite Kenya Science Teachers College. That was their base, or where they used to play, and I used to be a frequent guy going there. Up na Ngong Hills Hotel. Kulikuwa hiyo band si mchezo ndugu yangu. Afro ilikuwa hatari. Mimi najua Julia anaona kama hii ni miujiza.
Bob, somebody is asking, uko peke yako?
Kwa nini? Anataka kwa nini? Wachana na mimi bwana.
Makiadi.
Ni nani huyo? Nani huyo anataka details?
Hiyo hata ukitaka kesho naweza kuja nao VW. Hiyo vewe ni VW, yani ni Volkswagen so hiyo wimbo ilikuwa ni kama ya kusifu gari ambayo inajulikana, model ya Volkswagen. Vewe ni VW. Vewe Nkombo yani jina letu, jina la brand yetu, Nkombo na Ngai.
Lakini kuna matamshi mengine hapo mbele ambaye ingiani vizuri si ndio bwana Makiadi?
Kwa huo wimbo ama namna gani?
Kwa hiyo wimbo hapo mbele kuna matamshi mengine saa zingine wa Kenya ubadilisha, inakuwa sio mazuri sana.
Wachana na Wakenya bwana.
Labda sasa unajua mapenzi ya Papa Bob na nani ni ile iliimbwa na nani anaitwa Kidum. Mapenzi ya Papa Bob na Julia ni ile iliimbwa na Kidum. Kama ni mapenzi ya kuniudhi kila siku, kunifanya mikulia, na kama huridhiki, kwa nini hujasema ili niweze rekebisha?
Inaonekana Demba amekuwa akisikiza redio sana. Huyu mtu alikuwa Demba, ukiwa Kenya ulifanya kazi ya mjengo. Maana hizi nyimbo sio zinachezwa kati ya saa 2 na saa 6 mchana. Na wana mjengo wanakuaga na karedio.
Tulifanya kazi ya mjengo Demba.
Unajua wanakuanga na karedio kando yao.
Hata Bob anaambia Julia, tazama nimezama ndani ya bahari ya penzi lako, siwezi kusonga mbele kurudi nyuma, sijielewi, haya mapenzi ya fujo haifai, kama unipendi jaribu kunipa raha. Papa Bob, leo mali nenda kulala tena.
Hebu sikia Ndemba, sikiza hii ilikuwa inasema namna hii. Tokokiko loba, yani tokokiko loba, tokokiko yemba, tokokiko somba, vewe na azda, tokokiko loba, we talk, yani tunasema, tokokiko yemba, tunaimba, tokokiko somba, vewe na azda, we can buy Volkswagen. So VW, vewe ni VW, kitamka Kifaransa nasema vewe, VW, na azda, yani we can buy Volkswagen. Azda san hiyo aina ya gari sasa. Nkombo ya sika bazai wa papesi, yani it's a name that people from Zai have given. Kombo na diko ekumandi lelo Ruto Poni Asda. The name Diko has been buried. We have chosen Azda. Sasa wanasema wametupa ile gari inaitwa Difco. Wamechagua Azda. Alafu naona sasa anaendelea kuimba pale, alafu sasa unafika pale mbele inaanza kupiga sasa rhythm pale Tokoki koyemba tokoki. Sijui nipige yote ama namna gani. Lakini hii wacha nitaleta kesho hii. Hii nitaleta.
Happy Father's Day. Tafadhali wish hapa Father's Day. Hapa kuna mafathers watatu, kuna Makiadi, kuna Papa Azimio, kuna Themba hapa.
Worthy fathers. Kama wewe si worthy father usipokee hiyo.
Yeah. Patrick Mochiri, enda kwa Themba and Lulu Show tafadhali usubscribe huko. Acha makasiriko. Wewe na Geoffrey Ruto endeni pale kwa Themba and Lulu Show. Acha niweke hapo. Uende msubscribe tu tafadhali. Hata kama mnapenda UDA namna hiyo, UDA pia ni wa Kenya tu. Tafadhali endeni hapo. Mkikaa hapa sisi tunapiga siasa, tunatoka hapa tukiwa na raha. Mimi mnabaki na hasira.
You know, I don't know why this guy is still thinking, because I've just seen a comment that he's still thinking about Meru yesterday. We moved on. We are not even thinking about Meru. We want to think about how we will capture more. But I think hii vitu kama hizi za kina Meru zinawauma sana. Na wanaziweka kwa roho. Na ni watu walikuwa kwa hiari yao.
Hadi mabloggers walitumwa, walikuwa na meeting na Gachagua jana asubuhi, wakaambiwa sasa endeni mpige kelele huko kote. Hata ukiona mtu anakuja hapa ananyamaza, ongei, alafu ikifika time anatoka, hao ndio wale wametumwa wakuje sasa kunini, waone vile wanaenda kucounter. So unaona anakuja hapa siku hizi wengine wanakuja, unaona mtu hakuna kitu anasema, anakuja na jina. Kuna jamaa alikuja hapa tukampatia time ya kuongea, hata kusema kitu akanyamaza, alafu akatoka. Watu kama hao ni wale wametumwa kuja kunini. Lakini sasa hata ukitumwa hapa sure, hapo unakuja kufanya nini? This is a public forum. You can still stay in the background, get all the information you want, uende ukafanye vile unataka.
It's sad because you see, even right now, you look at it like the guy called Geoffrey Ruto is saying that Azimio are desperate for a crowd. I don't think I've seen Azimio transporting people. Who is not desperate for a crowd? It is them. Because if you can afford on a daily basis 60, 65, 70 buses, you know, you're the one who's desperate for a crowd, surely. I think they are deluded. They can't believe that it is happening.
These are desperate statements. Wachana nao. Nafikiri sasa tutaachia hapo. Najua tusipatie Papa Bob another nini aende kama
Wacha tuambie basi Papa Bob, uenda ukisikiza hii yenye nasema nimetuma kusalimie, barua pia nimetuma usome. Nikiwa nikitembea mara kwa mara, ukumbuka mapenzi yetu Marina. Mapenzi si kitu kipya duniani, kilianza na Adamu na Hawa. Nimetuma
kusalimie, barua pia nimetuma usome.
Mapenzi ya simu sitaweza bana. Anasema mapenzi ya simu sitaweza. Kama unipendi uniambie. Mimi bado ni mrembo sitangoja. Nikipenda naolewa. Amie. Mie Marina.
Lakini kwani siku hizo walikuwa na simu gani hizo? Simu zako hizo walikuwa natumia?
Kuna wasichana watatu walitesa waimbaji hizo siku. Kulikuwa na msichana alikuwa anaitwa Jane, especially kwa local nini. Yani hakuna tribe haijaimba Jane. Sijui Jane alikuwa anasumbua tribe zote. Wakikuyu wameimba Jane, Wakamba wameimba Jane, Wajaluo wameimba Jane.
Na iko moja alikuwa anajulikana kama Kadogo, sijui kama unamkumbuka. Aliimbwa sana bwana. Huyu Kadogo ni nani? Bob Papa, unaweza tuambia? Labda ulikutana na huyu anasema Kadogo nakupenda.
Kwani mbona unanifanya force ilivyo? Mbona unanifanya nakuwa force ilivyo bwana?
Okay, there's a song I've remembered. What about you knew Malaika? It's a ni ya mwaka gani?
Hii yako Julia imepigwa collaboration mpaka juzi, imetolewa na kina Kayamba Afrika.
Na Kayamba Afrika.
Hiyo imekuwa corrupted na kila mtu.
Malaika nakupenda.
I think the first person who did it was Maria Makeba. Maria
Kijana
Makeba
mdogo.
was the first person to redo it after Fadhili Williams did it.
Fadhili Williams.
Yeah, Awino Rapemo anasema bolingo ya telefoni hiyo imechezwa na mtu anaitwa Bavon Marie. Kama ulikuwa unajua, Franco alikuwa na ndugu yake mmoja anajulikana kama Bavon Marie. Walikosana na ndugu yake. Kama unajua ya story ya Franco na ndugu yake, kusana ndugu yake kwa sababu ya mchumba wa ndugu yake. Franco alikuwa anapenda mchumba wa ndugu yake. Sasa huyo ndugu yake alienda akacommit suicide. Ni story mrefu, lakini ukienda uangalie bolingo ya telefoni pale, kama sijakosea, Awino Rapemo ataniambia hapo. Alafu
Black is saying something about you, Bob. Hebu soma.
Naona ananiambia ati nitaenda Samba kule Bamburi. Nani anaenda kutafuta nini huko? Tulishapitia bwana, tunazeeka bwana. Sasa hivi tunataka pale pazuri, unaenda na Julia hivi, unastarehe kwenye bahari hivi, unatembea kwa dao hivi. Hapana mambo ya kwenda kufinyana na watu.
Haya, wacha nipatie Julia hiyo request. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina. Ningekuoa malaika, nashindwa na mali sina wewe. Ningekuoa malaika. Alafu Papa atakwambia hii, pesa zasumbua roho yangu. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu. Ningekuoa mama, ningekuoa kidege. Nashindwa na mali sina wewe. Ningekuoa malaika. Huyo ni Papa Bob. Amekosa hela. Amekosa fudusi zimeisha.
Black ananifinya sana huko nyuma, atoke huko bwana. Sasa amesema nimekuwa
umependwa lakini hauna cheda bana, hauna pesa bana.
Unajua yetu ni ya ukoo bwana, haiishi bwana. Ndio kwa maana uliona Mise alitoroka, hangewezana na hii maneno.
Mise, what happened to Mise?
Sasa nini? Sasa Bobe, jamaa mmoja anaitwa Nyashinski, aliposikia hiyo malaika yake akaimba sasa ya kisasa. Uko na tabia za kupendeza roho, tabasamu ya kupapasa macho. Sauti yako nikisikia pia natulia, yanipunguzia hasira nazo. Uwembo wako ulininasa roho, siku ya kwanza kukuona kwa macho. Sa moyoni umetulia, siwezi kukamia, njoo unipunguzie mawazo. Sasa yakatoa hiyo, sasa hiyo ni ya vijana. Hiyo imeimbwa katika kila harusi.
Yani,
I like that creativity. I like that creativity. How they bring it to the modern taste. I really love that.
Yeah, it is a poem. Imeimbwa kwa kila. Yani, I saw it. There's a lady. I wish that some of those. I wish love was forever.
So Bob, umesikia your song?
Mimi hata sijawahi sikia, because hiyo haingiani kwa ile line yangu.
No, tafuta wimbo wa Nyashinski, Malaika.
Nitaigoogle niangalia hapa kwa YouTube.
Google tu hapo Nyashinski Malaika. Itakupendeza.
Lakini mbona Black, chukua huyu mtu wako anaitwa Mushiri bana. Akona bado anatupa maneno huko chini. Tufunge sasa.
Tulichoka kwa Azimio, tumetoka kwa udaku, kwa Malaika. Ni nini bana?
Tunataka kwenda kutulia kama weekend, roho ni safi. Ndemba kesho tulete Todi ya Oliver Mtukudzi.
Oliver Mtukudzi.
Nilete.
That guy was good.
I want to listen to you sing that Oliver Mtukudzi, Todi. What shall we do?
Nitakuimbia hiyo todi kesho.
Wachana nao watu,
Kalale.
wachana nao watu wa kamati ya roho chafu bwana. Sisi tunaenda tukiwa tumetulia moyo. Muthema Mabe, mtu kama huyo ni mtu wa Muthema Mabe. Julia.
Hiyo ni mtu ya roho chafu,
Muthema Mabe, roho mbaya, wachana naye.
Leo tuna nini? Thank you so much. I think we can go rest now. See you tomorrow. Julia, Makiadi, Papa Azimio, leo usitumia wallet bana. Leo lala. See you. God bless you.
Leo kutuliza kabisa. Kesho mimi nataka Makiadi atamwimbia Julia bana ba Cameroon.
Umesikia Makiadi?